Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ecchi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1, The Office. Opening my eyes, I found myself in a strange place. In front of me was a long table with 20 chairs. Seated in each chair was the silhouette of someone. These silhouettes were unrecognizable, like wavering shadows of beings from races other than my own. Where am I? I asked myself. To find the answer, I looked around and saw that surrounding the table was a dense curtain made of a material my mind could not process. Were those flames? Or perhaps smoke? Well, it didn't matter because I finally saw someone I could recognize at the other end of the table. Timo? I rubbed my eyes with my hands before opening them again and looking at the small being with a green hat and red goggles on his head. Hello, sir, Timo said, almost making me jump out of my chair. You look like Timo from League of Legends. If I look like this, it's because you feel comfortable seeing me this way. My nature allows me to adapt to anyone's preferences. In that case, I'd rather you turn into a beautiful woman. How about Sakura Jimimai? Or would Boa Hancock be better? I like women with nice legs. I didn't choose this form. Anyway, sir, shall we get down to business? Ah, yes. Of course. You must have realized by now that you're not where you should be. My last memories before waking up in this place were fuzzy. I remembered getting 3 days off after working for 2 years straight, and I used 2 of those days to play as much as I could. I fell asleep after playing too much and woke up here. But what exactly is here? You're in the office. Timo raised his little arms, and the tone he used told me this must be something big. Ah, I skipped the explanation again. I'm an employee of the missions office. We work for contractors. You're from a base world, and we usually recruit people from base worlds to carry out missions in entertainment worlds. Today, I want to hire you. Timo snapped his fingers, and a tablet appeared in front of me. It was an ordinary tablet, nothing special. On this device, you'll find the details of the mission we've prepared for you. I recommend paying close attention to the setting and the world you'll be in. Before agreeing to be hired, you can customize some parameters with your credits, except for the contractor's mandatory conditions. I picked up the tablet in front of me and read the mission details. Contract mission: in the world of DxD, become a Satan. Scenario: start as the character Milika's Gremory. Description: Milikas is an individual with the potential to become far more powerful than he will in the future, a mere chief guard of an entire fleet of devil armies. That's boring. Change it. Reward: 2 million credits or ascendancy to entity rank. The hired must choose upon mission completion. Difficulty: S+. Although Milikas is powerful and from an influential family, the world of DxD contains beings bordering on omnipotence and countless conspiracies. I took my eyes off the tablet and looked at Timo, who was leaning his 2 small hands on the table, watching me as if he were anxious. The world of DxD. That's an interesting world, but also a very dangerous one. I just wonder. What happens if I refuse? Knowing this wasn't the time to keep my doubts to myself, I asked Timo this question. Nothing. You'll wake up in your room, half an hour late for your shift at the office, with no memory of this situation or the contract. I see. What about the parameters I can change? Can I check those before making my decision? Of course. Tlek. Timo snapped his fingers again, and the tablet screen flickered, changing to a page full of lists. With a quick scan, I saw these lists contained extraordinary abilities copied from various universes. However, some lists were locked. The character and appearance options, for instance, were fixed on Milika's Gremory and his traits. The universe was also pre-selected as the DxD universe. Under abilities, one main power was already chosen and locked, Power of Destruction. However, I could add more abilities. Let's start with the basics. Milika's is just a child, and there's no thrill in being a child. So first, I'll adjust my age. 13 is too young, 25 is too old. I want something in between. 17 is a good age. That way, I won't be ignored in serious conversations, nor will I be immediately summoned to all the important meetings. To my surprise, changing my age cost me 500 credits. I had 10,000 credits, which limited the modifications I could make. The brief joy of being able to alter many things disappeared when I saw the cost of the abilities. Most abilities, even seemingly basic ones like Total Elemental Mastery, were expensive. That one alone cost a staggering 17,500 credits. And the Martial Peak Natural Instinct, which had a description identical to Dragon Ball's Ultra Instinct, cost 500,500 credits. Why are these abilities listed as options if I can't afford them? I let out my frustration. You can't afford them yet, but, in time, you will, Timo replied. What do you mean? Scroll to the bottom of the page. I did as Timo asked, and when I reached the bottom of the page, my eyebrows shot up, and my mouth dropped open. Side objectives. Objective 1, win over Sunasaitri through a confession of love, reward credits, 30,000 credits. Objective 2, win over Ecchi no Himejima through a confession of love, reward credits, 30,000 credits. Objective 3, win over Angel Gabriel through a confession of love, reward other, 1 OMG ticket. Objective 4, win over Rias Gremory through a confession of love, reward other, exclusive partnership skill. Objective 5, defeat Riser Phoenix in a rating game, reward other, 1 OMG ticket. Objective 6, defeat Gokubi Eel, reward other, 1 OMG ticket. Objective 7, defeat the Chaos Brigade, reward other, mysterious. Objective 8, defeat the Hero Faction, reward other, mysterious. Objective 9, protect the Underworld, reward credits, 10,000 credits. Objective 10, defeat the Old Satan Faction, reward other, 3 OMG tickets. Objective 11, defeat Trihusa, reward other, mysterious. By completing these objectives, you'll earn credits that will help you acquire new abilities or modify parameters. Now, please continue customizing your contract, said Timo. If I could acquire more abilities later, there was no reason to be overly cautious now. The first ability I purchased was Alchemical Transfiguration, which was just a fancy name for the alchemy used in Fullmetal Alchemist. I also bought the alchemical knowledge of an experienced alchemist, so I wouldn't have to study for years to use this ability. Of course, I would have liked to obtain a powerful technique on par with Reality Marble or Sharingan. However, those kinds of abilities were simply too powerful to acquire at this stage. Now, onto the basic skills. I'm going to buy partial affinity with water elemental magic. Of all the elemental spells, this one has the most versatility and cannot be imitated with alchemy. Sure, there's light and dark magic, but light would hurt me when I used it, and dark is very expensive. Now, about my inheritance. Inheritance is a power that will be passed on to my children if I have any. I need to choose carefully and not spend too much. With fewer and fewer credits, my options were limited. But before long, I found an inheritance called Infinite Ceiling. With this, even if I train hard and reach a very high level, all I have to do is train more and I'll continue to evolve. My children will also be able to grow without limits. Finally, I bought a relationship system that reminded me of the one in Stardew Valley, allowing me to measure the evolution of my relationships with the people around me. After all, a noble devil would only become a Satan if he had good relationships with other nobles. Honestly, I also wanted to get a leveling system, like solo leveling. However, that kind of system is far too expensive. To get one, I'd have to sell most of the skills I've bought and try to complete a few missions to get more credits. Only then would I have enough. With a few credits left over, I changed the fact that Milika's lived and studied at home in the underworld to having an apartment in the city center and studying at Qua Academy. I think I'm done. Do you want to review the contract? I asked Timo. Of course I do. Timo snapped his fingers, and the tablet in my hands was teleported into his. Good choices. Actually, they're great choices. I must confess I'm impressed. It's been a long time since a hired chose the parameters so wisely. The patrons will be pleased that you've chosen such interesting skills to start with. Patrons? Well, it's the patrons who will watch your actions. That's why there's a contract, after all. They should be amused and entertained while you complete the contract mission. They might even sponsor you if they like any of your actions. Through messages, they can reward you or show disapproval, but they can never directly interfere in the world you're in. If you're okay with that and the contract, please sign the paper in front of you. I looked at the table, and a contract on parchment paper was there. The letters on the paper were not ordinary letters, they were neither in English, nor in Japanese or any other human language. Even so, I was able to understand them somehow. Right. I picked up the quill next to the contract, dipped it in the pot of red ink, and touched the tip of the quill to the paper. My right hand moved automatically, writing something in the same language as the contract. Perfect. It's done. Please do your best to complete this contract and other objectives without dying. Wait, I still have a question. What are OMG tickets? The contract said I was entitled to one of those tickets. Oh, about that. OMG tickets are things to make it a little more interesting for the patrons. These tickets allow you to summon a living being from any universe to help you complete your missions. They understand their situation, but such a situation causes each living being to change in some way. Be careful with the level of trauma of your choice so you don't end up dead. Also, do you have any more questions? No, I don't think so. Good. Timo smiled and waved his right hand in farewell. I hope we don't see each other before the contract is finished. Hired. See you later. My mind darkened as Timo spoke, and suddenly everything went black. My consciousness suddenly returned, as if someone had turned off and then on a switch inside my head. I still remembered seeing it and also the contract. However, my mind was a jumbled mess of memories from two different lives. Somehow, what brought me out of this state of confusion was the coldness of the ground on which my face was almost glued. What? I blinked hard, staring at the wooden floor. I stood up slowly, resting one hand on the white wall of the corridor. The environment wasn't strange to me, but, at the same time, I felt it was. At least I knew I was in the hallway of the rooms of my new apartment in Kuo City. Recently, I, Milika's Gremory, had left Gremory Manor after a heated argument with my family. I demanded more freedom and privacy, both of which I envied in my aunt Rias' Gremory. However, the whole situation felt strange. I was sure about my motivations for the move, but I now knew it wasn't natural. It was something I had changed in the parameters before signing the contract. By the way, my memories of my other life were clear too. I was a salaried employee who worked long hours without a break, aiming for the position of commercial manager. I had no girlfriend or close family either. Well, at least that's in the past, I thought as I stood up. I had been a tired man in my other life, but now I was Milika's Gremory. I was born in the underworld as a noble devil and had all the memories of the last 17 years. It all makes sense now. I wanted freedom. In both lives. Now I have it. I straightened my posture and immediately felt my body respond with more energy than my old body ever could. The difference between a high-class young devil and a tired man was immense. Putting my thoughts aside, I followed the light at the end of the corridor. When I reached it, I found the living room of my apartment. Two spacious sofas, a wooden table between them, and a 42-inch television. Nothing extravagant like I had at Gremory Manor, but it was better than living in the mansion with so many servants and pairs of eyes everywhere. To my surprise, there were two familiar figures in the room. One of them was Rias' Gremory, my aunt, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Although we were only a few months apart in age, she acted like an older sister. Behind her, with her hands behind her back, stood Daikei no Himejima, Queen and Rias' best friend. Have you been to the bathroom already? Rias arched both eyebrows. That was quick. With her mentioning it, I remembered this situation. Shortly after Rias arrived at my apartment, she said she needed to talk about something and I agreed to listen, but then I got a headache and asked to be excused to use the bathroom before we talked. Now, what did she want? Chapter 2, Crimson Eyes. Have you been to the toilet yet? It was too quick. Oh. I forgot. I put a hand to the back of my head and answered. What did you want to talk about, we? You thought I was in a hurry, didn't you? I'm not. Please take it easy. I'm not going anywhere, Rias said with a closed smile. Not wanting to argue with her, I nodded in agreement and turned down the corridor. I walked to the bathroom and locked the door behind me. The first thing I did was face the mirror. My reflection still felt unfamiliar. My eyes, once as black as frosted glass, were crimson, and the features of my face were thinner and more striking. I put a hand to my chin, judging by my appearance. I didn't used to think of myself as ugly, but sheesh. Things really are different when you have noble blood. My scarlet red hair was always slightly messy, but that suited me. My new physical structure was also impressive, even for someone my age. I wasn't particularly tall or muscular, but I had a build above average for boys my age. Turning away from the mirror, I smiled with satisfaction. I really am Milika's Gremory. There's no doubt about it. This time, I will not live as an extra and... Ahem. Anyway, I'd better hurry back and talk to Rias and Aizen to see what she's here for. With a clearer head, I left the bathroom. When I returned to the living room, instead of immediately sitting down on the sofa in front of Rias and Akeno, I walked into the kitchen next door. The apartment followed an open concept style in the central area, so I could see Rias and Akeno following me with their eyes. "Are you making tea?" Rias asked. "From what I studied before I came, serving tea is a tradition in this country during conversations, isn't it? Besides, it's the least I can do as a host. The change of environment is already making you more proactive." I opened one of the kitchen cupboards, took out a teapot, and filled it with water, placing it on the stove. Then I took some cups and a tray from the cupboard and selected a green tea. As soon as the tea was ready, I put the 3 cups on the tray and walked over to the coffee table, placing the tray in front of Rias and Akeno. I took my cup and sat down on the empty sofa, blowing on it lightly. At that moment, a voice echoed in my mind. "Main scene started, 10 patrons are now watching this scene, your actions can make you earn prizes from the patrons." I almost let my surprise show, but I held back and took a sip of my tea. I still don't quite understand how it works with the patrons, so I'll try to stay focused on what's in front of me. Then I put the cup down, left it on the table, and looked at my visitors. "So, have you just come to welcome me to Kua City? Or do you have another goal in mind?" Rias left her cup on the table too. "You know me well, Milika's." "Yes, I have a reason for being here." She then looked at Akeno, who came out from behind the sofa and approached the coffee table. Gently, Akeno placed a wooden box next to the tray of cups. I frowned, not hiding that I was not understanding what this meant. And from Rias' satisfied look, she liked me not knowing what it was. "You really don't know what that is?" she asked. I stared at the box for a second, but nothing came to mind. "I have no idea." With a smile, Rias opened the box. Inside were chess pieces. I stared at them for a few moments. I knew exactly what they were. Unii-san believes that now that you've left the underworld, it's time for you to receive your evil pieces and start a peerage. He's entrusted me with the responsibility of delivering them to you. So the time has finally come. For any noble devil, receiving the evil piece was a milestone. A sign that he was ready to build his own peerage, gather admirers, and pave his own way into the world of devils. Rias took a sip of tea before continuing. "Surely, you understand the importance of this." "Yes, the evil pieces define my position in devil society. If I have a powerful group and win rating games, I learn titles and be respected. Otherwise, there's no point in carrying the Gremory surname. It's good that you're smart, so I don't have to teach you everything from scratch." Each evil piece had a value, and that value depended on the power level of both the devil who owned the evil pieces and the beings who would receive them. Pawns were the most abundant pieces, but they had a unique trick: they could be promoted to other pieces when they reached the opposing king's territory, meaning that, in a rating games, they could become as strong as a bishop, a rook, or even a queen. Those awarded the piece of a bishop received an increase in magical abilities. Rooks had immense stamina and strength. Knights were focused on agility, so they received a drastic increase in this attribute. Queens, on the other hand, combined the attributes of bishops and rooks and were the most powerful pieces after the king itself. And, of course, there was the king's piece, which was the devil himself who possessed the pieces. Here, there was an important detail. I took one of the pawn pieces from the wooden box and held it between my fingers. Rias practically read my thoughts when she saw me do this. "You must be curious about the value of your pieces," Rias said, and that made me look into her blue eyes. I knew that the power level of the bearer of the evil pieces directly affected how much each piece could carry. If a king was weak, even a talented human with average sacred gear could be an evil queen. But if the king was strong, someone who would normally be a queen could end up being just a pawn. When occupying the queen piece, multiple pieces, of either different types or the same type, might need to be used to recruit powerful members. How many pieces would it take to turn someone like Akeno into my queen? Rias put a finger to her chin and thought. "If we're talking about Akeno, and you don't have the queen's piece anymore, you'd probably need a knight and a bishop to gather or all your pawns." Akeno smiled with a smirk. Well, I'm honored that you consider me a parameter, Milika's kun." I looked at Akeno and smiled. Inside, I was wondering what my chances were with only 15 pieces in total. And did my father mention anything about expectations? If I remember correctly, he wasn't too happy about my decision to leave home and study at the Qua Academy. Rias leaned an elbow on the armrest of the sofa and rested her face on her right hand. He wants to see what you're going to do with these pieces. No pressure, I guess. You can go down to the underworld and recruit 15 devils straight away. I bet legions would queue up to accept you as master. Or you could do like me and wait until you find the right members. But he'll be judging me, I added. Exactly. With one more look at the pieces in the box, I took a sip of tea and said, understood. I'm going to have to think about this a lot. I can't wait to see what you do, Milikas. For now, Akano and I have an urgent matter to handle. I'll see you tomorrow at the Qua Academy. As soon as Rias and Akano left my apartment with a magical teleportation circle, I stood with those pieces in front of me, and the same voice appeared in my mind. Main scene over, there are no more patrons watching, you have received no credits. Try a little harder to entertain them next time. I took a deep breath and flopped down on the sofa. The feeling of knowing you're being watched is strange, but I only have myself to gain from it. That was true. I only had things to gain, as long as I could entertain the patrons enough for them to give me credit. Anyway, it's a relief to know that I won't be watched all the time. I just need to figure out what makes up a scene. At that moment, I remembered something else. So I stretched my right hand forward and spoke, inventory. Nothing happened. Part of me felt frustrated. I thought these reincarnations always came with an inventory, so I didn't even bother buying a skill like that. Well, no use crying over spilled milk. Now, how do I get that OMG ticket and summon the character I want? Suddenly, as if a light bulb went off in my head, I put my hands in my pants pockets. It was then that I felt my fingers touch something in my back pocket. When I picked it up, I saw it was a large golden piece of paper that looked like a golden ticket from the Fantastic Chocolate Factory. However, instead of it saying Wonka, it said OMG. It's time to use it to summon the woman who will be my queen. Chapter 3, Summoning a Queen. While I was holding the golden ticket in my right hand, I lifted it up and brought it close to my head. Then I closed my eyes and thought. Makama, the devil control. Makama, the devil control. At that moment, the golden ticket glowed so brightly that it lit up the entire living room of my apartment for an instant. When I opened my eyes, I saw before me a woman floating a few centimeters off the ground. She had salmon-tinted red hair and yellow eyes with concentric circles. Makama. I muttered in disbelief. Even knowing that I had summoned her, having Makama in the flesh in front of me was amazing. I could see that she was no longer a character from a manga. She was here. Real. Or at least she seemed real at first. In fact, Makama, as well as floating, was a little translucent. Beside her, there were two other Makimas. 3 different versions of the same character. The first, the one I was looking at, was wearing her characteristic uniform, a white shirt, a black tie, and dress pants. The second Makima was wearing a long black dress, and her hair was braided. And the last of the 3 Makimas was dressed similarly to the first, differing only in a long black overcoat. In front of each of these versions of the same character, there was a panel with a description of each of them. Apparently, this was there to help me make the best possible choice. Name of being, Makima, version 172, title, The Devil Control, race, devil, age, unknown, description. This Makima was altered by user 5655 through Akoto Amatsukami when she was about to kill him during a battle. The technique he put into her practically quenched her thirst for control. Trauma level, medium. Explanation. Contractor 5655 got bored because she wouldn't comply with his libidinous requests and sold her. Power level, currently low. Explanation. Devil Control's power is equivalent to the number of creatures under her control, and at the moment, there aren't any. I put a hand to my chin, looking at the screen with the information about the first Makima. I'd never thought about it, but the Kodo Amatsukami is one of the most powerful abilities in the entire Naruto universe. If it could subvert even Makima, I don't know who would be immune to it. After Makima version 172, there was a Makima with great trauma and average powers. She was the closest to what I could call the original version. And the last Makima, the one in the black dress, was the most powerful and dangerous of them all. According to her description, she possessed enough power to control all the world's human armies and legions of devils. I chose Makima because she is powerful and a devil, which will make it easier to explain her origin to the people of this world. So, the first Makima is the closest to what I want. She's not powerful, but she's under control. Choosing the other versions would be a long shot. With that in mind, I made my decision easy. The golden ticket understood my wish immediately and disappeared from my hand. Then Makima, in the white shirt and black tie, materialized. The other versions disappeared quickly, as if they were temporary illusions. When Makima finished materializing, her feet touched the ground lightly, and she seemed to wake up from a trance. She blinked a few times and glanced around her, moving only her eyes. Finally, she looked directly at me and, with a serious expression, asked, "You're the only one here. Am I right in assuming that you're my new owner?" I raised my eyebrows slightly, surprised that she was so direct and assertive. I couldn't expect anything less from her, I thought. I held out my right hand to her, palm up. She looked at my hand for a moment before extending hers too. When our hands touched, in a spontaneous gesture, I kissed the back of her hand. "My name is Milika's Gremory," I said with a quiet smile. "I don't see myself as your owner, but as your partner." Her eyes, which seemed to look straight into my soul, relaxed a little. "So, you're different from my previous owner," she murmured. "What do you know about the situation you're in?" My previous owner explained everything about the office and his contract, but this world we're in, it feels different from my own. It is new to me. She finally allowed herself to move her body to analyze her surroundings and looked at the television, the fridge, the sofas, and so on. "Despite that, not everything seems to be different," Makima said. "In fact, this world isn't so different from yours," I said, and Makima looked at me with an expression that was almost innocent. "Here, there are devils like you and me. There's also an underworld where devils live. Humans, cars, planes, weapons, all of that exists here too. The major difference here is that the existence and power of the devils is not directly related to humans. Most of the humans don't even know about our existence. We're just a different race here." "Excuse me, but did you say you're a devil?" "Yes, I belong to a noble family of underworld devils. And if you're wondering, my contract with the company has the main objective of making me one of the leaders of this world. I intend to complete this objective in order to rise to the rank of entity. Of course, this must remain our little secret. No one else in this world can know about it, understand?" I leaned forward, put a finger in front of my mouth, and winked with one eye. "Understood. If you are, in fact, able to become an entity, it will be interesting to work with you." I was surprised at how easily she accepted the situation. Perhaps the fact that she knew about the office gave her a practical view of things. And, for some reason, that made my respect for her grow. "So, do you already have a plan to reach that leadership position you talked about?" I nodded. "For now, the only plan I have is to make you my queen." "Queen?" "I'm going to need you to explain further. In this world, devils rise in society through raiding games. The devil's servants play a game alongside him against another family of devils. It's like a game of chess, where each king commands its pieces. I'm a king, and I want you to be my queen." I then tried to explain to her everything I could about the evil pieces and the functions of each piece. Makima remained silent until I had finished speaking. "In other words, you intend to give me the queen's piece and make me your main partner in winning these raiding games?" "Exactly. It's one of the best ways to gain influence, but it's certainly not enough. Frankly, I'd like to give away another of my pieces and reserve my queen. However, I feel you are powerful and I would lose my other pieces if I tried to use them on you and it went wrong. Thank you for that." As a noble devil, I could easily sense magical power. And magical power like that which Makima exuded all the time was not normal. Even if she was a weakened version of Makima, she had an aura that rivaled that of Rias' Gremory. Bishop or rook pieces couldn't withstand that power. "All right. I'll be your queen. No demands?" "There's no reason for that. You're my new master, and I'll be grateful if I can help you fulfill your goal. After all, helping someone become a leader of the underworld sounds like a lot of fun in any world." "I'm glad to hear that. Now, please lie down, and we'll make you my queen." I pointed to the sofa on my left. "It'll be simpler than it sounds." Makima looked at the sofa and walked toward it. She lay down, and I knelt beside the sofa. "Now, open your shirt," I ordered her. Makima looked at me from the corner of her eye. "You will not do something weird, are you?" I raised an eyebrow. User 5655 must have asked her some pretty strange things, I imagine. That must be why her traumas were described as medium. I smiled at her and said, "I won't do anything to you. But I need you to trust what we're doing, because I trust you." Makima liked what you said. You received +5 relationship points with Makima. Makima hesitated for a moment before nodding. She opened her shirt, revealing a glimpse of her black bra. I didn't look away. Carefully, I removed the queen's piece from the wooden box. Then I placed it onto her chest. The moment the garment touched her skin, it sank in without resistance, as if absorbed into her body. There was no pain or discomfort, just a faint magical glow. "How will we know if it's working?" Makima asked, looking at me. Just as I was about to answer, I saw her blink slowly and then her eyes closed. When she wakes up, The process will be complete, and she'll be my first servant. I'd love to sit here and wait quietly, but those relationship points I received earlier surprised me. I know it's from the Stardew Valley system. It makes me wonder how many points I have with other people I know. For a noble devil like me, having good relationships and contacts was as important as having physical and magical power. I stretched my right hand forward and uttered, "Open relationship system." Chapter 4, Hearts. Many years ago, the 4 devil kings, desiring world domination, led the devils against the God of the Bible, the angels of heaven, and the fallen angels in a great war. These kings died during the Great War, as did most of the 72 pillars of the underworld and their armies of devils. After their death, a group of their descendants sought to carry on their legacy and continue the Great War. They wanted to complete their clan's goal and conquer world domination. However, their intentions were thwarted by a faction of devils known as the Anti-Satan faction, who sought to ensure the survival of the devils as a species. This dispute of ideas led to a civil war between the devils, resulting in the defeat of the descendants of the original Satans. After their defeat, the surnames of the descendants became titles for the new rulers of the underworld. Meanwhile, the original Satan kings, those who died during the Great War, became known as the Old Satans. The positions of Satan, the leaders of the underworld, were divided: Sarsea Lucifer, from clan Gremory; Seraphal Leviathan, from clan Citri; Adjika Beelzebub, from clan Astroth; and Falbium Asmodeus, from clan Glacialibulas. These 4 devils were born with powers equivalent to, and in some respects even greater than, the old Satans. That's why they were chosen to command the underworld. I, Milika's Gremory, was the direct son of a Satan, Sarsea Lucifer, but that didn't make me heir to his position as Lucifer. Being a Satan wasn't a position that could be inherited, like a title or a noble house, but one earned through great deeds, conquests, and influence in the underworld, as well as among other factions. To achieve this, there were 2 paths for me. The first was to wait for a throne to be vacated and prove myself worthy, the second was to provide reasons for a 5th throne to be created for me. Considering that devils don't die of old age unless they live for many thousands of years, the Milikas of the original story, even though he was powerful as an adult, would likely never become a Satan. So, if I wanted to achieve my goal, I couldn't just sit back and wait. I needed to create my influence. Let's see how my relationship is with the other devils. Greyfire Lucifuge, 2 hearts, 0 out of 50, Sarsea Lucifer, 1 heart, 0 out of 25, Rias Gremory, 1 heart, 1 out of 25, Akeno Himejima, 0 heart, Konko Tuju, 0 heart, Yodo Kiba, 0 heart, Sona Citri, 0 heart, Makima, 0 heart, 5 out of 15, a drop of sweat dripped from my forehead. My relationships, even the most basic ones, were restricted to the small circle of my clan and the companions that Rias Gremory sometimes brought to our mansion. Looks like the memories of me being homeschooled for the last 17 years aren't wrong, I thought, scratching my chin. If I wanted to be more than just the son of a Satan, I would need to form alliances with powerful devils and, above all, strengthen myself with great servants. The first servant I already had, Makima. Next step: head outside and try to attract the attention of those patrons, enough to earn their support. If my memories are correct, I remember overhearing my mother talking with Rias about a boy who owned a sacred gear called Boosted Gear. That means Sai is out of the picture. So, are there any other potential members I can recruit from the main group? As I thought about this, a smile appeared on my face. Yes, there were certainly several people in mind. Specifically, 3. Suddenly, I heard a grumble. Looking over, I saw Makima getting up, still slightly groggy. Immediately, I knew I was right not to leave the apartment, because Makima had assimilated the queen's play much faster than I could have imagined. Despite this, Makima was rubbing her temples and had a slightly uncomfortable expression. "How are you feeling?" I asked. "My head feels like a train has crushed it. But I'm conscious." "Does that mean it worked? If you're not screaming in pain, your assimilation was a success." I crossed my arms. "However, you still need to rest. We'll be starting your magic training soon, and you need to be fully recovered." Makima stared at me for a few seconds, probably wondering if I was serious about magic. "We can," she said, trying to get up, but her body was so weak that she almost fell over. "Ouch." I grabbed her by the shoulders. "Don't push yourself. It'll take time to adjust. Your power is probably unstable right now." "That's not a problem for me." Of course it wouldn't be. "You weren't human," I thought, but only said, "Please, Makima-san, concentrate on resting. Go to my room, it'll be more comfortable than the sofa." "What about you? Where are you going?" "I need to check a few things." "Don't worry, I don't intend to fight without you." For the first time, Makima showed what looked like a smile and nodded. "Makima liked what you said, You have received +1 relationship point with Makima. She then got up from the sofa and, before she could fall, I kept her upright and helped her to my room. I had an extra room, but it didn't have any furniture yet, so my room would have to suffice for the night. Kua City was relatively quiet, and the residential area where my apartment was located was silent at night. In the apartments and houses, there were few lights on, and hardly anyone was walking around. The impulse to go to the Kua Academy was strong, but I shook my head and dismissed the idea. I already have class tomorrow. There's no point in going there now. My real goal was something else, a church far from the city. At the beginning of the anime, Rias had warned Sai never to go near a church because light stakes could suddenly appear over his head. But I knew that, at this moment, the only church in Kua lacked any relevant angelic presence. The only danger in that church were the fallen angels, and they weren't much of a problem. I walked through the streets of Kua leisurely, paying attention to the characteristics of this world. I had spent years inside the Gremory mansion, so the feeling of freedom at being able to walk alone was very good. When I got close enough to the church to see it, I felt a slight headache, and my legs stopped me. This was a sign that the place still had traces of sacred energy. However, it wasn't intense enough to affect me. So I put my hands in my pockets and kept walking. The church was on a small mountain, in the middle of a forest, and I had to climb a long flight of stairs to reach it. When I finally arrived, I saw the building illuminated by the pale light of the moon and several broken stained glass windows that had undoubtedly once displayed vibrant images of saints and angels. This church was abandoned a long time ago. Despite this, there were enough remnants of sacred energy to cause me discomfort like a persistent itch in the back of my mind. Normally, I shouldn't be able to enter this place, but like everything that touches man, this church had become corrupted. Also, there was no sound. No owls, no rustling of leaves, nothing but the discreet sound of my shoes on the dry earth. This only confirmed what I already suspected: this place was not empty. Main scene started. 4 patrons are now watching this scene. Your actions could earn you prizes from the patrons at the end of the scene, as I imagined. I just need to get close to something important for a scene to start automatically. So, let's see who's home so we can have some fun. With my hands still in my pockets, I took a few more steps forward, put a hand on the door, and with a gentle push, it creaked loudly and revealed the inside of the church. Inside the church, there were dozens of wooden benches for devotees to sit or kneel to pray. Speaking of which, up ahead, at the altar of the church, there was a figure kneeling with his hands together, apparently praying. It was a man with white hair. Even with his back turned, and unable to see his eyes, I could feel the bloodlust coming from him. Friedselsen. What a pleasure to see you're still here. I think my plan is more than obvious by now, but I'll explain. In need of parts, I intended to save Asia Argento, take her for myself and make her my healer, and, if possible, I wanted to do it without causing too much friction. However, the last part of this plan would not be possible. Fried stood up, turned around and then feigned surprise when he saw me standing in the church's doorway. Good evening, sir. I am the priest of this church. Have you come to pray or to confess? 5 patrons are now watching this scene. I took a step forward, then another, and started walking towards the altar. Confession? No. I'm not like the men who repent of their sins after giving in to their desires. I'm simpler. I continued walking while Fried looked at me. And you? Why are you praying to a being you know is dead? I don't understand what you're talking about, young man. God is not dead. Who has been preaching such nonsense? Understand that the word of God. The word of Arg. I can't even think of this name without feeling a little uncomfortable. Anyway, do you really want to mention it now? I interrupted him and took a deep breath. If that's the case, know that, according to the Apostle Paul, therefore, putting away falsehood, speak truth to each one with his neighbor, for we are members of one another. How curious, isn't it, Father? You dress like a servant of God. And pretend to be a blessed man, but you don't follow what you preach. What I see before me is a man who uses his faith in the sacred as a facade and, deep down, feeds on the very lies he tells himself. I'm not surprised you chose this place to hide your true nature. Finally, I arrived in front of the altar and looked Fried straight in the eye. His face darkened as if the moonlight had disappeared. Well, what makes a man like you, an immortal devil, question the faith of mortals? He asked, still serious. Don't judge me by my lineage or my race. Judge me by my actions and what I'm doing. And what are you looking for here, devil? I've come for Asia Argento. Fried let out a low chuckle, which turned into a laugh dulled with disdain. Asia Argento? Ha ha ha. It seems everyone suddenly knows about the holy whore. I'll give you some advice, kid, get in line. Just then, the sound of footsteps came from behind me. When I looked over my shoulder at the church door I had just entered, I saw Sai Hayao leaning on the door frame and taking a deep breath. Sai was a boy of medium height with brown hair. He was panting, with a confused look on his face and his forehead covered in sweat. What? Was the door open? It doesn't matter, okay, but what's going on here? Sai stammered to himself as he looked at me and Freed. He looked lost, but when his eyes locked on Freed, he straightened his posture, pointed at the priest and, with a trembling finger, exclaimed, "You! Or you too! Whatever! I don't know what's going on here, but tell me where Asia is now." What the hell? Looks like I'm earlier than I thought. Or late. Come to think of it, Rias said earlier that he had something urgent to deal with, I thought, and massaged my temples, already getting a headache from meeting the protagonist so quickly. At least that had a beneficial effect on something else. 8 patrons are now watching this scene, 11 patrons are now watching this scene, 15 patrons are now watching this scene. Chapter 5, Desert Eagle. Just as I was massaging my temples, I felt a shiver run down my spine. Then I lifted my head just in time to see Freed, with a savage grin, reach inside his cassock and pull out a pistol. Ahaha. He laughed like a maniac in ecstasy. Finally, a day worth living for. I'm going to kill 2 devils at once. Freed's index finger was already on the trigger, and he fired 1, 2, 3 shots. The bullets that came out of the silver desert eagle he wielded cut through the air. However, being a devil made my perception of time, when attentive, much sharper than that of a normal person. So, before the first bullet even left the barrel, my body disappeared from Freed's view. Sai, for his part, threw himself to the ground and hid behind one of the wooden benches to avoid the shots. Freed was confused about where I had gone, so he stopped shooting and started looking around to figure out where I had come from. Just as he was about to turn back, I appeared behind him. With the side of my right hand, I hit him on the back of the head and used enough force to make him faint with this blow. I may be a transmigrate, but I've also trained under Greyfire's vision all my life. I don't forget how a devil moves, I muttered to Freed. 25 patrons are now watching this scene. A group of patrons liked what you did. 50 credits have been sponsored. However, another group of patrons found the fight too fast and convinced others not to sponsor. They want action, but they also want fights drawn out like in Dragon Ball. Damn assholes. Sai then stood up from his cover. I gave him a serious look, and he started running toward me with that determined expression of an anime protagonist. You bastard. Tell me where Asia is now. Sai shouted. At that moment, I raised a hand toward him and made a clear stop gesture. Sai stopped abruptly, dragging the soles of his shoes on the stone floor, and I said, "Calm down, Sai. We're on the same side." I could see in Sai's eyes that his instincts were on high alert, probably because of the tense situation and the fact that he had just seen Freed, one of the most dangerous lunatics he and I had ever met, easily defeated by me. In his mind, I was probably so evil that I had defeated my ally. First of all, I'm Milika's Gremory, and I'm from your master's family. Sai's jaw dropped. Milika's Gremory? Are you related to the president? I nodded and held up a lock of my red hair to show that I wasn't lying. I'm her nephew, Sarsea Gremory's son, and I'm sure you've heard of him. I'm also here to help Asia, but before I tell you where she is so that you and I can save her. Sai, you need to promise me something. Promise what? He no longer glared at me, but with that determined look. I'll do anything to save Asia. I want you to promise me you'll let Asia be my bishop if we save her. Sai took a step back, looking at me as if I had just asked for something absurd. I realized Sai would have a hard time accepting this because he wouldn't have Asia as his companion, so the natural reaction was, That's impossible. I don't agree with that. Sai shouted, waving his left arm where the boosted gear was. You received -5 relationship points with Sai Hayao for going against his plans. I took a deep breath and gestured with one hand. Asia has the potential to be a powerful bishop and very useful in battle. After tonight, she'll have nowhere to go, and I'm offering her a home. You've seen a small demonstration of what I can do. With me, she'll be safe, and since you're Rias' servant, you'll be able to see each other constantly. Now, will you agree with me and save her, or do you just want Asia for yourself so much that you won't agree to my little condition? Sai looked at the ground, fighting his own feelings. So, you'll only help Asia if she becomes your bishop. Is that what you intend? I nodded, and Sai looked away for a moment. All right. If you're from the president's family, I know Asia will be safe, he said reluctantly swallowing his pride. I just nodded, without expressing much reaction, because a positive response was exactly what I was hoping to hear from Sai. Good. With that settled, let's save Asia. She's underground in this church. The secret passage is under the altar. Follow me. Guiding Sai through the church's underground passage, We descended a stone staircase lit by only a few candles mounted on the walls. Sai was tense, and I could feel the anxiety and anger emanating from him. At least these feelings weren't all directed at me. He wasn't just worried about Asia, he was furious with someone. At the end of the staircase, we found an enormous iron door with the marks of sacred incantations. But these enchantments were deactivated, indicating that Freed and the others had already acted. When I pushed the heavy door with both hands, we found something that made Sai hold his breath. From where we stood, we could see Asia, small and with long blonde hair, slumped on top of a stone altar at the end of the rectangular chamber. No. Sai's voice finally came out in a whisper before becoming a cry of despair. Asia. He ran to her, stumbling over his own feet and fell to his knees beside her at the altar. His hands trembled as he touched her face. Her skin was pale and lifeless. Chains still bound her ankles and one of her hands. Her chest was neither rising nor falling. Her eyes were closed, and a thin line of blood ran from the corner of her mouth. She was already dead. No. It can't be. Asia, open your eyes. Wake up. I already knew this would happen. But unlike Sai, I didn't see it as the end. Get up, I said to him. Sai turned his head towards me with tear-filled eyes. Shut up. Why are you so calm? This isn't a joke, she's. Humans don't come back to life. At least, not as humans. Then a red light shone on my right palm, and a small ebony box materialized, floating in the air before I grabbed it. When I opened the box, I pulled out a chess piece. A bishop. What? What are you doing? I'm going to fulfill the promise I made to you and save her. Without saying another word, I knelt down next to Asia and placed the piece against her chest. The garment sank as if into calm water, glowing faintly as it disappeared inside Asia Argento's body. She's going to wake up now, right? Sai asked. And how long will it take? It could take minutes or hours. But, as I said, she'll live. Don't worry. Sai looked at Asia, still unconscious. Can you carry her? I asked, standing up. Hey, wait a minute. He looked at me with an angry frown. You're asking me to carry her? Really? You're her master now. You're the one who's supposed to carry her. I let out a light sigh. That's not it. Then what is it, eh? Laziness? Are you kidding me? If you're going to make me carry her, at least admit you're just selfish and bossy. I ignored Sai's outburst and simply pointed with my chin toward the middle of the chamber. Sai froze before muttering, Yoma. Leaning lazily against a pillar was Rainer, a fallen angel, blocking our exit. Oh, Sai, darling. Are you holding another girl in your arms? And she's half naked. It hurts my heart. She put a hand over her chest and pouted, pretending to be sad. Rainer then smiled even more, tilting her head to the right. Kidding. I couldn't care less. Sai's face contorted in anger. You monster. What do you want now? I raised one of my hands. Enough. Rainer finally looked at me with more interest. Well. A red-haired devil? Funk. She sniffed the air, as if she could smell me from this distance. Ah, yes. That perfume is unique. A Gremory, isn't it? Should I feel honored to have two of you come hunting me? I don't have time for these jumpy dialogues. I replied coldly. Sai, take Asia and get out of here. But now. Rainer clicked her tongue. Oh, how rude. I was expecting something more polite from the nobility. Something more polite? Right. Please get out of my way, or I'll politely make you shut up forever. Rainer's smile widened. Great. I can't wait to see you try. She twirled a spear of light in her hand and licked her lips. Chapter 6, The Worst Liar. Rainer licked her lips, twirling her spear of light. Sai looked at me uncertainly after getting Asia onto his back. I could almost hear his thoughts, urging me to let him fight Rainer. However, no matter how much hatred he harbored towards Rainer, holding an unconscious girl and fighting a mortal enemy at the same time wasn't exactly a great idea. Sai, I told you to go. Rainer let out a low laugh. On, how cute. Do you want to be the hero of the night, little Gremory? Instead of answering, I just raised my hand and let the crimson energy of the power of destruction envelop my palm. Rainer clicked her tongue, and her expression changed. TSK. That could be a problem. With a swift thrust, Rainer swooped down on me and, with a single flap of her wings, closed the distance between us in the blink of an eye. 33 patrons are now watching this scene. 37, 45. I didn't panic at her speed. With my devil-may-care instincts, I could spot moves like this easily. With just one step to the right, I dodged Rainer's attack and sent her crashing into the stone wall at the back of the altar. With her feet embedded in the wall, Rainer raised her head and looked at Sai and me. At that moment, I crouched down to touch the ground. Meanwhile, Sai was already running down the stairs as fast as he could. "I won't let you escape alive, dear Sai," Rainer exclaimed, grinning like a psychopath. As she flapped her wings once more and flew off, aiming for Sai, the stones on the ground glowed sky blue for a second before rising sharply, creating a makeshift wall between me and Rainer. Basic transmutation. Redistribution of existing matter without violating the law of mass conservation. The mineral composition of this stone is basically silicate and metallic oxides, so the restructuring was simple. Boy, having Edward Elric's knowledge of alchemy is incredible. Rainer flew backwards to avoid colliding with the wall. TSK. She clicked her tongue once more, but easily cut through the wall with her spear of light. What was that? I've never seen magic like that. It's not magic. It's alchemy, I said with a smile and thought, as I imagined, alchemy would be very useful in battles against these initial opponents. I hope you're enjoying it, patrons. 60 patrons are now watching this scene. Alchemy? Damn it, I know an alchemist, and he definitely doesn't do that. Pity. Then I guess I'll show you some of my magic. I raised my left hand and channeled water magic, manipulating the humidity in the room to create needles of water above my head. With a snap of my fingers, these needles shot toward Rainer. The black-haired girl in the stripper outfit stretched her arms forward, summoning a barrier of light to block my attack. But while this distracted her, I took advantage of the gap. With a quick step, I dashed toward her, covering the distance between us in an instant. My left fist found a diagonal path to her stomach. Rainer spat blood and was thrown against the wall behind her with a thud. Go, Sai. Holding Asia, Sai ran towards the iron door of the place. I'm trying. She's heavier than she looks. Rainer, even stunned by my blow, heard this, and her pride gave her strength. Opening her eyes suddenly, she shouted at Sai. You're not getting away that easy. I want that sacred gear of yours too. She raised a hand as far as she could, creating several spears of light in the air that bypassed me and aimed straight at Sai. You've already missed your chance. I stomped hard on the ground, and several layers of stones rose behind me. Rainer's eyes widened at the sight of the walls rising between her and her target, and her spears hit only the protection I had created. Damn you. Fucking brat. Rainer snarled, flying just a few centimeters off the ground. By now, Sai had probably made it outside and was climbing over the obstacles to get Asia out safely, but Rainer no longer cared about him. Her gaze was fixed on me with insane hatred. You. I'm going to kill you. Rainer flapped her wings and shot toward me like a black arrow. Now she's lost control. I raised my right hand, and instantly, blue magic circles glowed in my palm. The moisture in the air condensed quickly, forming spheres of water that floated like stars in the partial darkness of the underground. Rainer shouted as she advanced. However, to someone of the caliber of a Gremory, Rainer seemed nothing more than a hysterical child trying to punch through a steel wall. My training practically took over in this situation. I tilted my head to the side, avoiding her spear thrust by the tiniest of margins. Do you really think you can hit me in the state you're in? I asked with a teasing smile as Rainer crashed into the walls with her own body. 83 patrons are now watching this scene. The walls came apart as I turned and took a step towards her. Rainer got up quickly and tried to strike me with another charge. This time, I raised one of my arms, and all the surrounding water transformed into a liquid whip. This whip stretched out like a snake and wrapped around Rainer's wrist before her spear could reach me. What? With a jerk, I threw her body to the ground, sending her crashing to the stone floor. Until she could miraculously recover, as she always did, I slammed my foot into the ground to activate another alchemical transmutation. Stone pillars emerged from the ground, trapping her arms and legs. Rainer, in desperation, immediately tried to struggle free. However, she was practically powerless. Free me, damn you. The magical power in my hands increased as I walked toward her. Rainer gasped, her breath showing her fear of death. You've lost, Rainer, I said in a calm tone, even though I was announcing something. Go to hell. She exclaimed. You know, that wasn't my plan. I was hoping I'd be further ahead in the order of events because one of my plans was to get you to join my group. You're strong, experienced, and intelligent. Well, intelligent to a certain degree. However, things haven't turned out the way I wanted. You've already done too much harm to Sai and also to my bishop, Asia. I can't invite you to be my pawn after that. Hawk 2. Rainer spat on the floor near my feet. A trickle of blood mixed with saliva ran down the corner of her mouth, and the look in her violet pupils was one of disgust. I would never work for a devil. I abhor them. You are all aberrations who should never have existed. We, the fallen angels, are the true superior race. Heaven is rightfully ours. It's our mission to take back what belongs to us and rule over everyone like the divine beings we are. I confess the intensity of her belief slightly surprised me. You talk about this supremacy and taking over heaven. Is that why Gokubi, you and some other fallen angels are planning to restart the war between the three great factions? Rainer's jaw dropped when she heard me mention her boss's name. How do you know about all this? I ignored her completely. I won't tell you how I know, but I can tell you that you and the others have forgotten one minor detail, Rainer. Tell me, who was the first fallen angel and the most powerful of you all? Rainer's eyes widened for a second, then she gritted her teeth. I smiled. Lucifer. The most beautiful and powerful of the angels. The one who tried to rise above everything. And ended up being cast down. You know he is the predecessor of all the fallen angels and also the father of devils. Rainer's expression contorted into fury, and she turned her face away. I took a step forward, knelt in front of her, and lifted her chin with the tip of my index finger. You've lost. It's over for you. Now, tell me, do you really believe in the superiority of your race, or are you just repeating Gokubi's idiotic indoctrination? Rainer struggled against the stone columns that held her. Say what you want. It doesn't matter. Well, I really tried to turn you into an ally, but it won't be possible. Besides, you're not as much fun as I thought you'd be. I extended my right hand toward her, and the magic circle with the power of destruction finally appeared. At that moment, trapped and the target of such powerful magic, Rainer knew that I no longer planned to spare her. But, like the good liar she was, she would try anything to survive. Suddenly, that angry expression on her face disappeared, and her eyes showed confusion and innocence. Please. She said in a sweet tone. Please don't kill me. That's not me. The truth is Rainer is possessing me. I am Yamamono. I never wanted to hurt anyone. She forced me to do those horrible things. Saikun. Asia-chan. I never wanted to hurt them. Sniff, sniff. I'm just possessed. Anyone who didn't know what Rainer was would feel sorry for her. Unfortunately for her, I knew her very well. Sorry, but those tricks don't work on me. The magic circle of the power of destruction in my hand widened, and the crimson glow of it lit up the entire chamber. Realizing that I hadn't taken the bait, Rainer's eyes widened. Wait. You can use me. I can be useful. Rainer shouted. And then, the power of destruction swallowed her whole. Crimson flames devoured her body so quickly that the fire went out before it fully appeared. Her wings burned last, and what little remained of her after the glow of the power of destruction faded dissolved into the air like ashes in the wind. In the end, nothing of Rainer was left. What a waste, I said softly. I didn't feel any remorse for her death. It was more for the lost possibility of using her. Even if I had tried to interrogate her, from the moment I saw her eyes filled with such repulsion, I would never have trusted a word that came out of her mouth. I let out a sigh and relaxed my shoulders. A large group of patrons liked the brutal way you killed the character Rainer. 100 credits were sponsored. I expected another message after the second one of those signaling that the scene was over. However, it didn't come. Confused, I scratched the top of my head. What's going on here? It was then that I felt a familiar magical power emanating from above me, on the surface. Looks like I'll have to face Rias and Aizen's scolding. Feeling Rias' magical power, I knew she had finished her part with the other fallen angels. As I took my first step to leave the altar, I felt like I'd stepped on something. I frowned and looked down. A pair of silver rings with green jewels were sparkling, emanating a faint magical aura. Ow! How did I almost forget that? I bent down and picked up the pair of rings. It was Asia Argento's sacred gear, Twilight Healing. I could take this for myself and have my own sacred gear, but what's the point of having Asia as my bishop if she can't use her healing abilities? I put it away in my magical inventory and calmly walked up the stairs to face Rias. It wouldn't be easy to explain what I was doing there when I was supposed to be in my apartment. Chapter 7, On San. When I went up the stairs and out of that secret passage under the altar, my eyes immediately fixed on Asia, who was lying on one of the first wooden benches on the left. She hadn't woken up yet. Sai was beside her, kneeling on the floor and holding her hand. From the way his eyes were glued to her face, it seemed he feared she would vanish in the blink of an eye if he let go. This feeling was understandable. After all, he had just seen her die and be reborn as a devil. However, Sai and Asia were not alone under the roof of the church. Next to Sai, with her back turned, was Rias Gremory. I recognized her easily by her long scarlet hair. It was unmistakable. Suddenly, Rias looked back and caught sight of me climbing the last few steps. The serious look was present on her face, so I knew what was coming. I sighed internally and thought, let's do it. Milika's Gremory. What the hell are you doing here? She said, crossing her arms and tapping one of her feet on the floor. Ah, there's the scolding. I raised both hands in surrender. Good night to you too, Aizen. Her eyelids lowered halfway as she gave me a disapproving look. Don't try to change the subject. You should be in your apartment. Safe. She uncrossed her arms and started walking towards me, gesturing with one hand like an older sister. At that point, I had two options. Backing down wasn't something I wanted, so I acted serious instead of playing dumb. I felt a sacred gear while I was exploring the city. I looked into her eyes, and she straightened her posture and didn't look so bossy. You felt it? Exactly. Logically, I got curious and came to check it out. When I entered the church, I asked the priest who was here, and he told me about Asia. Once he revealed where she was, your servant arrived, forcing me to use violence because the priest had gone mad. By the way, is that the pawn you and my mom were talking about the other day? Rias sighed and looked back. Yes, his name is Hueco. He carries the sacred gear model boosted gear. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sai, I said to him. Although we had little time or atmosphere to introduce ourselves beforehand, it was nice to have your help. Unlike many fans, I didn't hate Sai. Despite his questionable personality, he had a good heart, was loyal and powerful. I understood very well these were significant traits for an ally, which was why I acted nice to ease any anger he might feel toward me. However, the moment I attempted this reconciliation was wrong. Sai looked at me from over one shoulder and asked, "Did you kill Yoma?" Yes. She played with human feelings and killed Asia-san once. It would have been dangerous to spare her. Even in her final moments, she tried to deceive me, claiming to be a poor girl possessed by Rainer. Her misfortune was that I knew the game she was playing. Sai looked at Asia, clenched one of his fists, and gritted his teeth as tears flowed from his eyes. Damn. My first girlfriend. He muttered, crying silently. Rias looked at Sai with pity but said nothing. Then she crossed her arms and directed her eyes at me. Milikas, I know you're strong, but you put yourself in unnecessary danger this time. You shouldn't wander around meddling in other people's business without knowing the city better. The human world is dangerous for us devils, especially when we don't know what we're getting into. I'm sorry about that. I promise I'll try to control my exploratory urges next time, I said and bowed my head, because Rias was right. Some patrons liked your courage and also your humility. 100 credits were sponsored. Rias uncrossed her arms, and the expression on her face softened. My sincere apology smoothed things over. Now, what about Asia? You made her your bishop, didn't you? I nodded. My mother told me that this is one of the few ways to resurrect a human and, honestly, ever since I felt her sacred gear from far away, I knew I wanted her in my group. I then raised my hand and showed the pair of emerald jeweled rings. Twilight healing. Asia's sacred gear. Apparently, they performed a ritual to take the sacred gear from her. I suppose Asia died when Rainer took it from her. When Asia wakes up, I'll give it back to her. The details visibly surprised Rias, and she smiled. You were quicker than me this time, Milikas. I was also planning to make her my bishop if everything went wrong. Although I'm a little jealous, I'm glad Asia will be safe with you. Sai suddenly stood up and looked at us with wide eyes and a half smile, as if he'd had a great idea. But what if, there was a way of handing over command of Asia to Rias? That way, she'd be our companion, and she'd be much safer with us. It's possible, isn't it, President? He asked, then pointed at me with an uneasy look. I don't trust this handsome guy. How can I be sure he'll look after her properly? The mood changed instantly. Rias, who had been calmer, quickly turned to Sai with a fierce, red aura surrounding her. Sai. She growled in an abrasive tone. If you don't trust a member of my clan, then you don't trust me. You know that, don't you? Sai swallowed hard and cringed, as if he'd been slapped in the face by an invisible hand. It was no secret that he respected and trusted Rias above all else. I'm sorry, President. I didn't mean to. Sai mumbled, clearly unsure of what to say. Then please focus on the situation at hand. Rias turned to me, and although Sai's request had almost been overridden by his anger at me, she tried to address it. Milikas, be straight with me. What do you want in order to transfer possession of the... I shook my head negatively before Rias could finish, interrupting with a slight smile. Asia is non-negotiable, Rias. I won't give her up. If you truly want her in your group, you'll have to convince me otherwise. Sai's mischievous mind made him raise his head at my words. What do I need to do to convince you? Rias asked. If you want to start a negotiation, I'll agree to a trade. Give me a Kano, and I'll give Asia to you. I'd love to have a Kano as part of my team. Rias, who had expected a straightforward answer, was momentarily stunned. You want a Kano? No, that's not reasonable. That's what I thought. For me, Asia and any member of my team are non-negotiable too now and in the future. Otherwise, what kind of master would I be if my servants knew I could negotiate with them at any time? A malicious laugh came from my right, and everyone, including Sai, turned toward the sound. Akeno emerged from the darkest part of the church, where not even the moonlight could reach. Era. I'm honored to hear you'd like me on your team, Milika-sama. Her long ponytail swayed as she stepped beside Rias. Unfortunately for you, I'm loyal to the president and could never switch teams. Actually, Akeno, even if I had you, I couldn't make you my queen because I already have one. What? Sai asked. If you already have a queen. Where is she? He scanned the church, confused, as Akeno had just emerged from the shadows. She's at home. Assimilating a piece isn't easy. Rias's eyes widened, not just with surprise but also with a touch of jealousy. Who was this queen, Milika's? I gave you the evil pieces just a few hours ago. Don't tell me that. I waved my hand dismissively to ease her concern. No, I didn't take your advice to go to the underworld and hunt for volunteers for my team. Then how? Rias leaned forward, her flushed cheeks betraying her curiosity. I'll introduce her to you and our family at the formal ball this weekend. It'll be the perfect opportunity for you to meet her. I approached Asia, crouched down beside her, and carefully lifted her into my arms. She was as light as a sack of rice. Excuse me, I said to Sai, who stepped back, still bewildered. Focusing all my strength, I unfurled my devil wings, two large, black wings far more imposing than those of lower-level devils. See you later, Rias and Akeno. I'll see you tomorrow at Kua Academy? Of course. Akeno smiled and bowed briefly. Go to the old school building after class, Milika's. We'll discuss the division of contracts now that there are 2 Gremory in town. Okay. I'll be there. With my devil wings fully extended, I leapt through a broken window, leaving the church behind. Main scene over, there are no more patrons watching. 250 credits were sponsored during this scene. 250 credits have been added to your balance. I've won more than I thought I would, but, at the same time, it doesn't seem much about how much has happened. Anyway, at least that's something. Let's see what I can buy with that amount. Open store. The entity shop is closed. For some reason, the store is closed and my feeling is that this store only opens while there's a scene going on. Well, anyway, I can test it out tomorrow. The night wind whipped against my face as I increased my flight speed, and the church building quickly faded into the distance. With the city center approaching, I ascended closer to the clouds to avoid being seen by humans. As we flew high above the ground, I glanced at Asia and offered her a slight smile. You can open your eyes. You don't have to pretend to be asleep anymore. She hesitated for a moment, perhaps still uncertain and confused by everything that had happened, but eventually, her eyelids lifted, revealing those intensely green eyes. Is it true? Am I really a devil now? You've been listening since then? Do you hate me for what I've made you become? Asia raised her hands, showing the silver rings on each of her middle fingers, and shook her head in denial. No, of course I don't hate you. I feel like you did this for my sake, even though we've never met. So, now I know that there are many good devils. Not only Sai-san. There are good and bad devils, Asia, just as there are among humans, angels, and all the other races. You'll be safe with me, and I'll protect you with my life if I have to, because you're my family. That's something I can promise you. Asia's cheeks flushed as she avoided my gaze, her voice trembling slightly. Thank you, sir. I smiled in return, but my thoughts wandered as I reflected on the situation. I'd been so focused on addressing Rias earlier that I had forgotten to check on Freed Selzen. I should have cut his head off when I had the chance, but I didn't. Considering that he wasn't lying defeated at Rias's feet, it was clear he'd woken up and escaped before she arrived. At least I'll have another chance to kill him soon. Sir, am I too heavy for you to carry? Asia asked, her worried expression breaking through my thoughts. What? No, you're not heavy at all. I was just thinking about something I forgot to take care of. I glanced at her again, this time with a softer expression. By the way, Asia, you don't need to call me sir. Just call me Milikas, please. Asia's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of pink, and she nodded quickly, too embarrassed to say anything. Chapter 8, just a t-shirt. While I was taking Asia Argento to my apartment, I made a slight detour along the way. I slowed down a little and descended in altitude, approaching a large campus surrounded by red brick walls. A huge school building stood in the center of the campus, completely silent at that time of night. Still, it was an imposing building, like any traditional-looking academy. I landed in front of the main gate of this campus and carefully let go of Asia, allowing her to put her feet on the ground first. Asia looked around and recognized the place immediately. That's the famous Kua Academy, she said, looking at the building beyond the gates with her hands still close to her chest. We'll study here. We? She looked at me and seemed a little surprised. Yes, we will. Now that you no longer belong to the church, you need a place to study and make friends. I'm sure you'll find good friends at Kua Academy. However, unfortunately, you'll have to wait a while before you can start. I need to sort out some paperwork first, because you need a proper civilian ID to register, not to mention your uniform. Asia turned and looked at me with that twinkle in her eye and a docile smile. Waiting is not a problem for me, Milika's-kun. As long as I can be useful to you and meet good people to help, I'll be happy. She really was a kind-hearted girl. It was a little hard to believe that there were people as pure as her, and in fact, she might be the last one left in the world. I patted the top of her head, messing up her blonde hair a little. That's good to hear. Now, let's go to our house. She blushed briefly and nodded. In the next moment, a voice rang out in my mind. You saved Asia Argento from the hands of the fallen angels. You received +10 relationship points with Asia Argento. With that, I activated my wings once again and picked Asia up. She held my neck a little tighter as we took off. During the flight, I asked how Asia had ended up in Kua and with the fallen angels. Obviously, I already knew the whole story behind her excommunication, but I wanted her to know that I knew. She told me everything in as much detail as she could but was unrepentant about curing a devil, even though it had led to her excommunication. The flight was quick, and we soon landed on the balcony of my apartment. As I opened the glass door to the staircase, I realized everything was completely dark, except for the faint light of the moon, which was gradually being covered by a cloud. Keep quiet so we don't wake the... I was saying. Just as I was about to mention her name, the lamp next to the sofa was turned on and revealed a woman sitting with a piercing, yellow gaze at us. Where were you? Makima asked. She was cross-legged, with one elbow resting on the arm of the sofa, glaring at me. Asia, who was standing next to me, grabbed my shirt and partially hid behind me. Milika's-sama. Who was this woman? Asia murmured softly, and she held onto my clothes as if her life depended on it. I sighed internally and smiled reassuringly. She's my queen, Asia. Don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of. Asia widened her eyes a little, released my shirt slowly and took a step forward. Then, to my surprise and that of Makima, who was looking at Asia with a frown, Asia bowed in a gesture of respect. Makima-senpai, please teach me all about devils and this new life. At that moment, I saw Makima's expression soften considerably. She uncrossed her legs and leaned forward a little, putting a hand on her chin to look at Asia. Era. How interesting. You know how to bow properly. I laughed lightly, feeling slightly awkward. Makima, this girl here is called Asia Argento. I've made her my bishop. She will live with us from today. Please teach her everything I taught you. Right. If she is not a replacement for me, but an ally, I will accept that request. From now on, Asia-chan, you will learn everything from me. Asia smiled with relief. The next morning, when I woke up on a sofa in my living room, a strong smell of scrambled eggs was the first thing my senses picked up. With a slight yawn, I stretched and rubbed my eyes slowly. I looked in the direction from which the pleasant aroma was coming and I saw Makima with her back to me. She was wearing a white apron over a black shirt. When she heard me yawn, she looked back and said, "Good morning, master. Breakfast will be ready soon. You should change, so you're not late for your first day at school. By the way, your uniform has already been ironed and is ready." She pointed with her chin to the coffee table in the living room, where my school uniform was neatly folded. Right, thanks. I'll be right back. I got up from the sofa and dragged myself to the bathroom to change. I quickly put on my white shirt, the black blazer typical of Japanese schools, black pants, and shoes. As soon as I got back to the dining room, I sat down at the wooden table with 4 chairs in the space between the living room and the kitchen. I leaned my face on my right hand and my elbow on the table as I watched Makima prepare our breakfast. This was a very peaceful part of the day, so I just allowed myself to enjoy the sight of my queen stirring the frying pan and the peaceful wind coming in through the balcony door. However, this moment of tranquility was interrupted moments later by a yawn coming from the corridor. I turned my head and saw Asia Argento coming out of my room. Surprisingly, she was no longer dressed in the nun outfit she always wore, but just a white t-shirt that looked oversized on her small body. Just a t-shirt also meant that she wasn't wearing anything else underneath. My mind short-circuited slightly. What the hell? The t-shirt was obviously mine, considering how big it was on Asia coming to just above her knees. My face warmed slightly when Asia, still very sleepy, rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand and squinted a little, allowing me to catch a glimpse of her white panties. She then walked over to the table, completely oblivious to the situation. "Gee, good morning, Milika's-sama." She smiled meekly, not seeming to notice anything amiss. I swallowed before opening my mouth. "Asia. Where are your clothes?" Just then, Another voice spoke up before Asia could answer. We had to put our clothes in the wash, Makima said, stepping out from behind the kitchen counter. Then, seeing Makima's full body, I noticed she wasn't wearing any pants either. A black t-shirt of mine was all she was wearing, and it was even shorter on her than on Asia. This meant that I could fully see her shapely legs and a bit of her panties too. Makima approached the table with a plate of scrambled eggs in her hands, placing it in the center of the table as she stared at me. Master, women can't wear the same clothes for 2 days without washing. So last night, before we went to bed, I put Asia's and my clothes in the Washington. The only clothes we found in the closet were yours, so using it was the solution I found. Asia just nodded in agreement, although her cheeks were slightly red. Right, concentrate. You're a Gremory, for Lilith's sake. And it's not as if you've never seen a half-naked woman before in both your lives. I coughed to disguise my moment of thought and focused on a practical solution. I'm going to give you money to buy clothes today so that you don't get bored stuck in this small apartment. But wait until your clothes are dry and go out in them, not mine. Makima let out a small sigh and crossed her arms. We're not stupid, Milikas. We know that very well. Minutes later, we finished our first breakfast together. The scrambled eggs with toast were delicious, and Asia seemed excited to set the table and clear the dishes. As I was about to leave the house, Makima walked me to the door. I heard you worked hard yesterday. Today, concentrate on trying not to bring another girl home, Makima said, and I found it a little difficult to discern whether she was joking or serious. I'll try my hardest, I said and took my wallet out of my pocket, pulling out a few thousand-yen notes and handing them to Makima. She took the money and put it in the side pocket of her apron. Then she came a little closer and adjusted the collar of my uniform. Do me a favor. My master can't go out looking messy like that, she said as she tidied me up and then brushed the dust off my shoulders. Finally, Makima smiled as she realized I was deliberately avoiding eye contact because of how close she was to me. Makima thought your reaction was cute. You received +2 relationship points with Makima, now you look presentable. Thank you. I took a step back and waved. See you later, and take care. As soon as she nodded and closed the apartment door, I put my right hand on the left side of my chest and felt my heart racing. Damn. We really looked like a married couple for a few seconds. I wanted so much. No, it's best to wait a while until our relationship improves before making any advances. For now, I just needed to concentrate on my first day at the Kua Academy. Chapter 9, Human School. In the morning, the entrance to the Kua Academy was much busier than when I visited at night. The uniformed students were walking in groups, laughing and chatting about everyday gossip. With a black bag slung over my right shoulder, I looked at this scene and felt a little strange. Waking up early and going to school was the first thing that had caused me mixed feelings since I arrived in this world. High school in my life was pretty normal, I guess. In fact, I always despised school in a way. I thought it would just be an unimportant stage for the rest of my life, a period in which I didn't have many responsibilities and only attended to avoid being held back due to excessive absences. Of course, I needed minimum marks, but that was never something I had to work hard to achieve. I spent classes and classes sleeping or playing on my cell phone. I never attempted to make friends beyond the ones I'd had for years, and I never aimed to excel at anything either. In the end, I was nothing more than an extra in my school life. Involuntarily, I let out a sigh after thinking about it. Then I raised my head and looked at the main school building. Let's do this. I took the first step through the iron gates, and as I walked across the dirt courtyard, I felt a few eyes on me. They were subtle glances at first, but soon they multiplied. With my special devil's hearing, I could hear what some students were whispering among themselves. Look at that red-haired boy. He's too handsome. Eh? He looks like a model. Is he a new student? I've never seen him around here. Wait, that red hair. It reminds me. I smiled and waved at this group of girls who were talking about me. They stopped talking, blushed, and smiled as they waved back. I wasn't blind to my appearance. Even among devils, I knew I was someone attractive, even among devils. After all, most devils were ugly, and that also applied to several noble families. I have my father and mother's great mix of genes to thank for that. So I understood both the looks of admiration from the girls and the looks of envy and anger from the boys. And, to be honest, I liked that. But for the time being, my priority wasn't my appearance. So, I paid little attention to those looks after the first 5 minutes. I made my way to the teacher's room, where I was given some documents to sign and a teacher guided me to my class. Class, we have a new transfer student, the teacher said. I took a step into the room, scanning the faces in front of me. Please introduce yourself to the class, the teacher said and gestured to me. Sure. Good morning, my name is Milika's Gremory. I hope we can get along. A buzz started right away. Did he say Gremory? And no way. Is he related to Rias Gremory? Is he her brother? Okay, Milikas, the teacher said. Sit over there next to Himejima-san. She's the class representative and will help you with any problems you have. My gaze followed where he pointed, and indeed Akeno was sitting near the windows at the back of the room, in the classic main character and love interest seats. Akeno looked at me with an indecipherable smile, and I heard a boy mutter, "You bastard, you're going to sit right next to the Academy's second beauty." With a nod to the teacher, I walked over to the seat pointed out and sat down next to Akeno. "Welcome, Milikas-kun," Akeno said. "Thank you, Akeno-senpai," I replied with a slight smile, and used the honorific senpai because I respected her so much. As soon as the school break bell rang, exactly what I had suspected would happen happened. I stood up to go to the bathroom, but a large group of girls from the class surrounded me. "Milikas-san. What's your relationship with Rias-chan? Where did you live before? Scandinavia? Italy? What kind of girl do you like, Milikas-san? Are your eyes naturally the color?" The flurry of questions came so fast that I had to raise a hand to stop them. "One question at a time, please," I said with a lopsided smile. "Rias is my aunt, so you might hear me call her onsen when we meet here at the academy." I used to live in America, and yes, my eyes are natural." Most of the girls seemed excited just to hear my voice. It was strange. Most girls think you're very handsome and charming. You received +3 relationship point with the girls at Kua Academy. I raised my eyebrows. What? I did nothing, yet I got points with everyone. That's too easy. Looking good really has a lot of advantages. Most boys think you're stuck up. You received -5 relationship points with the boys at Kua Academy. Well, I guess it doesn't have as many advantages as I thought. Just when I thought I'd finished answering the girls' questions, I casually announced, "Well, I'm going to the restroom." Unfortunately, I had underestimated the impetus of teenage girls. They quickly formed a barrier around me, preventing my passage. "Milikas-san, have you ever had a girlfriend before? Do you like younger or older girls? Milikas-san, can we exchange contacts online?" This is getting problematic, I thought. At that moment, a hand gripped my wrist tightly, and I looked over to see Akeno Himejima pulling me along. "Excuse me, girls. I need to borrow Milikas-kun for a little while to introduce him to the school while there's still time." Without waiting for a response from the girls or thank you from me, Akeno pulled me out of the crowd and led me out of the room. Now away from the commotion, Akeno walked beside me with her hands behind her. After a few seconds of silence, she was the one to break it. "How are you feeling on your first day at Kua Academy?" "Well, I thought humans were less clingy." She laughed. "Ah, they're much more persistent than the devils of the underworld imagine." I scratched the back of my head, trying to think of something to say. I studied a lot about humans before I came to the upper world, but no book on honorifics and bathrooms has taught me as much about humans as these last few days. Studying about them and their behavior is different from experiencing it. That's why Rias pulled some strings to get you to stay with me. I mean, you've lived most of your life in the underworld. She figured it might be difficult for you to adapt to the human environment without a bit of help, considering that the worldview and upbringing between these two worlds are different. Anyway, don't worry too much about it, Milikas-kun. I know she asked me to do this for your own good, and I'm your classmate, aren't I? The best, I said with a smile. Akeno Himejima appreciates your sincere compliment. You have received +3 relationship points with Akeno Himejima. There he is. Suddenly, a shout interrupted the friendly moment between Akeno and me. We turned our heads toward the sound and saw a trio of boys. In front of them was Sai, with a dramatic expression on his face. There's the handsome bastard. And he's hanging out with Akeno-senpai? Sai-kun? Akeno and I said at the same time. When the president informed me about you, I knew you'd try something. Are you still trying to steal Akeno-senpai from the president? I'm not. It doesn't matter. Just know that you're under my watch. The two boys behind Sai, who I recognized as his pervy friends Motohama and Matsuda, looked at Sai with confused expressions. Sai, do you know this guy? Motohama asked. Is that why you suddenly left the room? That's Milika's Gremory. He's Rias-senpai's nephew. Sai declared, still pointing at me. Nephew of the unattainable S-rank beauty, Rias Gremory? Matsuda exclaimed. That guy has the same hair color as Rias-senpai, and that pale skin. It's definitely true. Motohama adjusted his glasses and said. And then, as if they had completely forgotten that Sai was against me, the two of them rushed up to me and started bombarding me with questions too. What's Rias-senpai like as an aunt? Is she one of those clingy aunts or more of a bossy type? Does she bake cookies for you? And when she's at home, Does she wear casual clothes, cute pajamas, or rather, nothing at all? Motohama even had a notebook in hand to write down my answers. Enough. Don't stand too close to him. Sai scolded and grabbed his two friends by the collars of their uniforms, and started dragging him backwards. If you don't, this guy might steal you away and make you his friends instead of mine. Sai, let me go. I still have questions. We want to know a lot more about Rias-senpai. Even as they were being dragged away, they continued shouting questions while disappearing down the corridor. Akeno covered her mouth with one hand and let out an amused laugh. Looks like you've made quite an enemy, Milika's-kun. I didn't even do anything. I think he's still angry about what happened last night. Ah, that explains things. I already knew that Sai would be angry with me after I stole from a member of his future harem. So, as much as I could ignore him for the time being, this relationship would quickly become untenable. In other words, at some point, I would have to either great ally for my plans to become a Satan or make him an official rival. However, that didn't matter for the moment. First, I needed to solve my problem of being with the empty wallet because a sizable chunk of my money had been given to Makima and Asia to buy clothes. I was a noble devil, and yes, I could ask my family for money, but I was close to the age of majority, and continuing to ask for money like this wouldn't be ideal. I needed to take my first steps into the lucrative world of devil contracts. So, after school, Akeno guided me to the old school building where the Occult Research Club was located. Chapter 10, Amulet Celestial. Compared to the main building, the old Kwa Academy building had a completely unique aura. It was an even older-looking building, made of wood instead of bricks, with large windows and a completely old-fashioned look. From the outside, anyone looking at this place from any angle would see this building as something ancient and shabby. The structure was reminiscent of a classic mansion, surrounded by tall trees. However, as I walked through the doors, I saw how clean and refined the interior was, with elegant Victorian-style decor. The floor was covered in a luxurious red carpet, and the walls were lined with bookcases and refined furniture. It looked more like the parlor of a noble Victorian estate than a simple meeting place for a school club. Akeno led me up the stairs and then down a corridor to a double door, where she knocked lightly before turning the handle and pushing open the door. So I entered and I saw an oak desk cluttered with piles and piles of yellowed papers. Behind all these papers stood Rias Gremory with a small feather quill between her fingers. Rias looked up at me, and her face quickly changed from seriousness to a closed smile. Milikas, how nice of you to come. I couldn't put it off. We have some things to talk about. Akeno, please prepare tea for us. With pleasure, President. Akeno withdrew, leaving us alone. I approached the desk and sat down in an armchair opposite Rias' desk. So, how was your first day at Kwa Academy? Rias asked as she finished writing something on the paper in front of her. A bit eccentric. Let me guess, the girls chased you around, bombarding you with questions. Yes. How do you know? The same happened to me, to Akeno, and also to the others here at the club. Except for Sai. She put a hand to her chin. I think it was because he already had a bad reputation before he became my pawn. Anyway, what was it like spending your first night with your queen and bishop? Uncomfortable. She raised her eyebrows, and I quickly continued. I had to sleep on the sofa to let them use my bedroom. Besides, they were both out of clean clothes, and I had to give them money. A small smile appeared on Rias's face. It's a master's job to look. Wait, did you say both out of clean clothes? Is your queen a woman? She raised her head and looked at me in surprise. Isn't that a prerequisite for a queen? Rias sighed and put the document she was writing in a small pile to her left. Not necessarily. Most devils are their own kings, but queens aren't always women. I see. By the way, can you do me a favor? If it's about Asia, it's already being handled. As I had my eye on her, I was already taking care of the paperwork when you took her for yourself. So, you already know about her story too? Yes. Sai told me everything. I bowed my head to Rias. Thank you for taking care of that and for making Sai understand the situation so easily yesterday. She waved her hand in front of her face. That's what family is for. Anything I can do to help you, I will. Anyway, you came here so we could sort out the devil contract situation, right? Exactly. I need to earn money, and now that there are 2 Grimoires in town, it wouldn't be fair to leave all the work to you. Good. Then let me explain how the devil-human contract system works. In the world of devils, contracts are our fundamental way of earning money and interacting with humans. In essence, a human makes a request, and a devil can accept that request for compensation. This compensation can be many things: money, influence, favors, or mana. Contracts are divided into categories. The most common are low-level ones, such as helping move furniture or keeping someone company during an activity. These contracts yield little, but they are a constant source of income and cannot be underestimated. Rias then opened a drawer and took out a scroll, unrolling it on the desk. Intermediate level contracts are rarer and demand more from the devils. These usually involve deeper desires, such as sex, power, or protection. The rewards are greater, but so are the risks, which is why certain devils are assigned to these tasks. We can't always fulfill the exact request, but it's still possible to use words to persuade humans to give us what we want in exchange for a minor favor. What about high-level contracts? I asked. Those are the most lucrative, but also the most dangerous. The humans who make these requests are usually already involved with devils in some way. Sometimes they're magicians or occultists, sometimes they're even hunters. Depending on the contract, it can bring enormous benefits or colossal problems. Luckily, these contracts are very rare. I crossed my arms and nodded. So, which contracts should I start with? Kuo City is an inland city in Japan. There aren't as many intermediate-level requests here as in Tokyo. However, there are so many low-level requests that they pile up easily, as you can see. She looked at the stacks of papers. As you're just starting out, I want you to start at the bottom like everyone else. When you accept one of these contracts, all you have to do is use the teleportation seal and go to whoever is calling you. Here's one I've set aside for you. Rias then handed me the parchment she had taken from the drawer. As you can see, the parchment details the request. I took the parchment and read the request carefully. I need someone to help me in the kitchen of my restaurant overnight. The traffic has exploded, and the waiters are charging too much to stay overtime. I need agile and efficient hands. Guaranteed payment for fast, quality service. Mayumi Tanaka. I raised my eyes to Rias, who was watching me and commented, seems like a simple request. Yes, which is why it's ideal for your first contract. This way, you can get used to the process without unnecessary risks. Fair enough. The magic circle is here. There's just a slight change in the runes compared to ours and... Nizan, you're worrying too much about me. I know perfectly well how a teleportation magic circle works. She smiled. Right. I'm sorry about that. Maybe I'm overprotective, but you already proved to me yesterday that you can take care of yourself. I took the contract and stood up. It's okay to be careful. I like your attention. Anyway, I'm going to do this now because I still need to earn money to buy dresses for my companions to wear at the formal ball this weekend. When I get used to it and introduce them to the contracts, we can split the contracts equally to ease your burden a little. I'm counting on it, Rias said. With a slight smile, I activated the magic circle. A crimson glow emanated from the paper I was holding, and in the blink of an eye, I was in the middle of a back corridor in a city block. To my surprise, when I opened my eyes, I saw a woman throwing trash into a garbage bin. This woman looked to be in her 50s, with hair tied up in a messy bun under a kitchen cap, and she had certainly seen me emerge from a magic circle. What? You're already here? I hope you're Mayumi Tanaka, otherwise it'll be hard to explain what you saw. She laughed. Yes, it's me. I threw the flyer away because I didn't think it would work. At that moment, I looked down and saw that I was standing on a small piece of advertising paper featuring a magic circle and the words, "Got a wish? Call us." Are you a demon? I imagined you with redder skin and horns. Mayumi Tanaka said. Demon? No, I'm actually just a devil. Demons are far older and more powerful. Even so, I'm at your disposal to help you however I can in your restaurant. Mayumi looked me up and down. Can you cook? Not much, but I can learn fast. Right. She sighed. I don't have much choice. If you know how to cut vegetables, you'll be a great help. With a wave of her hand, she invited me into the restaurant, and I soon found myself in its sophisticated, bustling kitchen. Pots were boiling on the stove, ingredients were scattered on the counters, and waiters were rushing to take orders. It was chaos. Pay attention, kid. The orders are on this screen, and the faster you go, the better for me. I looked at the dishes listed: ramen, tempura, tonkatsu, yakisoba. Pretty complicated stuff for someone like me, who knew little about cooking. In my past life, I basically survived on highly processed food and food. You look healthy, but let's see if you can keep the pace here, Mayumi said as she walked to the other side of the kitchen. Start chopping those vegetables for the yakisoba. If you're good, I'll show you how to prepare the ramen broth. On the counter in front of me, there was an apron, a knife, and a pile of vegetables. Would my sword training help make this easier? Well, I don't think so. Handling a sword and handling a knife are two different things. Optional scene started. 3 patrons are now watching this scene, right on time. Wait, this time the voice calls it an optional scene and not a main scene. That must mean there are different types of scenes. There's still a lot of mystery about how this scene system works, But I can't complain because it's helped me. And I really wanted a scene start now so I could test something out. Open store. I thought with my right hand stretched forward. The entity shop is open, the voice in my head announced. It was exactly as I had imagined. The store could only be accessed during scenes. Then, a series of holographic screens appeared before me on the counter. Special offer. Ring of Invisibility for 50,000 credits, special launch. Flying carpet is available in various sizes for 2,000 credits, flash offer. Fit everything bag, perfect for adventurers, for only 900 credits. I frowned, annoyed by all these pop-up ads, and most of the items were way too expensive. So I just tapped on those screens and pushed them away. To my surprise, that was enough to make them disappear, leaving only the search bar. Kid, how are things going over there? Mayumi asked from the other side of the kitchen as she prepared a yakisoba in a large frying pan. I'm fine, I said and grabbed the knife from the kitchen to pretend I'd already started work. I'm not even going to bother with this store because I already know what I want. I remember seeing this item when I was looking for items that seemed useful before signing the contract. The moment I typed two simple words accelerated evolution, a whole list of items appeared. Among them, one seemed perfect for what I wanted. Item, Amulet of Celestial Growth, type, magic accessory, description, a small glowing orb that, when equipped, hovers above its wearer's head. This amulet speeds up the wearer's learning, making them more efficient in a wide variety of skills. When activated, a sense of clarity and focus takes hold of the wearer. Effects, accelerated improvement, significantly increases the learning rate in the following areas: cooking, mechanics, charisma, physics, logic, and creativity. The orb is invisible, but can be felt if someone tries to touch it. Cooldown, none. Price, 80 credits. Do you want to buy the item Amulet of Celestial Growth? Yes or no? I really wanted to buy this before, but I had more important things to choose from that couldn't be obtained later, like my inheritance. Now that I have the credits, I will not let this opportunity pass me by. After all, this item reminded me a lot of the growth system in The Sims 1, which I was addicted to as a child. I thought about it and immediately bought the item. 80 credits have been debited. The patrons don't understand the reason for buying an item like this, as they believe you could have bought a cooking skill. I smiled and whispered, and what fun would it be to buy a skill and not enjoy the process? With the amulet equipped, a floating orb appeared over my head. Then, not wanting to waste any more time, I grabbed a piece of cabbage and tried to cut it in half. My first cut with the knife was clumsy, too thick and uneven. Okay. My knife skills in the kitchen are practically nil now, but what if I keep doing the same thing? I kept cutting the cabbage as best I could, and all the cuts I made were far from perfect. However, I soon felt my dexterity increase, and the slices got thinner. Congratulations. You've reached cooking, level 1, there you are. The entity named Countess of the Iron Pot is impressed by your rapid progress. 50 credits have been sponsored. Mayumi, on the other side of the kitchen, looked at me over her shoulder as she shook the pan. You're really fast. Be careful not to cut yourself. Relax. I'm a fast learner. If you're comfortable with that, stir the ramen broth behind you. Don't let it boil too much and add the spices little by little. Don't add too much or too little. Behind me was a large pot on low heat on the stove. The broth was almost bubbling and exuded a rich aroma. I picked up the large wooden spoon next to it and started stirring, but the first spices I threw in were so poorly distributed that they formed small lumps on the surface of the broth. Mayumi noticed my expression and shouted, "If you think the flavor isn't balanced, add more water to dilute the broth." And so, little by little, I got the hang of it. Minutes later, the broth had a more balanced aroma and taste that didn't irritate the nose. You seem to be doing well there. The next thing you're going to do is fry the tempura. It's simple, dip the carriages in the batter and fry until golden brown. The first batch was drenched in oil. The second was almost burned. But by the third attempt, I could already feel the difference. Congratulations. You've reached cooking, level 2, Mayumi approached, looked at the golden tempuras I had taken out of the fryer, and raised an eyebrow. You've never cooked before, have you? No. Then how the hell did you get better so quickly? She gave me a suspicious look and then laughed loudly, looking proud. As the minutes passed, the pace in the kitchen increased. The orders kept coming in, but I could already keep up with the flow because my job wasn't too difficult and I was naturally fast. However, the third level of cooking didn't come as quickly as the others. As I imagined, it's like in The Sims. The skill progress bars go up more and more slowly and you have to dedicate more time to climbing. Looks like it's going to be really hard for me to get to level 10 quickly. Now, I could chop vegetables and cook a broth like a pro, so the other cooking-related things were just a matter of time too. Besides, I probably didn't need to be in the kitchen to learn about cooking. A TV show or even a book could help me improve. The shift passed quickly. Before I knew it, the kitchen was quieter, and the number of orders had decreased. Mayumi watched me with her arms crossed. Okay, I admit you have talent. And you were a great help today. So, the contract has been successfully fulfilled. She laughed. Of course it has. Here's your payment for the 4 hours you worked. I counted the bills quickly, and they added up to 16,000 yen. Before I left through the back doors, I heard Mayumi say to me, if you come back, I'll test your skills with more difficult dishes. I'll remember that. See you later. Optional scene over. 50 credits were sponsored during this scene. 50 credits have been added to your balance. Current balance, 220 credits. There was no need to go back to Kuo Academy since it was already so late, and I could do the contract report later. So, I flew back to my apartment as quickly as I could. I had left Makima and Asia alone for a whole day, and that worried me a lot. Even though Makima had been acting normal so far, I was still afraid that her original nature would somehow manifest at some point. When I landed on the balcony of my apartment, I realized that the living room lights were on. I pushed open the glass door and stepped inside. The room was quiet. Too quiet. Makima? Asia? I called out. There was no reply. The living room was tidy, and I could see that the kitchen and entrance hall were as well. I looked around, checking every corner, but nothing seemed out of place. Maybe they'd gone to sleep? I walked to my room and pushed open the door, but the bed was empty. Sheets spread out, no sign of anyone having lain there. Something was wrong. Suddenly, I heard a sound coming from the hallway. That was when I noticed that there was a bit of light leaking from under one of the doors, the bathroom door. Just as I was approaching and nearly relieved, thinking that they were just taking a shower, I heard Asia's voice pleading, Makima-san, please don't do that. I don't want to. Chapter 11, Relationship Points. My heart almost leapt out of my mouth when I heard Asia's trembling voice whispering, Makima-san, please don't do this. I don't want to. My instincts went into high alert, and a bizarre scene appeared in my mind. Immediately, I took a step forward, grabbed the handle of the bathroom door, and opened it swiftly. Makima, leave the as. My voice died in my throat. The steam from the hot water enveloped the bathroom, creating a sensual haze in the air, and amid all this steam, Makima was kneeling behind Asia, holding the blonde's shoulders with one hand while holding a bath sponge in the other. They were both completely naked, with Asia sitting on a stool. It was then that I realized my mistake. Makima wasn't hurting Asia, but holding the girl's shoulders so she could soap her. Asia turned her head towards me, her green eyes blinking repeatedly in confusion before going completely wide. Her face, which was already flushed from the heat of the bath and Makima's touch, turned as red as a tomato. Milika-san? Oh, you've arrived? Makima asked, smiling as if nothing was strange about the situation. My mind failed to find words. Makima had an impressive body, with beautiful curves and much more muscle than I had imagined she would have. Her breasts were big enough to sway when she turned to look at me. Asia's body was more delicate, with small breasts, a slim waist, and slender legs. Makima moved her hand away from the bath sponge and asked, Master, do you intend to keep watching us like this? Or are you here to join us? I realized I had been staring too long. I felt the blood rush to my face. I'm sorry, I said as I closed the door. I turned around, leaning against the corridor wall. My heart was beating fast, and my breathing was rapid. What was that? The whole scene lasted only a few seconds, but, for me, that bathroom door seemed to be the gateway to heaven. Their completely naked bodies were an image hard to forget. The white skin, the droplets of water running down their thighs, and the streams of water flowing between their breasts. I had received too much stimulation in just a few moments, so much so that my mind was still processing everything I had seen. A few minutes later, the girls came out of the bathroom dressed in their new pajamas. Asia still looked a little embarrassed by the situation but smiled shyly at me. I'm sorry for the embarrassment, Milika-san, she said. It's been a long time since someone washed my back, so I felt a chill when Makima-san touched me with a sponge. I was slightly surprised that she knew I had gone into the bathroom because she realized I thought something was wrong. It's okay, Asia. You were just showering together, and I misunderstood, I said, sipping some tea and pretending to be calm. I see you've bought yourself some clothes. I glanced at them. Asia was wearing a cyan long-sleeved pajama set, and Makima was wearing a white tank top with black shorts. Makima put one hand on Asia's head and smiled warmly. Choosing pretty clothes for pretty girls like Asia was easy. Asia blushed a little and lowered her gaze, playing with the hem of her pajamas. Makima-san picked out almost everything for me. I'm not very good at fashion. You'll learn over time, Makima said, and then looked at me. Asia, Why don't you go to bed first? I need to talk to Milikas about something in private. Asia looked at Makima, then at me. When I nodded to her, she smiled and said, all right. Good night, Milikas-san. Makima-san, see you later. Good night, Asia. The moment the door to the room at the end of the corridor closed, Makima sat down at the table with me. She crossed her legs and rested her elbows on the table, interlacing the fingers of her hands. Milikas, I want you to answer something. Why exactly did you open the door so desperately? Part of me had expected her to bring up this subject. I put my cup of tea on the table and looked at her, ready to respond with complete sincerity. Asia's voice was shaky. I thought something bad might be happening. Makima uncrossed her fingers and rested her face on her right hand. You don't have to use ambiguous words with me. I know that was a protective instinct triggered by my presence. You know me as devil control, so, naturally, you must still fear me in some way. In the old days, I would have used that to my advantage. Manipulating others through fear was as easy as breathing. Her gaze wandered for a moment, remembering something distant. But one day, I realized that the more power I accumulated, the more monotonous and lonely my life became. I don't want that. Paying attention to the words Makima was using, I could tell that these were all memories and ideas imposed by the Kodoa Mitsukami, which the former contractor had applied to her. I hope you understand that my only goal is to help you achieve your objective, Milikas. That way, I can have power and also not be lonely, Makima said. I looked her straight in the eye, and all the mistrust I might have had disappeared at that moment. I'm sorry for thinking the wrong thing about you, Makima. We've only been together for 2 days. I'll need longer than that to get used to everything. But I promise I won't suspect your actions anymore. She nodded slightly, looking pleased. Thank you. Makima likes your honesty. You received +1 relationship point with Makima. After that, Makima and I talked a bit about our day. I told her that Asia would probably start in Kua Academy next week and that I would try to find Makima a teaching position there. Teacher? Why? Is there a problem? Not exactly. It's just that I never saw myself as a mentor for young minds. Asia seems to have taken a liking to you. I'm sure the others will too. By the way, did you and Asia buy dresses today? Makima arched an eyebrow. No. Why do you ask? There's going to be a formal ball at my family's mansion this Saturday. My parents will be there, so it will be the perfect opportunity for me to introduce my new companions. Shall we meet your parents? Makima slowly stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Then I need to look my best for this occasion. Looking over her shoulder, she smiled and then turned to open the fridge. Right. I'll make sure to take you to a good dress store tomorrow, I said, and ducked my head to hide my blush. Makima knows very well the power of a smile from a woman like her. The next day, I met Makima and Asia at a square inches the center of Kua City after school. Are you ready? I asked. I can't wait to see the dresses. I've never been to a ball before, Asia said, and Makima just nodded with a smile. Then let's go. Today is all about you two, and I'll just watch and give my opinion. Makima arched an eyebrow, as if she were planning something. This made me curious. Before we reached the street lined with high-end boutiques, Asia lagged behind for a moment because she stopped to admire a window display of an accessory store. I turned back and noticed that Asia's eyes were drawn to all the earrings, necklaces, and clips. Why don't we go inside? I suggested, and that made her eyes sparkle with happiness. I think a bow would look nice, Asia murmured, looking at a white bow with gold details on a mannequin. It would match your angelic appearance, I commented. Asia blushed and smiled. Don't say that in public, Milikas-san. Asia Argento likes being complimented by you. You've received +1 relationship point with Asia Argento. While Asia was still deciding what she was going to buy, Makima picked up a pair of black lace gloves and slipped them onto her hands. What do you think, master? She asked. They suit you, I said, and the memory of Makima wearing a black bra the day I used the queen's piece on her came to mind because it was the same color. Then I'll take these gloves, Makima smiled as if she had achieved something. The color black seemed to suit her very well. A black dress for the ball would make me have memories. But I wouldn't mind too much. Makima appreciates your appreciation of her. You have received +1 relationship point with Makima. After Asia finally chose a blue bow for her hair and Makima bought the gloves, I paid for everything, and we headed to the main avenue lined with stores. While Makima walked beside me, Asia was a little ahead this time. It was then that Makima commented, "You seem nicer to her than to me." That's just in your head. Makima tilted her head slightly and said, "So if I asked you for a candy, would you buy it for me?" I didn't understand women. I had just bought Makima a pair of designer gloves, and she said that I didn't care much about her? I couldn't figure out where that came from. If you ask nicely, maybe I'll buy it. Makima put a finger to her lips, pretending to think. So, Milika's-sama, can you buy me a chocolate cake, please? The way she used sama instead of san sent a shiver down my spine. Alright. Satisfied, Makima smiled at my answer. When she finally spotted a candy store, she looked at me like a cat staring at its owner when it's hungry. We entered the store, and Asia was delighted with the vast variety of candies. Asia chose a cupcake with M&M frosting, Makima got a slice of Swiss chocolate cake, and I got a semi-sweet chocolate candy. Makima enjoyed eating something she likes. You received +1 relationship point with Makima. Asia Argento enjoyed eating something she likes. You received +1 relationship point with Asia Argento. After that, we finally went to the dress store. The store we chose wasn't a department store, nor was it a luxury store, but it was refined to a certain level, the typical place where you can rent a wedding dress for considerably less. As soon as we entered, an attendant came to greet us. Welcome. Can I help you find something specific? We need gala dresses for a formal ball for them, I replied. Oh, perfect. We have plenty of options. Ladies, please follow me. Thus began my long wait. I sat on a bench near the entrance to the store, holding the bag containing Makima's gloves and Asia's bow. After half an hour, I saw the woman who had attended to us coming towards me. Sir, your friends are waiting for you in the fitting room area. They want your opinion. Please come with me. Then the attendant took me to the fitting room area of the store and said she would be back in a few minutes to check on their decision. Master, are you there? Makima called out, her voice coming from one of the fitting rooms. She's probably changing and heard the clerk. I took a deep breath and said, yes, Makima. Can I get you anything? It was then that Makima poked her head out of the fitting room. Don't be shy, come closer. She's up to something, I deduced and still approached the fitting room she was in. Do you want me to bring you another outfit you like or something? She denied it. Today, you've been quite a gentleman with us and catered to our every whim. Doesn't that deserve a reward? A reward? What kind of reward? Chapter 12, Prom Dresses. Come on, Milikas. Come a little closer, Makima said, her head peeking out at me. I took another step forward. Then, Makima smiled and pulled the fitting room curtain aside a little, partially revealing herself. So I saw that, behind the curtain, she was wearing only black lacy lingerie. The two pieces fit her body perfectly, highlighting each of the beautiful curves I had seen naked the day before. Before I knew it, my free hand was raised, as if acting on its own. I was about to touch one of her breasts, but at the last instant, the curtain closed in front of me. My left hand remained suspended in the air, my fingers mere millimeters from the bluish fabric of the fitting room curtain. Only Makima's head remained visible, and to my surprise, she was blushing and looked startled. What did you intend to do with that hand? She asked and closed the curtain. Well, you showed it to me, and You thought you could just touch it? Let's take it easy. You're a noble devil, heir to a powerful clan, right? Why would you want to touch a mere servant girl? Where are your principles? I scratched the back of my head, confused by her reaction. Women really are an enigma, I thought. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking straight. Makima laughed softly, and then the curtain opened again. This time, she was wearing a red dress that fell to her knees, but with a subtle side slit on one leg that revealed part of her thigh whenever she moved. Wow! I was stunned. Her cheeks were still slightly red. No need to say more. In this dress, Makima looked even more stunning than most professional models. Then she turned her back to me and pushed her hair forward, exposing the smooth, white skin of her back. Can you zip it up for me, lazy boy? She asked. I nodded and dragged the zipper up. I didn't have time to notice much, but I noticed that there was a dot right in the middle of her spine. This was a new discovery for me. When I finished, Makima met my gaze in the mirror, and this time, I didn't hold back from saying what was on my mind. You look amazing. Her eyes widened for a moment before she tossed her hair back. Okay. If you like it, then I think I'll take this one. At that moment, I stepped even closer, leaning in until my mouth was next to her left ear. Next time you do something like that to me, I won't hold back. Although I'm your master, such relationships aren't as uncommon as you might think. After all, my mother is my father's queen. Milika-san. Are you still there? Asia's voice came from the fitting room next door. I pulled away from Makima and replied, Yes, Asia. I'm here. I've finished trying on the dress. Can you give me your opinion? Of course. I turned toward the fitting room next door, and Makima closed hers. Time passed more quickly than I expected. In the blink of an eye, prom weekend had arrived. Now I was standing in front of my bedroom mirror, adjusting the tie of my black tuxedo. Suddenly, Makima appeared behind me. We were about the same height, so she stood on her tiptoes to be a little taller than me so she could look at my reflection in the mirror over my shoulder. You look very good in black, master, she commented, But why didn't you choose a red suit? It would match your hair and eyes. I adjusted my tie one last time before turning to her. Red would be a good choice, but I once heard a butler at Gremory Manor say that a man who wears a tuxedo in any color other than a nice black just wants to draw attention to himself. Makima laughed softly and nodded. That makes sense. Men who try too hard to stand out are usually the ones who have the least to offer. Wow, Milika's-san. I heard someone gasp to my left. I turned around and saw Asia standing in the bedroom doorway. Her eyes were wide as she stared at me, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. Milika's-san, you look great in that outfit. I smiled at her. And you look beautiful too. The dress Asia was wearing was light blue with delicate fabric and ruffles on the arms and skirt. The neckline was modest, but it flattered her. Asia lowered her head and started playing with her fingers after my compliment. Thank you. Well, if we're all ready, shall we go? I'm about to go to the underworld for the first time. Wow, that's weird to say, Asia replied. Anytime, master, said Makima. As soon as we touched the magic circle on the floor of my small room, I released a bit of magical power, and a scarlet glow took over everyone's vision. In the blink of an eye, we were already in a completely different environment. There was a red carpet beneath our feet with the Gremory magic circle on it. The face of the room's decoration amounted to a large canopy bed, a closet, bookshelves, and an arched glass door that led out onto a balcony. My bedroom. I commented with a hint of nostalgia, even though it had only been a little over a week since I left this place. Oh, this is your bedroom? Asia asked, looking around. How luxurious. I spent my childhood and most of my teenage years here, I said. Most of my memories as Milika's were in this room. There were so many nights when I wished to be away that some of that feeling still lingered in me. For that reason, I didn't want to stay here too long. Let's go. They're probably already waiting for us and looking forward to meeting you. I held out my left hand to Makima and my right hand to Asia. Makima smiled slightly before accepting my hand, but Asia held on to my other arm. The slight blush on her face showed how nervous she was about this event, and that was completely understandable given her past. As soon as we left the room, we headed down an antique-decorated corridor and reached the ebony wooden staircase that led to the main hall on the first floor of the house. Downstairs, the entrance hall was already full. Nobles, influential guests, and important members of the underworld's high society were scattered throughout the space, dressed in luxurious gowns or tuxedos with the haughtiness belonging only to those with power. Main scene started. The patrons are glad you're in the underworld. I didn't have time to pay much attention to these messages because the moment the girls and I appeared, the conversations between the devils downstairs gradually quieted until only classical music remained as a backdrop to the sighs and murmurs. The sound of our footsteps echoed as we descended the stairs, and even the waiters serving drinks stopped momentarily. However, almost none of these many eyes were fixed on me. Most of them already knew me, and I had exchanged a word or two at other gala parties. Their shock was due to the two beauties accompanying me. I had expected my presence to attract a bit of attention, but this reception was beyond what I had anticipated. Milika-san. Asia whispered, gently squeezing my arm in fear. Ignore them, I replied quietly enough so that she, and only she, could hear. When we reached the bottom of the staircase, several devils approached. They were nobles from various weaker and less influential houses. Milika-sama, it's been a while since we last met. How are your studies progressing? Some of them tried to win my favor first. Young Gremory, I hear your power is evolving rapidly. How about training in my territory sometime? My training camps can entertain you, I believe. Others were more direct about what they wanted. Being a Gremory, I was used to flattery and countless requests. More and more nobles approached, forming a small circle around us. But, unlike at the Kwa Academy, I didn't have to be patient and endured this with a lopsided grin. I kept my expression serious, my aura carefully contained. Without looking at anyone, I said with a tone as cutting as the coldest wind in limbo, "Excuse me." Some devils widened their eyes, others frowned. However, none dared respond harshly or stand in my way. My words worked like magic, and the crowd parted like the sea. Some patrons disapproved of your arrogance. Asia looked at me for a moment, and her grip on my arm weakened as she lowered her head. I immediately knew that, like the patrons, she didn't approve of how I had acted. We walked through the hall without further interruptions, though many gazes followed us. Is something wrong, Asia? I asked. Asia raised her eyebrows, probably surprised that I had noticed her mood shift. Why did you treat them like that? She whispered. Coldness is valued in the underworld, I glanced at her and replied. They expected exactly that kind of response. But they seemed so interested. Watch. Pointing discreetly behind me with a nod, I encouraged Asia to look at the nobles who had tried to talk to me. When she turned slightly to peek, she saw that instead of being hurt or irritated by my response, the nobles I had rejected were smiling. Several even seemed excited, while others chuckled softly and awkwardly. It was pointless to try and get an audience with him in the middle of an event like this. I knew it, hee hee. Milika's Sama truly embodies the nobility of a devil. We couldn't have expected much. The true heir to the Gremory clan would never be so accessible. Asia looked ahead and then back at me. I don't understand. Why are they happy? Because that's the culture here. For them, a noble must be distant and unattainable to the majority. This reinforces the position they expect me to hold in the future. The patrons now understand your motivations. Several patrons admire your knowledge of devil society. 100 credits have been sponsored. That sounds sad, Asia commented. Yes. I'm going to change it, but I need to do it little by little. This culture of coldness and status must be broken, but change takes time. Asia raised her eyebrows, and then a sweet smile appeared on her pink lips, one so pure that I almost forgot where I was. Asia Argento's admiration for you has increased. You have received +1 relationship point with Asia Argento. My heart raced for a moment at her sweet smile before I forced myself to remain composed. Pull yourself together, Milikas. You're in the middle of an event full of nobles, and there are more important matters to deal with. Like the wedding that's being arranged for me. One that I'm not even remotely excited about. Chapter 13, The Devil's Extravaganza. Hand in hand with Asia and Makima, I walked into the grand main ballroom of Gremory Manor. As we walked through the corridors, we drew crowds of stares and murmurs. However, not all of these looks were friendly. There were many among the noble devils who envied the Gremory clan or even plotted against us. Just like at Kua Academy, my popularity wasn't entirely positive anyway. The double doors to the main hall were open, and the atmosphere inside was even more luxurious than the rest of the mansion. There was a sequence of 3 immense crystal chandeliers, all suspended from a vaulted ceiling whose existence shouldn't even be possible given the mansion's 2nd floor. Typical Gremory interior decoration. Long wooden tables were decorated with hundreds of different dishes, from dishes known in the normal world recipes to exotic delicacies unique to the underworld. Dozens of devils scattered across the hall, while a few pairs occupied the center, where the dance floor was located. Meanwhile, the mansion's staff diligently served drinks and refined appetizers to the guests. But what really mattered to me was the large table on the far side of the hall. Seated there were the members of the Gremory clan, each occupying large chairs behind a long table. My gaze first landed on a couple sitting on chairs in the middle of everyone else, Zodicus and Venelana Gremory. They were my grandparents and also the leaders of the Gremory clan. Zodicus had long red hair and a calm expression, while Venelana, in a black dress and with chestnut-colored hair, had a gentler look. To my grandmother's left was my mother. Unlike Venelana, Greyfialuzafuge had a rigid, serious expression. The seat next to her was empty, showing that my father, Starsea, was missing as I had expected. Rias Gremory was to the right of Zodicus, and standing next to her was Ecchi no Himejima. Both looked stunning in dresses matching the color of their hair. And there was one more seat at this table, this one next to Rias. It was my usual place. This scene excited the patrons. The number of patrons watching this scene is increasing rapidly. Well, I guess I have to entertain these patrons who are watching. I walked until I stopped in front of the grand table where my clan members were sitting, and, at this moment, the ambient music stopped. So did the buzz of conversations. I didn't mind all the attention that was directed at me. I made a formal greeting to Zodicus and Venelana. Then I lifted my head and said, "Good evening, lords. It's an honor to be here once more with you, but first of all, I need to thank you for entrusting evil pieces to me even though I'm still inexperienced. As proof that you weren't wrong, allow me to introduce my first pieces. First, this lovely girl on my right is my bishop." I looked at Asia, who, although still nervous, bowed respectfully. "It's a pleasure to meet you, my lords. My name is Asia Argento. Milikas-san saved my life, and so I now devote it to him." Asia Argento is a young girl, I know. However, she is also the bearer of a sacred gear known as Twilight Healing. It possesses the rare ability to heal indiscriminately and instantaneously, capable of restoring the wounds of any race. As expected, this last detail about Asia provoked a wave of whispers among the nobles. So she was a human? Sacred gears are divine artifacts granted only to humans, after all. The sacred gears. It's been a long time since I've seen a wielder of one. Twilight healing? Isn't that among the rarest sacred healing gears? I've heard that the sacred gear has been banned from entering heaven. That explains why Milikas chose her. I like it. The patrons were pleased with the warm reception of Asia's presentation. 50 credits have been sponsored. Venelana Gremory smiled. "Welcome, Miss Argento. We look forward to seeing how your skills will help our dear Milikas." Zodicus nodded in agreement, while Rias and Akeno looked on with smiles. My mother, Greyfire, kept an impassive expression, but finally said, I approve. Knowing that Greyfire was my mother, because I had told her that my mother was the gray-haired woman, Asia blushed at the compliment and bowed twice more before stepping back. After Asia's introduction, I looked at the woman on my left. Makima, with her red hair in a long braid, seemed calm despite the gazes surrounding her. I would also like to introduce my queen. Her name is Makima. Makima stepped forward and bowed with more grace than Asia. It's a pleasure to meet you, Master Milika's esteemed relatives. Although I don't wield sacred gear, I know I'm powerful enough to remain at my master's side for as long as I'm useful to him. Greyfire leaned forward slightly. With her red eyes fixed on Makima, she asked, which clan are you from, Makima-san? I don't remember having any other devils with red hair. I was about to give the answer myself, but Makima was quicker. I was saved by Milika's teachings a long time ago, back when he used to sneak out of the mansion in disguise to explore Gremory Castle City. As for my past, I prefer not to reveal any more details in public, if possible. I smiled, relieved and proud that the story Makima and I had agreed on had been used by her. The nobles around exchanged glances, and I could see the disapproval on some faces. Of course, this was expected. Everyone wanted to know who Makima really was. Unfortunately, they would never find out. I see. Greyfire leaned back in her seat. Very well. We'll talk later. Welcome to our clan, Makima. We trust Milika's judgment and hope you feel at home among us, Zadaka said, and his words effectively dispersed the judgmental stares of the other devils. Makima nodded. Thank you for the welcome. A small group of entities believe that the presentation of your pieces was a success. Introducing a queen without a known past or lineage was undoubtedly a point of contention among the nobles. After all, devils were very cautious and suspicious, my clan included. After the introductions, I sat down in the empty chair to Rias Gremory's right. She let out a small breath through her nose as the music finally resumed and said, Milikas, about your queen. I glanced at Rias from the corner of my eye, and Makima, who had been standing to my left, did the same. What? Do you also want to attend my meeting with my mother later? Yes, please. That's fine. I don't mind, Nizan. With that, I leaned back slightly in my chair and let my gaze wander over the vast table laden with underworld delicacies. Each dish was weirder than the last, and the display of such bizarre foods was meant to show the guests that the Gremory family boasted the finest delicacies of the underworld. Krillin is a noble type of meat and looks like beef, but whenever someone touches it with cutlery, it still moves. Blood pomegranates, despite their sweet taste and juiciness, pulsate like a heart even when chopped up in a bowl. Ah! I can't eat anything at this table. For any devil born and raised in this place, this was a feast worthy of envy. Not for me. Even though half of Milika's Gremory thought this food was normal, my other half refused to put these delicacies in my mouth. Just looking at some of these dishes gave me a slight feeling of disgust. My expression of disgust was probably obvious on my face, because soon I heard a muffled laugh coming from my left. When I looked over, I saw Akeno Himejima staring at me. She had one hand over her mouth, and I felt a little awkward. Akeno then winked at me, and I could almost hear her thoughts. You don't like this food, Milikas? Don't worry, this secret of yours is safe with me. Doki, Doki. I almost blushed. Just like Makima, she knows exactly what she's doing. Akeno was beautiful, extremely beautiful, to be honest. If someone said she was the most charming girl they'd ever seen, few would disagree. However, what made me regain control was remembering one important detail: she saw me as a younger brother. Both she and Rias had always taken on the role of older sisters to me. Even though we were the same age, this dynamic never changed. For Akeno, my reaction was just a quick diversion. And as much as she always did, Milika's had never gotten used to it, and I still wouldn't get used to it easily. I knew the key was not to get used to it, but to fight back. Well, there's no way to fight back right now. Best to ignore it for now. Suddenly, I felt Makima, on my left, leaning closer to me. She bent slightly and whispered in my ear, Master, I'm sure you've noticed, but I need to tell you that there's a man here who's staring intently at Asia-chan. My eyelids narrowed slightly. Diodora Stroth is his name, I muttered in response. Chapter 14, Diodora Stroth. Diodora Stroth. Do you know him? Makima whispered. Yes, but don't worry. He won't do anything for now. Diodora Stroth. My gaze turned discreetly to the man Makima had mentioned. He was standing there, among the other nobles, with that damned polite smile and impeccable posture that hid his true nature. Greenish hair and violet eyes, a refined face that any unsuspecting person could judge as noble. But I knew better. Diodora was a rat. A disgusting rat who pretended to be a man of class, but who hid behind the facade one of the most despicable traits a being could have. Asia, who at that moment was chatting shyly with Rias and Akeno, was probably oblivious to the predatory gaze fixed on her. My jaw twitched slightly, but I kept my composure. I couldn't just attack him without reason. Diodora Astroth was a member of Astroth clan, one of the 72 pillars of the underworld. The Astroth clan had significant influence in demonic politics. After all, Uchiha Beelzebub himself, one of the foremost, was of their lineage. In theory, they were as influential as the Gremory family or even more. But Diodora, he wasn't a genius like Uchiha. He didn't possess a brilliant mind or exceptional talent. What he did have was an unhealthy obsession. He was a hunter of nuns. While most noble devils sought to strengthen their armies with powerful pawns or strategic alliances, Diodora was fixated on his fetish. He didn't care about strength, status, or prestige. He only wanted one thing: pure, innocent girls. Basically, nuns. His method was simple. He approached devout young girls who served the church, pretending to be an ally, someone who would save them. He would seduce them by saying that he loved them and, in his polite and handsome manner, he would eventually win them over, getting these nuns excommunicated from the church. And then he would turn them into his servants to use as he wished. It was a sick cycle. A cycle that he repeated several times, adding new pieces to his collection. And he wanted Asia to be one of them. In the past, when Asia was still part of the church, Diodora saw her and became enamored with her. Her innocence and kindness were greater than he had ever seen in any other nun. This awakened in him the desire to possess her. He then appeared bruised in front of her, and Asia, with her pure heart, healed him. The church discovered this and naturally excommunicated Asia, who was quickly taken in by the fallen angels who worked with Diodora. On the night he was to stage her salvation, Sai and I showed up at that church and eliminated Rainer. Diodora had no choice but to distance himself. But that didn't mean he had forgotten her. No. Diodora was obsessed. He was planning and waiting for the moment to get Asia back. And here he was, staring at her like a hunter rediscovering his lost prey. Patrons know the original story of Diodora Astroth. Most patrons don't like how Diodora Astroth is looking at Asia Argento. They demand that you act against Diodora Astroth immediately. My brow furrowed. Act immediately? You must be crazy. Of course, I couldn't act rashly. As fanatical as Diodora was, he wasn't foolish. If I challenged him now, he would feign indignation and would act like a wrong nobleman, claiming that I was being irrational and trying to gain sympathy from the other noblemen. As I said, Diodora was a rat. The worst kind of enemy. If I called him to a raiding game, he would make it a spectacle of outrage. The patrons are bored and demand action from you. Despite the messages resonating in my mind, I knew this scene had more and more patrons watching. 104 patrons are now watching this scene. 105 patrons are now watching this scene. The patrons couldn't act directly in this world, but they could use me as an avatar of their desires. The worst thing they could do was stop watching and maybe switch to another contractor's broadcast. So, I tested how far they would go to convince me to do something I didn't want to do. The patrons kept bombarding me with messages, hoping I would give in. The entity the Firmament Exile believes you are a coward. The entity Hermit of the Golden Moon expresses disappointment in you. The Librarian of Lost Time appreciates your patience and choice to wait. Various entities' names were appearing, along with their reactions. I didn't know why their names were being mentioned, but I was glad to know that each of them had a name and that I could now recognize them individually. However, it didn't matter how many of them were disappointed in me. They weren't leaving the scene just yet, and I let this collective will of theirs build up. I just sat there, ignoring their messages and watching Diodora. Waiting. And then, a temporary mission was required by the sponsor, the Firmament Exile. Mission title: The Rat Game. Description: most of the patrons demand action from you against Diodora Astroth, but they know that a direct confrontation is now problematic. They want to see your ability to manipulate and outsmart this cunning rat. Deceive Diodora, force him into a raiding game without him being able to escape. Objectives: make Diodora accept a raiding game against you. 0 out of 1, humiliate him publicly. 0 out of 1, time limit, 30 minutes, rewards, failure. When I saw the holographic screen displaying all this information appear in front of me, I almost let a broad smile cross my face. Standing still was killing me, so this mission had come at just the right time. I stood up from my chair and extended one hand to Asia and the other to Makima. How about we dance? Makima accepted immediately, but Asia looked at my hand and then at me. How are the three of us supposed to dance together, Milikas? She seemed inclined to refuse because she didn't want to be in the middle of a bunch of devils. I'll always pay attention to you two. Asia hesitated for a moment longer, but, in the end, she agreed. So we headed to the dance floor. Upon arrival, Makima was the first to speak. You can start by dancing with Asia. I agreed, letting go of her hand to focus entirely on Asia. As soon as we started dancing, I realized she was much better than I had expected. Not only did she avoid stepping on my feet, but she also kept pace with me. You dance very well, I commented as I spun her around slightly and grabbed her from behind. Thank you. Where did you learn? I asked, twirled her around and brought her back. There was a nun who looked after me when I was very little. She taught me to dance because she believed that one day, Prince Charming would appear, take her out of the convent, and sweep her off to grand dances like this. Well, we lived in Italy, and she was a romantic woman. Following my lead, she said innocently, today, I'd like to meet her and tell her I've found what she was looking for. Her sudden sincerity took me by surprise. Asia noticed my expression and blinked, looking confused by her own words. I'm not saying that I think you're my Prince Charming or anything. She started fumbling over her words, trying to explain herself, but I just smiled and pulled her close, pressing her body against mine as I said, that nun who taught you to dance, wherever she is, would surely be proud of the woman you're becoming. Asia's green eyes sparkled, and a shy smile formed on her lips. Asia Argento felt her heart warm in your presence. You have received +2 relationship points with Asia Argento. You reached the 15 relationship points mark with Asia Argento and unlocked the first heart. Your relationship with Asia Argento has come a long way. For someone to make a declaration of love to you, you need at least 3 hearts. When the music changed, it was Makima who stepped forward and took Asia's place. If before the dance with Asia had been graceful and calm, the dance with Makima was intense. She didn't just know how to dance, she had mastered the art. If it hadn't been for my strict etiquette lessons with Grafia, I would never have been able to keep up with the centuries of training Makima had undergone. As we moved, I felt eyes on us. The shock on the nobles' faces was clear, and I couldn't blame them. 2 red-haired dancers, moving with absolute perfection and a harmony that seemed to stem from years together. Makima's dancing skills even surprised my mother, who rarely showed any emotion. Suddenly, Makima leaned slightly toward me as we danced. You were teasing him, weren't you? That's why you were dancing so close to Asia. I smiled. Why? Did you feel a little jealous? Don't be silly, master. I just want to know what you're up to. I need him to take the initiative. And when he does what I expect him to do, I'll really provoke him. As I expected, Diodora predictably fell for the temptation to approach Asia while I was dancing with Makima. Fortunately, the place was crowded, and a large number of devils near the dance floor, which prevented Diodora from getting to Asia before the mission was over. Finally, the music ended, and I took a step back, bowing to Makima, who returned the gesture with a smile. And then, a certain rat just couldn't help himself. Diodora was approaching Asia. My mouth curved into a subtle smile. Now was the time to act. Makima, I'm going to catch my prey. Have fun, master, she replied, crossing her arms. Chapter 15, Game of Mice. Minutes before I asked my companions to dance, I was just bored behind the dining table, so I took a closer look at those who were present in the ballroom. With so many important people, it would be hard not to recognize some faces. On the left side of the hall, Ladora Bune was gesturing wildly as she spoke to a group of young nobles. Ladora was a big man with a volatile temper and a penchant for constant bragging that made him almost unbearable, so the young people he was talking to just nodded and sweated as they listened to him. Now, who else is here? Sikvera Agars was nearby, discussing something with Kuisha Baden, the queen of Saira Orgbale. Sikvera adjusted the glasses on her nose and examined Kuisha's beautiful body before squeezing one of her breasts. Wait. What? Kuisha recoiled immediately, putting her hands in front of her breasts and turning completely red. Poor Kuisha. She was surprised this time. And then my eyes stopped on Saira Orgbale. Even among so many noble and prestigious figures, Saira Org stood out. Being a tall man, very tall, in fact he looked like a lion among lambs. Unlike most nobles who relied on their magical heritage, Saira Org built his power through sheer brute force. He doesn't possess the power of destruction, something that should have been a problem within the Bale clan. But look at him now. He's turned a weakness into pure strength. Saira Org was from the same family as my grandmother, since Vinilana, before marrying Zoticus Gremory, was a Bale. If this couldn't be recognized from her light brown hair, it could be because of the presence of the power of destruction, which was a power that almost all members of the Bale clan had. Next to Saira Org, who was drinking 2 mugs of wine, was Regulus, his powerful pawn. A small smile appeared at the corner of my lips. Yes. This event is full of exciting figures. And today it will be decided whether I will be the one who marries or Rias. In the original work, I was just a child and couldn't get married. So Rias was chosen to marry Riserphonex. Maybe it's different now, Or maybe not. My marriage was one reason for the argument between my parents and me 2 weeks ago. They informed me about it, and I told them it couldn't be, because there was no way I could marry someone if I didn't even know other girls outside my social circle yet. At the end of the discussion, it was agreed that I could leave the underworld and live in the same city as my aunt Rias. Sure, at that time, my mind hadn't yet merged with a reincarnate, and I had no way of knowing that all this was just me altering parameters. Now, I understood and knew that I could do more than just run away from this marriage issue. My grandparents were rushing this to strengthen the Gremory influence in the underworld by pairing Rias or me with an influential member of another noble house. However, if I proved promising enough, I could make them reconsider. After all, a strong and influential heir was worth more than a forced alliance. Diodora Struth, however arrogant, manipulative, and a real worm in my view, was well regarded by other devils. If I beat him in a rating game, it would solve not only my future problems with him but also the problem of the wedding, and I'd even get a reward from the patrons. There was no reason not to try. So, back to the present. Diodora, I didn't expect to see you here, I said, approaching him with open arms. He froze for a moment because he had one of his hands just centimeters from Asia's shoulder. Milika's Gremory. It's a pleasure to see you again after 7 months. You were here last Halloween, I said. And this is Asia Argento. Ah. How wonderful to see you again. See me again? Asia asked and took a few steps back from Diodora. As I was close by, Asia stopped backing away when she reached me, and I slipped one of my arms around her shoulders. She looked back, a little surprised, and I explained, Asia, this is Diodora Struth. If you remember when you told me about the story of your excommunication and the devil you cured, that devil was Diodora. When I revealed Diodora's little secret before him, pulling out one of his weapons to win Asia's sympathy, the smile on his face, instead of diminishing, became wider and his eyes smaller. Oh. Are you serious? Asia, with a cheerful smile, looked at Diodora. Yes, it is, although I can't answer how Milika's knows that. I made a point of masking my footsteps that terrible night a fallen angel hurt me because I didn't want to deal with the shame of another devil saving me. Well, how I know doesn't matter. I brought Asia a little closer, as if to say, the important thing is that I got there first. The librarian of Lost Time watches with interest. Diodora froze in that smiling expression for a second, but quickly let out a low laugh, leaned forward a little, and took one of Asia's hands. But, Asia-chan, ever since that day you saved me, I can't stop thinking about you. I'm completely in love with you. I could see the change in Asia's posture, with her trying to pull her hand away from Diodora. However, he didn't let go. Asia tried to speak, but because of the situation, the words were lost. Diodora knelt down in front of her, which drew the attention of everyone around us. Asia-chan, please consider my request and become my servant. I promise to shower you with all my love for the rest of our lives. Most of the patrons don't like Diodora Struth, I understand you. I thought and stepped forward to intervene. Love? So why, instead of trying to force this on her as a public statement, why don't you challenge me to a rating game? Diodora's expression darkened. He hadn't wanted to do it in front of everyone, but seeing me so close to the pure nun he wanted so much made him imagine Asia could lose her purity to me if he didn't act quickly. That's why Diodora moved now. Challenge you, Milika-san? Why would I challenge someone who only has 2 pieces? A rating game against you would be completely unfair. Diodora tried to appease. I'm just in love with your servant. An exchange would be much fairer. How about exchanging 2, no, 3 of my handmaidens for Asia-chan? Again, as I said, a rat. Diodora, even though he had declared his interest in another devil servant, would try to turn the situation in his favor and make me look like a proud devil. The entity Hermit of the Golden Moon is curious to find out how you will handle this situation. Rating games aren't played to be fair in numbers, but to end problems between devils. I would never give Asia to you, but you can still challenge me to get her. And if the problem is my current number of pieces, don't worry about it. I'll get you at least 1 more piece. I told him. Diodora stood hesitantly, still keeping that smile. But he had been instigated amid so many noble devils. If he backed down now, even with more pieces, he would be branded a coward, and he knew it. Very well, Milikas. If you want that, so be it. I challenge you to a rating game. I just smiled, accepting the challenge without even hesitating. It wasn't a matter of honor for me, but an opportunity to show the other devils who Milika's Gremory was. I accept your challenge, Diodora. And all I'm going to want, so that you don't feel like running away, is a bit of the land to the south of Astroth territory. Lands? Alright. We'll follow the basic rules. On the same day, a week from today, We'll fight in a rating game. And when I win, Asia will be mine. Diodora replied. The surrounding nobles murmured, which was inevitable when such an important challenge was thrown down in the heart of such a refined party. Because of all the attention, Asia was anxious that she might be disturbed. Milika's-san, Don't worry, Asia. I placed one of my hands on her head. Nothing will happen to you, and I'll do my best to make sure nothing interferes with our future together. She looked at me, and her eyes glistened from a few tears. Milika's, thank you. I'm glad you finally called me by my first name. You have accomplished the main objective of the temporary mission, the rat game. You have earned 1,000 credits. The entity Hermit of the Golden Moon was pleased. 100 credits were sponsored. Chapter 16, Heart Event. With the uproar that happened after Diodora Stroth challenged me to a rating game, the whole purpose of the formal ball was lost. Razorphoenix took a hit when he arrived with his clan members at the end of the party and found out about the situation. I could see him gritting his teeth as he stomped out. Not surprisingly, the Phoenix clan was the most likely choice for my grandparents for the wedding. So it was only natural that Rias and Riser should be chosen, since Ravel Phoenix was too young and I had little importance within the clan apart from being the son of Starsea. However, my grandfather Zodiacus said that this discussion would have to be postponed until after my rating game against Diodora. My grandfather was smarter than most people thought. He knew that there was a slim chance that I could beat Diodora, who was already an experienced rating game player. He also knew that if I beat Diodora, a political marriage was no longer so urgent. After all, a future heir of one clan would beat the future heir of another clan, and that would bring a lot of notoriety to the Gremory clan. However, if I lost to Diodora Stroth, Rias would certainly need to marry Razorphoenix to balance the political scales. So, basically, I had put that decision in check. Are you sure you understand what you've just done? Greyfire asked me. We were in a private meeting room, with some old red sofas, a fireplace, and a coffee table with a tea set in front of us. Yes, ma'am. I've done what was necessary. Greyfire nodded and put her cup of tea on the table. If you understand, there's no reason to extend this matter. The details of the rating game will be discussed between the leaders of the two clans this week. Even your request for fertile and healthy land will need to be analyzed by Duke Stroth, but I don't want you to think about that. All I recommend is that you find strong pieces by then. I have a few in mind. Now, I'm not completely convinced of Makima's. She said she met you on the streets of Castletown, and since when did you run away there? A few times. Remember that blacksmith in the center? Old Ramantari? Yes, of course I remember him. I enjoyed watching him work, and I used to run away to watch him. I said, but that was only a half-truth because I actually ran away to play with the devil boys in the street. On one such occasion, I saw a woman in an alley so hungry that her belly hurt. That woman was Makima, and I gave her the bread I was carrying. Charitable of you. Makima recognized me and was deeply grateful. I felt she had a latent potential for magical power, so I accepted her promise that she would be the first to serve me when I finally got evil pieces. I knew my mother, and I knew when she was suspicious, angry, or just being strict. In this case, she was certainly being strict, as any mother would be when her son turns up with a mysterious woman as his queen. Greyfire wasn't that inquisitive about Asia because Rias had already informed her and attested to everything I told her before Greyfire even saw my bishop for the first time. I think he's telling the truth, Greyfire-san, said Rias, sitting down in one armchair near the fireplace. Era Kano put a hand to her chin. I always knew that those escapes of yours had a reason. Greyfire took a deep breath and nodded. Very well, Milikas. I believe in you and allow you to continue commanding Makima-chan. However, when you have sex with your servants, please use protection. What? I exclaimed, startled that she had suddenly brought up such a topic. When I looked at Rias and Akano, my aunt was looking away with her cheeks pink with embarrassment, and Akano was laughing softly. I'm just telling you to take care of yourself. After all, it's not because devils have trouble getting pregnant that you should slack off. Greyfire said. I don't intend to. Come. Greyfire suddenly stood up. Whether or not you intend to, only time will tell. Besides, spend the night in your bedroom here at the mansion, if possible, Milikas. The abrupt change of subject caught off guard. Why? You've got servants and will probably continue to do so. That apartment won't have enough space in a while, so I've asked Rias to help me remodel the structure of your apartment so that it can hold more people, Greyfire said as she walked to the door. If you have any suggestions, please speak directly to your aunt. This time, it was me who took a deep breath, and I just asked Rias not to change the structure too much or overdo it. It would be complicated if she decided to do what she did with Sai's house and turn it into a palace. After all, Makima, Asia, and I were still just 3 people, and it wouldn't work for us to live in a huge house. In the end, The last thing I should have been worrying about was how my apartment would look after the renovation, because this was the first night I would share a bed, and I confess I was excited about it. As my bed in my apartment was a single, it would be impossible for me to share it with Asia and Makima, that is why I was sleeping on the sofa. But being at Gremory Manor, my bed was enormous and very spacious, so Makima and Asia could sleep with me. Or so I thought. Actually, Makima and Asia got individual bedrooms, because Gremory Manor had dozens of vacant bedrooms. Thus, I was left alone in my bed. Lying on the soft mattress, my eyes fixed on the canopy of the bed, I couldn't help thinking about many things. When I was smaller, this bed seemed so comfortable, but now, it seems too spacious. Maybe it's because I've got used to sleeping on the sofa in my apartment. Should I? I shook my head, pushing the thought away. There was no way I could demand that Makima and Asia sleep next to me. Makima would probably have done it if I'd asked, but Asia would have been shy and quickly stated that two people can only sleep together when they love each other. I had very few relationship points with them yet. I'd better get some sleep. I closed my eyes and concentrated on relaxing. As the day had been stressful, it didn't take long for me to fall asleep. But just a few minutes later, I felt something move under the covers. My childhood nightmares in that room came flooding back, those dreams where shadows crept under my bed. So I quickly pulled back the covers to see what was there. My eyes met a pair of green eyes, illuminated by the dim light coming through the window. Asia Argento. Ah. You've got me. Her face was red with embarrassment. Asia came out from under the covers and sat down next to me. She was wearing a light sweater that showed off her shoulders, and I had to look away for a moment. She was beautiful. Beautiful in a pure, untouchable way, like a sculpture made of ivory and gold. Milikas, I couldn't sleep in such a spacious bed, and being in such a big room was scary, she said, looking away. So I thought I'd join you. If it's a problem, I can go back to my room. It's not a problem. You can lie down here. Asia gave a relieved smile, and then snuggled up next to me again, this time hiding under the covers. I turned my back to her, otherwise, I'd probably stare at her pretty face until I fell asleep. But before I could concentrate on getting back to sleep, I felt a movement behind me. An instant later, I felt Asia's body pressed against my back. Asia. What's wrong? Are you still scared? No, Makima-san told me that hugs like this please men. She said I should thank you like this. Thank me? I asked, confused. Yes. She tightened the hug a little more, pressing her face against my back. You agreed to go against another devil to protect me. And I wanted to thank you for that. A sigh escaped my lips. Asia. I turned to face her, and the girl's emerald eyes widened as she realized how close we were. A few golden locks covered part of her face, so without thinking too much, I raised my right hand and tucked them behind her ear. You don't have to thank me for that. You're my companion. It's only natural that I protect you. And I always will. As if that wasn't possible, Asia went even further and did something so fast that I didn't even notice when it happened. Her head snapped forward, and her lips touched mine for an instant. A kiss. Simple. Short. But it still caught me completely off guard. We stared at each other for a moment, me in surprise, and her in embarrassment. Then it was she who turned her back to me this time. I didn't. I just felt like I should. I should have asked before. I didn't want to. I'm sorry. She had her hands in front of her face, trying to explain herself awkwardly. But I didn't let her go on. Without thinking too much about the excitement, I turned her towards me, removed her hands from her face and pressed my lips against hers. This time, it was a real kiss. Her eyes widened, but then slowly closed. Her body relaxed against mine, and, for a moment, everything was forgotten. The ball. Diodora. The rating game. The only thing that mattered was Asia in my arms, and her hands holding me closer. Her lips were warm, soft, and sweet. She didn't know exactly what to do, but she didn't back down either. She just accepted, letting herself be carried away by the moment, and I taught her how to kiss. When our lips parted after a few seconds, Asia stared at me with her eyes wide and her mouth ajar. She touched her lips, seeming to process what had just happened. I smiled. Does that answer your questions? Her face turned even redder, and then, unable to meet my eyes any longer, she hid her face against my chest. One heart event completed. You can now kiss the character Asia Argento whenever you want. Keep evolving your relationship with Asia Argento and earning relationship points to unlock more relationship events. You can try to create romantic events too, but there's a risk of losing relationship points if she's not ready. Chapter 17, Lake Asia Argento fell asleep peacefully after a few minutes, but our kiss kept me awake long enough to think. Stardew Valley's relationship system had a similar function. When I interacted with someone, I earned relationship points with them. Different actions gave different amounts of points. Spending time together, giving gifts, and even defending the person from danger would raise the progress bar. When the points reached milestones, which in this case were hearts, minor events were unlocked. In Stardew Valley, these events were just cutscenes, moments that showed the development of the player's relationship with the NPC. In my case, they were real and much more intimate. That's why I had seen that notification pop up while I was dancing with Asia. You have reached the 15 relationship points mark with Asia Argento and unlocked the first heart. If that was the case, the heart system would go from 0 to 10. For a romantic relationship, the first heart meant the other person felt genuine affection for you. By the third heart, it was infatuation. By the sixth heart, there was clear love, and by the eighth heart, it was strong enough to propose marriage. The last two hearts 9 and 10 were reserved for extremely deep bonds, the kind of relationship that would last a lifetime. And, of course, since the system I had was a more realistic version of the game's system, there were bound to be some differences. Some people were easier to win over, others were more difficult. Some relationships would evolve naturally, while others would require constant effort to maintain or avoid losing points. Most importantly, I didn't have to follow a single path. In Stardew Valley, you could have multiple love interests until you decided who you wanted to be with. In my case, since I was in a harem world, the system seemed to encourage the same. Whether that was a good thing or a bad thing was yet to decided. In any case, it was good to have a more complex system than I had expected, because this system didn't just track my personal relationships, it also reflected my relationships with larger groups. This was the case at Kua Academy, where the boys already hated me and several girls admired me. Maybe in the future, I'll be able to use this to my advantage. My mind was racing with all this information, so I left the room for a while and went for a walk to try to clear my head. Walking through the corridors would be risky. My mother hated it when I did this as a child, saying I might wake the others. So the best option was to go out onto the balcony. With light steps so as not to wake Asia, I moved through the room until I reached the large double glass doors. I opened them slowly, and a quiet breeze ruffled my red hair. The moon shone brightly in the sky, and the silence was absolute. I approached the balcony railing and leaned my arms on it. The tranquility of this early morning is almost comforting after the chaos of the ball. Looking out over the landscape, something caught my eye. Below, I noticed movement. I frowned and focused my vision. My eyes caught sight of someone with long black hair walking along a path between the trees, a path I knew led to the lake behind the mansion. She was wearing a thin purple kimono, and her bare feet touched the earth with grace. Kano? What is she doing out here at this hour? Curious, I followed her. I grabbed the edge of the balcony and jumped silently to the second floor, landing without any problems or pain. The path leading to the lake was narrow, but I knew it well. Ever since I was little, I had explored this forest, so I knew exactly where not to step on the dry leaves or trust the stone steps, which were very slippery. When I finally got close enough to see the lake, I stopped behind a tree and watched. It wasn't a gigantic lake like Loch Ness, but a small lake with a smooth gravel beach. I saw Kano walk over to a large stone at the water's edge and sit down, hugging her knees. There was something melancholy about her. She looked at the reflection of the moon in the water, but her gaze seemed distant. For a moment, I wondered if I should just forget what I'd seen and stay out of it. But I knew that wasn't what I, Milikas, would normally do. I had tried to suppress a certain feeling for many years, in fact, since the day I first saw Kano. I remember it as if it were yesterday, the first time Kano visited Gremory Manor. Her black hair was messy, as if she had been running through the forest for a long time. She had never been to the underworld before, nor did she seem to fit in or want to be there. This is Kano, Greyfire introduced her to me after Kano had taken a shower. She'll be staying with us from now on. For the first few weeks, Kano was distant. She spoke little about her past, but everyone knew that before arriving at the Gremory house, she had a completely different and much warmer life. Despite our differences, as the months went by, Kano and I interacted. It wasn't forced, but natural, like asking if she'd had dinner or if I was going to the shower when I had a towel over my shoulders. As time went by, we grew closer without needing to say much. It was as if we knew exactly what each other was thinking without needing words most of the time. It was a time of natural adaptation, but, in the end, we never went beyond that. We were acquaintances living under the same roof who sometimes exchanged a word or two, so we couldn't even consider each other friends. That is what I thought. However, it was undeniable that this was my fault. From the first moment I saw her, I knew that there was something about her that attracted me. It wasn't just the undeniable beauty of her long black hair and purple eyes. How did I feel about Kano? Well, it was complicated, something I had told no one, not even myself. I'd always seen her as someone out of my reach, so as much as I wanted to talk to her about it, I never knew how. Every word I said seemed to come out wrong, and my lack of experience easily disrupted all my attempts to get closer. Akeno was only cold to me for the first few months, but that changed quickly, and in the end it was my fault that our relationship never evolved. But seeing Akeno there, alone by the lake, made me realize that I finally had the chance to say something with no one getting in our way. Optional scene started. 13 patrons are now watching this scene. The entity protector of the Forgotten Veil is curious to see what you will do about the character, Akeno Himejima. I walked down the small slope toward the lake, and Akeno soon turned slightly and smiled as if she had been waiting for me. Have you finally decided to stop watching? Akeno asked, standing on the rock. You sensed my magic power, didn't you? Exactly. She spun on her heels and faced me. Are you alright? I got straight to the point. I'm just thinking. And you macaw, don't tell me you were worried about me and that's why you followed me here. Worried about you? Never. I replied in a relaxed manner, scratching the back of my neck. Akeno laughed slightly, but it wasn't a full laugh. Patrons laugh at your lack of tact with women. You got a lot of attention today, you know. Akeno said, breaking the silence with a direct comment. During the dance, everyone was talking about you. Honestly, I wasn't trying to attract attention. Akeno looked out over the lake. Don't worry, Milika's-kun. We're on the same side. You know exactly how to play this game. So, did she know I had been watching Diodora the whole time? I asked myself, but quickly dismissed the idea she would have needed to be watching me the entire time. I know what you're thinking. You're afraid of what others expect of you, aren't you? Afraid of failing. She was more right than I could have imagined. Sometimes I don't know how to deal with people because I don't know what they expect from me. Do my parents want me to be the heir to the Gremory clan? Rias is first in line, but if she gets married, that could change. The president getting married? Akeno laughed, which surprised me. Only if it's a political marriage. Most of the patrons are paying attention to this issue. The patrons believe that Rias Gremory's future relationship is of utmost importance. I knew that if Rias Gremory married a member of another devil clan, she could lose the possibility of becoming the heir to the Gremory clan, something she had been working towards since childhood. However, if her suitor wasn't from a clan, she wouldn't have a problem. For this reason, I stirred up the patrons and looked into the matter. What about Kiba? She saved him, and I know feelings can arise from that kind of situation. No, that's impossible. Kiba has a lot of respect for Rias, and she for him. It's like a knight falling in love with their king. That only happens in human stories. What about Sai? The reincarnation of the Red Dragon. I don't know what kind of man the president prefers, but I'm pretty sure Sai's level of perversion bothers her a lot. If I had to estimate a probability, I'd say it's less than 20%. The patrons are excited by this low percentage and the new information. 100 credits have been sponsored. Honestly, that's a relief for me, I said. Why? Don't tell me you. No. My aunt? Well, I didn't. I lied. Akeno laughed wickedly, clearly amused by my flushed face and flustered expression. I took a deep breath and looked at her. I just feel that girls of your level can't settle for so little. Sai is strong and seems to have a good heart, but remember there are bigger fish in the sea. Girls of our level? Akeno muttered, turning to me. I'm sorry for getting in your way, I said, turning back and waving. See you tomorrow. See you. I didn't have the heart to turn around and see what kind of expression she was making after what I said, but one notification made my heart race. Akeno felt a brief flutter from your compliment. You received +3 relationship points with Akeno Himejima. Chapter 18. Father and son meet. When I woke up the next day, Asia was no longer beside me in bed. I yawned, ran a hand through my messy hair, and, after a quick stretch, stood up. I looked around, but there was nothing unusual except for her absence. Maybe Greyfire came to pick her up for breakfast, I thought, scratching the back of my neck. Determined not to waste time thinking about it, I went to the door and opened it. But as soon as I stepped outside, another door opened at the exact same time. Makima stepped out of the room directly across from mine. The coincidence made me pause for a moment, and from the slight raise of her eyebrow, I could tell she was thinking the same thing. Good morning, Master, Makima greeted. Good morning, Makima. Did you sleep here? I asked, crossing my arms. Yes. Why do you ask? No reason, I just didn't know your room was so close. You disappeared for a few minutes when Greyfire said she needed to talk to you yesterday, I said. I was also surprised to see that we're neighbors. Yeah. By the way, was Asia in there with you? No. Why do you ask? Because she wasn't in my room when I woke up, and last night she I started to explain but stopped mid-sentence when I noticed something in Makima's eyes. Milikas, you don't need to be embarrassed to tell me that. Makima kept that enigmatic smile and explained calmly, I was the one who suggested to Asia that she be a little more direct when thanking her master. My mind immediately connected this information to something Asia had told me last night. Makima-san told me that hugs like that please men. She said I should thank you like this. I understood right away. So it really was you. Asia wanted to reciprocate in some way but didn't know how. I just encouraged her not to be so shy, Makima explained. Okay, that explains things. Asia has probably already gone for breakfast, so we should too. I grabbed her hand without much thought. Makima was visibly surprised but soon relaxed her grip on my hand and followed me. I smiled, noticing that she didn't complain or try to pull away. We followed the long corridor from the bedroom area that led to the mansion's main staircase. Since I was already familiar with the path, it didn't take us long to reach the dining room on the second floor. When Makima and I entered the dining room, all eyes turned to us. The atmosphere in the room had been relaxed until our arrival, but, in just a moment, the conversation stopped. The reason for this was sitting at the head of the table, Starsea Lucifer, Amao and my father. He hadn't attended the formal dinner last night because of his commitments as one of the Formao, so this was the first time I'd seen him since my arrival. It was also our first time seeing each other since our big argument. And, of course, it was also the first time he had seen Makima. Rias, Akano, my grandmother Venelana, and my grandfather Zodicus were all present, as well as some servants who were bringing dishes to the table. Ah, young Milikas has finally woken up, Venelana commented with a soft smile. And accompanied. Starsea, who was cutting a piece of meat, raised his eyes and analyzed Makima calmly. He said nothing for a moment, but his gaze remained steady. Good morning, Dad, I greeted. Starsea smiled warmly in his own way, a corner smile. Milikas, I'm glad to see you after so long. And you must be. He looked at Makima. Makima bowed slightly and didn't smile. Makima, Queen of Master Milikas. Starsea didn't seem surprised, as he already knew who Makima was. I see. Well, if my son trusts you, then I have no reason to question his judgment. Welcome to the Gremory clan, Makima-san, Starsea said politely. Thank you, Lucifer-sama. Well, let's sit down, I said, pulling up a chair and motioning for Makima to sit next to me. Yes, master. When we sat down, I breathed an almost sigh of relief as I placed a napkin on my lap. I knew my father was just being polite, but his mere politeness was already a good sign. My father was one of the most powerful beings in the underworld and had an almost prophetic instinct for detecting threats, so him being peaceful and polite meant that he wouldn't question my choices of pieces. As soon as I sat down at the table, the smell of fresh food filled my nostrils. Warm breads, exotic fruits from the underworld, perfectly cooked eggs, and well-seasoned meats lay spread across the table. It was very different from the food served at dinner the night before. The sound of hurried footsteps interrupted the brief silence of the family meal. All eyes turned towards Grafaya, who entered in a bit of a hurry and stopped at the entrance. Milikas, I have a surprise for you. I raised an eyebrow. For me? I think you'll like it. Come in, Asia. He's here. A moment later, Asia entered the dining room, and my eyes widened at the sight of her wearing a classic maid's uniform. The black dress with white details fell perfectly on her, who had an angelic sweetness like any maid. Asia looked extremely embarrassed. Her face was tinged with red when she said, Milikas-sama, what do you think? She looked shyly at me. She looks absurdly cute. I thought, but my mind took a second to process what I should say. I'm speechless. It wasn't as if Asia wasn't already adorable normally, but seeing her in a maid's uniform, all shy and nervous, the most perverted part of my soul. Soon I, who had told Akano that she deserves someone better than Sai, was thinking the same thoughts as Sai. You look exquisite, Asia, I said, controlling my voice so as not to sound too excited. Asia Argento feels extremely happy with your compliment. You have received +1 relationship point with Asia Argento. Asia is a lot naughtier than I imagined, Akano said. Venelana laughed. Well, I must say that Asia looks lovely in that outfit. Starsea blushed slightly, probably because his taste obviously leaned toward maids, and he saw a bit of himself in me at that moment. Gee Grafaya, may I ask the reason for this? Change of dress? Asia wanted to feel more useful to Milikas-sama and the Gremory clan. She suggested the idea herself, because she knows that even though I'm your queen, darling, I still serve you. I looked at Asia in surprise. You thought of that? She nodded slowly. I've always been cared for by others. You gave me a home, Milikas. I wanted to repay you, even in a small way. I woke up early, looked for Greyfire-san and asked her for guidance. My heart warmed at such a sweet girl making this kind of request. That's why I was teaching Asia the duties of a woman from an early age, Greyfire added. So that's why. I was about to explain Asia's absence but stopped myself. Anyway, if this is something you really want, Asia, then I'm happy. We'll stay here for today. I want to too. Suddenly, Makima stood up. She looked at Greyfire, who was surprised. Do you want to learn how to handle household chores too? Yes. I know you're your husband's queen, so I also want to be a queen who can help. Greyfire smiled with her mouth closed. Very well. Come with me, and I'll teach you both how to properly serve your master. Yes, ma'am. When Makima, Asia, and Greyfire left the dining room, only the clinking of cutlery and the occasional tinkling of glasses remained. My father remained silent as he calmly finished his meal. His quietness was his way of showing that he wanted to talk about something serious but was giving me the chance to speak first. Since I didn't say anything, he was the one to break the silence. Rias told me about what you did. I imagine you're talking about Asia. Exactly. Starsea put his fork down on his plate. You killed a fallen angel, correct? Yes. Her name was Raina. My thoughts went back to that night in the abandoned chapel. When Raina realized that her death was inevitable, she tried to negotiate. She attempted to trick me. But I didn't give her the chance. Raina was after Asia's sacred gear. She killed Asia for it, but we got there in time. Starsea nodded, bringing a cup to his lips before continuing. I was already informed about the fallen angels in Kua. Rias told me that her pawn, the Welsh dragon, was killed and reborn as a devil because of an attack by 2 fallen angels. Sigh, huh? I already knew what had happened, of course. I just pretended not to. That was something to consider. The boosted gear was one of the 13 Longinus, extremely powerful relics capable of killing even gods. Sai possessed one of the most dangerous artifacts in the world, and yet he almost died. Which made me wonder, why hadn't the fallen angels killed Asia since she arrived in the city? Even I didn't know the answer to that. We knew about the presence of the fallen angels, but until then, we had no concrete proof that they were up to something big. Rias monitored them, but I didn't imagine they were actively hunting sacred gear users. At first, we thought the attack on Sai had been an isolated case. My gaze narrowed. That's what bothers me most about this story. Until recently, I didn't understand how Asia was excommunicated from the church and ended up falling into the hands of fallen angels. But now it's clear. What do you mean, Milikas? Asked Venelana. I looked at my grandmother and grandfather. I don't believe the fallen angels acted alone in this. There's something bigger going on. Think about it, why was someone like Asia, who possessed such valuable power, excommunicated? If the problem was just her sacred gear, they could have simply isolated her, experimented on her, or done something similar to what they've done with so many others. But no. They branded her a heretic and cast her out. And then the fallen angels found her, Starsea added, his gaze growing more serious. That doesn't sound like a coincidence. It seems as if someone in the church was deliberately handing sacred gear users over to the fallen angels. Someone already had plans for her or simply wanted her out of the way. Zodicus let out a heavy sigh and placed his cup on the table. Are you suggesting that different races are working together? That's unusual. Starsea and the other Maos are considering negotiating a treaty of total peace. The silence that followed was heavy. Starsea finally sighed and rested his chin on his hands. That's worrying. But try to stay out of it, Milikas and Rias, he said, looking at both of us. And report any important information directly to me. Yes, sir, Rias and I said at the same time. I would have liked to tell Starsea and the others right then that Gokobi was commanding several fallen angels and even a defector from the church, but to do that, I would have to explain how I knew. Simply lying and saying something like I have an informant wouldn't work. Besides, I had more pressing matters to attend to, such as convincing Rias Gremory to grant me possession of Gasper Vladi. Chapter 19, Rivals. I spent the last day of my weekend at the Gremory Manor and used this free time to practice my use of alchemical transfiguration a little in a secluded part of the vast wilderness surrounding the manor. Asia and Makima were busy with Greyfire for most of the day, learning etiquette, the rules of the devil world, a bit about history, and much more. By late afternoon, we were ready to leave. I hugged my mother and wished I could have hugged my father, Starsea Lucifer, as a way of affirming that we had reconciled after that argument about me leaving home. Unfortunately, he wasn't at the mansion and would be coming home late. Of course, I understood that my father thought our conversation earlier had already decreed our reconciliation. As far as I was concerned, as long as he didn't question my ability to defend myself again, I had no problem leaving things as they were. Thus, Asia, Makima, and I returned to the human world through a magic circle that transported us in the blink of an eye. As I had already been informed, while we were away, a major renovation had been carried out on my apartment to make it more comfortable. I suggested that the changes weren't as drastic as when Rias transformed Sai's home in the anime. Still, it was a change that would make anyone sigh. Oh. What happened? Makima asked, already moving toward the staircase with the glass railing. Asia hid behind me. Milika's-kun, did the portal teleport us to someone else's house? I scratched the back of my head, a little awkward. Hee. I forgot to tell you, didn't I? This is our new apartment. It's in the same place as the old one, but my grandfather and Rias and Aizen made some changes. This is the same apartment? Asia asked and stepped out from behind me. Her question was perfectly understandable. The apartment had changed so much that it looked like a completely different place. Before, my apartment had a small entrance hall, where there was a closet for shoes and a coat rack. After that came a large room which was home to an open-concept kitchen, a small table with 4 chairs, and then a pair of sofas with a coffee table. To the right of the sofas was a small balcony. Parallel to the wooden table and to the left of the sofas was a small corridor with 3 doors. The first was for the bathroom, and the other 2 led to small bedrooms. Now, the main room with the kitchen and living room was not only larger, with a wider kitchen and more counter space, but also had bigger sofas, armchairs, an enormous bookcase, and a very large balcony. A glass wall divided the living room from the balcony. In addition, the glass staircase that Makima was interested in led to 5 doors on an upper floor with high ceilings. In short, my apartment had been renovated into a duplex in just one night. The girls explored the house faster than I did and discovered that all the bedrooms were upstairs, but there was only one bathroom in the whole apartment, which was downstairs. Just one bathroom for 5 bedrooms wasn't practical, but knowing my grandfather, I could guess what he was thinking. My grandson Milikas will sleepily go into the bathroom one morning and find one of his servants naked. After that, they'll. I pushed this image cloud away with a few slaps in the air. These cliched things won't happen to me. The furniture in my room hadn't changed, but Makima and Asia had received furniture for their rooms that matched their personalities. In other words, Asia got lots of cuddly teddy bears, and Makima got a guitar. The other 2 rooms were decorated with more neutral furniture. The next morning, we were all getting ready for our new routines. Or at least, for Asia and Makima's new routines. Besides being the Duke of Gremory and CEO of Gremory Enterprises, Zoticus was also the director of Kua Academy. So it was easier than I thought to enroll Asia Argento as a first-year student and Makima as a teacher. This was the first time we were all walking to Kua Academy together. Why do I have to wear this uniform? And why can't we just fly there? Makima asked, tugging at the black and red sports uniform that was characteristic of Kua Academy. I sighed. We can't fly during the day. We'd be easily spotted. Besides, Asia's wings haven't grown yet. Asia was holding a bag at her side and looked sideways at Makima. Sorry about that, Makima-san. Makima nodded. It's not your fault, Asia-chan. Your wings will grow soon. I looked at them both and smiled. It was nice to see how much Makima and Asia respected each other, and watching them interact was a treat for my eyes. When we arrived at Kua Academy, they both drew even more attention than I had when I first showed up. Heads were poked out of the windows on the second floor to spy on them just walking down the corridor. Since they still had to stop by the teacher's room, we split up there. A real shame, because I wanted to see what the reception would be like in the rooms where they would be. However, I wasn't worried about any negative reactions. Asia was naturally docile, and Makima was well. If something went wrong, I'd find out soon enough, most likely from the sound of an explosion. I just tried not to think about them too much, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to live my own life. To my surprise, when I got to my classroom, Akeno wasn't in her seat or anywhere else. Could she be late? I walked over to my seat by the window and sat down. Already accustomed to the whispers and glances, I simply waited for Akeno to arrive so I could talk to her and begin the first step of my plan to get Gasper out. Soon, a teacher arrived, closed the doors, took roll call, and the end of class bell rang 50 minutes later. The next teacher arrived, the second lesson passed, and still, no sign of Akeno. Not only did I notice her absence, but so did the other boys and girls in the class. Hajime-san was absent today. How rare. True. I can't remember the last time I walked into the class and she wasn't there. Did she get sick? Akeno Hajime was a role model not only for our classmates but for all the students on campus. This meant that she was highly respected and admired for her near-perfect attendance record. I need to buy a cell phone. In situations like this, I could just send her a message. Since I, Milikas, had lived my entire life in the underworld, I had never developed the habit of using human technology. However, the human part of me was used to these conveniences, and the only reason I hadn't bought a cell phone yet was that I barely had money in my wallet. So, I had to think about adapting my plans. I wanted to use a Kano to open the seal on Gasper's room so I could talk to him, but Rias was now my only option. Ding dong. Dang dong. The sound of recess rang, and the teacher at the front took a deep breath. Okay, class. You're dismissed. We'll see you tomorrow to start the exercises on page 20 and... The teacher's final words were drowned out by the sound of chairs dragging against the floor and students chatting. Milika's-kun, we can. A girl stood up quickly, turning towards my desk with an obento box in her hand. However, I was already opening the back door of the room and leaving. I would have loved to try random girl's obento, but I had plans to meet Asia and Makima for lunch. Since this was Asia's first day at school, I promised to pick her up from her classroom so we could meet Makima near the teacher's lounge and go up to the terrace. The corridors were busy, as always during break time, but as soon as I appeared in front of the first-year class, the chatter increased. I could hear whispers coming from everywhere. When I arrived at Asia's classroom, I saw that the place was in complete chaos as you'd expect from a first-year classroom. Break had just started, so many students were still eating and talking to each other. I raised my hand and knocked lightly on the doorframe to attract attention, causing several heads to turn to look at me and the hubbub to gradually subside. Look, it's Milika's senpai. Kaya. Milika's senpai, the only boy who rivals Kiba senpai in looks. He came all the way to the first year's classrooms? How rare. I cared little for all this attention, but I couldn't deny that it made things easier at times like this. Is Asia here? I came to pick her up so we could have lunch together. Yes, she's over there. The girl pointed to a desk that was surrounded by people. The people around Asia made room because they turned to look at me, and I could see Asia looking all flustered, unable to refuse the food being offered to her. As soon as she noticed me, her green eyes lit up. However, all my attention was captured by a shout from the far end of the room. Hey! What are you doing here? When I looked toward the shout's direction, I saw a boy with very messy brown hair. Sai Hiutu. I scratched the back of my head and let out a small laugh, pretending to be embarrassed. I've come to pick up Asia so we can have lunch together. How are you, Sai? Sai ran to the front of the room and stopped in front of me, pointing his index finger at my face. Asia-chan is too cute to walk next to someone like you. The attention of someone handsome like you will make girls want to bully her, and that I can't allow. Bullying? Oh, I don't think so. You wouldn't let that happen, would you? I retorted, and that took the angry look off Sai's face for a second. Of course, I wouldn't. That's great. I'm counting on you then, I said with a polite smile. You. Sai was left without a counter-argument. I still don't trust you, he said and was about to turn back to his friends. Ah, Sai, I have a request for you. Come here. He looked at me and hesitantly approached. What is it? What's this request? I put my right hand on his left shoulder and whispered in his ear, came to the club building today and train with me. I need someone strong like you to test out some skills, and I got curious about what the Welsh dragon can do after Rias told me so many good things about you. Curious? Sai took 2 steps back, removing my hand from his shoulder. Yes, can you help me with that? I bet Rias and Aizen would be happy to see that we can get along. The last part of what I said seemed to be what got to him, so he brushed off his shoulder and said, fine. I'll be there. Chapter 20, Protagonist Gasper Vladi has always been, without a doubt, the most underrated and nerfed character in high school DxD. His potential was immense and, for that very reason, he was one of the most valuable pieces I wanted to get for myself. The problem? Since the beginning of the series, he had belonged to Rias' Gremory. In other words, there was no way I could simply appear before her and recruit him to my side, as I did with Asia Argento. If I wanted him, I'd have to find another way to make it happen. The other problem was that Gasper's power was terrifying, so dangerous that Rias didn't have the experience to train him properly at first. As a solution, Sarsea decided Gasper should be sealed away in a room at the Occult Research Club and could only come out at night. After all, Gasper's powers activated when he was stressed and, as a person with severe social phobia, Gasper barely met anyone at night and therefore his powers didn't activate. Originally, he wouldn't come out of this isolation until later. But I didn't have time to let everything unfold naturally, nor did I want to. My plan was simple, prove to Rias that I was strong enough to handle Gasper. If she saw that I could help him, maybe she would allow me to get close to him. And then he'd be mine. After classes ended, Asia, Makima, and I went to the Occult Research Club building. By this time, most of the students had already gone home, leaving the campus much emptier. So, this is where the famous Occult Research Club operates. muttered Makima, observing the large, old wooden building that hid in a part of the Kua Academy campus. It looks like an ancient chapel, Asia commented and held her bag a little tighter. We walked up the steps to the main door and I entered casually. To my surprise, Rias Gremory was sitting on a sofa in the entrance hall. When she saw us, she smiled, uncrossing her legs and putting aside the book she was holding. "Everyone, welcome." She seemed to smile a little more than usual. I figured it was probably because Asia and Makima seemed fine after their first day at the academy or, more likely, because the decision on the marriage between Clan Phoenix and Clan Gremory had been postponed. Asia smiled shyly. "Good afternoon, Raya-senpai." Makima just nodded, looking around with a neutral expression. "Good afternoon, folks." Rias then looked toward me. "Have you come to pick up contracts?" I walked over to the sofa. "Not really. I just came to wait for someone." "Wait? For who?" she asked, frowning. "I arranged to train Saikun today. He should be here any minute." "Train with Saikun? Did he accept?" I told him I was interested in the power of the Welsh dragon and wanted to test it in combat. "I know he doesn't like me very much, but I'll try to make amends with him." She let out a sigh, looking a little thoughtful. "That's surprising. He rarely enjoys training unless he has a special motivation." "I can see. By the way, I mentioned that you'd be happy if he trained," I said with a slight smile. Raya smiled back. "If that's the case, I'd be happy to oversee that training." She walked over to the nearby tea table and started preparing some cups. "Well, while we're waiting, how about some tea, everyone?" A few minutes later, while we were drinking tea and chatting, the door to the club opened abruptly and Sai walked in. "I'm home." He wasn't alone. Right behind him, Yodo Kiba and Konko Toju entered the club, both observing their surroundings before locking eyes with me. It had been a long time since I'd last seen them. Kiba was, as always, wearing his usual friendly smile. Konko was staring at me with a neutral expression. "You really came," I said to Sai, putting the cup of tea back on the table and standing up. "Of course I came. I'm not a coward," Sai replied, flailing his arms, and then his eyes landed on Asia. "But I didn't expect to find a crowd. I just came to cheer for Milika's-san," Asia added, as sincere as ever. Asia's words were like an arrow to Sai's heart, who placed his right hand on the left side of his chest and staggered backwards with drama. "I didn't expect you to come either," I said, looking at Kiba and Konko. Kiba laughed softly. "Well, Sai said he was going to train with you, so I was curious. Besides, we haven't seen each other since when you went to train at the mansion that time." "Exactly. I want to see how much you've evolved, and I think you'll be a good match for Sai." Konko just grumbled. "If he takes too many hits, we need to stop him from dying." Sai almost stumbled backwards. What? Are you underestimating me like that? You two want to fight one-on-one, right?" Rias intervened, standing up with her cup of tea still in her hands. "You can use the training ground at the back of the club." I nodded. "That'll do." We all went to the training grounds, which were in a more open area. The sky was turning orange with the sunset, and the cool breeze was lightly rustling the surrounding leaves. Optional scene started. 33 patrons are now watching this scene. The entities are excited about this unexpected clash against the protagonist. The entity Hermit of the Golden Moon is attentive to the outcome of this battle, as I imagined. A scene has begun. I wish I could use all my credits now, but I won't spend them unless I feel it's necessary to beat Sai. Sai was already in the center of the arena, snapping his fingers and stretching his shoulders. "I'll warn you, I'm a lot stronger than I was that day, and today I will not run." I walked to the opposite position, stretching my arms a little. "I know you never run." I wasn't ignorant. I knew Sai Hayatu's potential better than anyone in this place, perhaps even better than his master. Knowing that, in the future, he would be frighteningly powerful to the point of being strong as the mouse, I would have liked to have arrived a little earlier and been the one to save him from Rainer, but that wasn't possible. Then, stealing Asia from him led to a kind of enmity. But I didn't like the way things were going and, since we were both men, I knew that crossing our fists could help us solve these problems. Rias positioned herself on the sidelines, watching. Kiba, Konko, Asia, and Makima stood a little further away. Sai was wearing his school uniform, while I still wore the standard Kua Academy outfit. However, I took off my blazer to be more mobile. "So, how are we going to do this?" Sai asked, punching his own hand. "Simple rules. Fight until someone gives in or Rias interrupts," I replied, raising my right hand. "You can use your sacred gear with no problems." He smiled. "If that's the case." Boosted gear. Sai raised his fists and activated his boosted gear. A red glow enveloped her left hand, and a red metallic gauntlet that seemed to imitate dragon scales appeared. Boost. Drake's voice came out of the greenish gem on the back of the gauntlet, increasing Sai's power. I had expected Sai to accumulate boosts before attacking. Are you two ready? Rias asked. We nodded in agreement, and Rias smiled. Start. I then immediately started running towards him and turned into a blur of movement. My speed took Sai by surprise. In the next instant, I was already in front of him with my fists closed. He raised his arm to block, but my palm hit the center of his chest. Boom. The impact threw him backwards, causing him to slide across the dirt floor before regaining his balance. The entities were pleased with his eagerness to win against the protagonist. 100 credits were sponsored. What the fuck was that? Sai exclaimed, clutching his chest. You can't just wait around to accumulate boosts. I won't let you. I commented as I folded up the sleeves of my shirt. If your opponent is fast enough, he won't give you that chance. Damn. Sai gritted his teeth. So I have to attack you before I get enough boosts? That would be a start. With wounded pride, he started running towards me. The boosted gear's hilt glowed with another boost and I could see his speed increasing in mid-movement. Then, when he got close, he tried to hit me with a direct punch. However, I expected that. I stepped back, bent down, and did a little alchemical transmutation on the ground. The ground beneath Sai's feet rose slightly, enough to throw him off balance for a second when he tried a second punch. Sai remained off balance long enough for me to grab him by the arm and spin him around, using his weight to throw him to the ground. Thud. He fell backwards, and this raised a cloud of dust. Silence hung for a moment. Konko muttered. That was cruel. Asia covered her mouth with her hands. Milika's kun is very strong. Makima just watched with an amused look. Sai sat down, rubbing his head. That's not fair. What kind of skill was that? A type of alchemy I'm developing. I can alter the shape of the surrounding matter in real time. He widened his eyes. Damn. That's pretty cool. I glanced at Rias, who was watching closely. It was the first time I had shown this power to a high-level devil. If you don't want to fall for it again, try being more unpredictable. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Right. Again. I smiled slightly. Training continued for another half hour. Sai, despite his limitations, was resilient and had a decent fighting instinct. He began to learn and avoid some of my more obvious transmutations, trying to be more aggressive so as not to give me time to manipulate him. Once in the anime, Azazel told Rias she was too soft for training her servants, and I couldn't agree more. Sai certainly had an exceptional talent lying dormant, so much so that I could see a small evolution with just a few minutes of training. As we trained, I realized Sai was much faster and stronger than at the beginning, and this growth was extremely rapid. Boost. A blinding glare disturbed my vision when I threw a punch. TSK. Another boost. I stepped back a little because I felt that my physical advantage was no longer that great. Then I stretched both hands forward and materialized a sphere of water. You know how to use magic too? Sai exclaimed, stepping back. All the devils must know. The entity sorceress of the Black Flame was very excited by his change of strategy. 100 credits have been sponsored. Sai jumped to the side when I threw the water sphere at him, and the bubble burst next to him. He then lunged forward, attempting a direct punch. Sai's problem was that he relied too much on brute force. It was predictable. I used my alchemy to modify the ground beneath his feet once again, and he tripped over the minor relief. I took advantage of this to shoot a jet of water in his direction. Sai reacted instinctively, crossing his arms to defend himself. But the jet of water was like a fire truck hose. Surprisingly, Sai was still standing, but completely soaked, when the jet stopped. I took a deep breath. That attack had consumed more magical power than I had expected. Rias clapped her hands. I think that's enough for today. Sai deactivated his sacred gear and slumped to the ground, exhausted. I lost, huh? Let's say it was a draw. I said. The patrons admire your humility. 50 credits were sponsored. Sai laughed out loud. Fine, I'll accept that. Sai liked your idea and your training. Now he respects you a little. You received +4 relationship points with Sai. How you do, Sai-san, are you alright? Asia asked from afar, placing her hands parallel to her mouth so that her voice would carry far. He held up a thumb. I'm fine, Asia-chan. I just need to sleep for 12 hours. Rias smiled as we approached them and threw Sai a towel. That was a good workout. Sai took the towel and, blushing, muttered as he dried his face, a towel from the president. I couldn't be happier. Taking advantage of the fact that we were here, I looked at Rias and said, speaking of which, Rias-san. I wanted to ask you something. What would that be? Gasper's situation. The room fell silent. Kiba and Konko stared at me, while Makima, Asia, and Sai didn't know what I was talking about. Sai removed the towel from his face and, Confused, asked, "Who's Gasper?" Chapter 21, Gasper Vladi. Rias raised her eyebrows and crossed her arms. "How do you know about Gasper, Milikas?" That was the problem with regressors or transmigrants like me. I had the answers to practically every question that would normally come up, but knowing so much about things I shouldn't was what made me the target of looks like the one Rias was giving me. "The entity the firmament exile is anxious for your answer. There's no need to be so anxious." I wouldn't mention Gasper's name without having a workable answer to follow it. I waved my hands aside and smiled. "As much as you weren't used to telling me things before I came here, I was still at home listening." She looked at me for a moment, but, in the end, she smiled, seeming to accept my answer. "That makes sense. The entity the firmament exile believes that you have made the right decision. Yeah, but who's Gasper?" Sai asked with a raised hand, still confused. Rias looked at him. "Gasper Vladi is one of my servants. He's a half-vampire and my bishop." Sai's eyes widened. "A half-vampire? Is that possible?" "It's rare, but vampires exist. In fact, devils, angels, and fallen angels are just the three dominant factions, not the only ones," Rias said. "Wait a minute, then why haven't I heard of him?" "Gasper has a powerful sacred gear, capable of stopping time within a certain area. In addition, Gasper has some traumas that are difficult to treat. These traumas surface whenever he's around other people. He is also afraid of his own power and can't yet control it, which makes him very dangerous to those around him." In a secluded, isolated corridor in the Occult Research Club building, there was a large double door in which heavy, crossed chains barred anyone's entry. In front of it, Rias crossed her arms and sighed. "I had to put up a reinforced seal, both to protect Gasper and to protect the other members of the club." The comment made Sai look at the door with more interest. "Yeah, but why is he here and not in the underworld? If he's so dangerous, wouldn't it make more sense for him to stay there?" Makima asked. She could feel the magical power emanating from inside the room and already imagined what kind of huge vampire was trapped there. "Gasper is actually one of the biggest profit generators for House Gremory. He completes more contracts than any other servant. For that reason, he stays here." "Huh? What do you mean? Does he go out at dawn and sort everything out on his own?" Sai asked. "No, Sai. Gasper does everything online," Rias replied after laughing briefly. "Wait. Gasper's a hikikomori, he's afraid of people, he doesn't control his own powers, and yet he can solve contracts better than any of us?" "Oh, damn." Sai commented, already respecting Gasper. I smiled at the scene. I already knew this information, but it was funny to see the shock on their faces. I hate to cut off this explanation about how amazing Gasper is, but Rias, will you let me try to help him? I asked my aunt as we stood in the corridor of the sealed room. "Before you decide, I have a question. You want to help him because you have a rating game against Diodora Stroth coming up, am I right?" Diodora's surname made Kiba and Konko's eyes widen. However, this was all too much information for Sai. Who is this guy?" Sai muttered. Kiba approached Sai and whispered something in his ear. As soon as Sai heard, his eyes widened. "Wait, really?" Ignoring the side conversation, I looked into Ria's eyes. "You know how to read situations very well, Nizan. So, how about a deal? If I can help Gasper, I'll invite him into my royalty. But whether he accepts, I leave that entirely to him to decide. Also, if he accepts, all the profit Gasper generates will continue to be divided equally between us." The patrons were excited by our fair proposal. Rias was silent for a few moments. Then she sighed and looked at the locked door. "All right. If you can help him, Gasper will be free to decide who he wants as his master. I only want what's best for him." She reached out towards the door at the end of the corridor and cancelled the seal. The chains unraveled, clinking and falling to the floor with heavy noises. The magic circles disappeared, and the reddish light vanished after a few moments. "But you should know that Gasper isn't easy to deal with." "I know he isn't. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to resort to such drastic practices," I muttered as I walked towards the door. "By the way, please don't follow me. If I'm alone, the chances of Gasper not freaking out are greater." Everyone agreed, and I moved on. The door creaked as I pushed it open. Inside the room was a large, dimly lit space. The shelves were crammed with delivery boxes, packets of snacks, and cans of energy drinks. A desk with 3 monitors flickered at the back of the room, and there was also a large bed. Then, huddled in a corner, wearing a Kua Academy girl's uniform, was Gasper Vladi. The half-vampire was trembling badly, with only his lavender-colored eyes peeking through the gaps created by the very spaced fingers that covered his face. I already knew that Gasper dressed like a girl, but seeing him in person surprised me. He was identical to a girl, with fine features, a small face, smooth skin, and large, Effeminate eyes. I expected that. He doesn't trust anyone. Even in the original series, he only broke out of the box when he felt safe with others. 113 patrons are now watching this scene. 120 patrons are now watching this scene. 134 patrons are now watching this scene. It only took one femboy to show up, and the number of patrons watching me increased. Those bastards are perverts of the highest order. Gasper opened his mouth when he saw me, but he didn't say anything and just closed his fingers to avoid seeing me. Hi, Gasper. My name is Milika's Gremory. I'm Rias Gremory's nephew. Can we talk? Go away. You can't be here. It's okay, I'm here to help, I said as I took the first step towards him. That was a mistake. In the blink of an eye, Gasper was no longer where he had been a moment ago. The sensation was strange, and for a second I doubted my mind. Was Gasper really there in the left corner of the room? It was an abrupt break in my perception of reality. Fortunately, I found Gasper in the opposite corner of the room, shaking even more than before. That was much quicker than I expected. So that's the raw potential of his sacred gear? The entity sorceress of the black flame perks up at the display of power. Away. Stay away. Gasper said and covered his face with part of his clothes. I can't control it. I took a deep breath. If I push him too hard, he'll use his power and move away. If I back off too much, he'll think I'm afraid of him too. I needed to find a middle ground. Relax, Gasper. I'm not here to hurt you. I just want to talk for a bit, I said and sat down in the middle of the room. Several patrons want you to show your sincerity, of course, but how? An occasion mission was jointly demanded by the patrons. Mission title: The Most Powerful Vampire. Description: Gasper Vladi is a half-human and half-vampire of the Damper species, and possessed of one of the 5 newly manifested Longinus, the Aeon Valor, which evolves from the sacred gear, Forbidden Valor View. He is said to be the vampire with the greatest power potential in the entire work, so he would be a great addition to your goal of becoming the Mao. Goals: to make Gasper Vladi your servant. 0 out of 1. Deadline: this time. Rewards: failure. The mission message surprised me a little, because this time I didn't have to use my tenacity to win a mission. That was good news, as I wouldn't have to practically beg for a mission to keep me motivated in situations like this. But what I needed to do didn't change. The mission was just extra motivation for a goal that was already very difficult. I need to get close to him to have a chance of putting that into his head. Only then will he feel more comfortable. But how? How can I get close if he can teleport? I decided to just chat for a while and try to make him feel a bit more at ease. I hear you have an absurd talent for magical contracts. Seriously, being able to solve more requests than any other member of my aunt's royalty? That's truly impressive. I just. It's easier that way. Gasper wasn't used to receiving compliments, so he stammered even more. Easy or not, you do something that no one else can. And I think that's amazing. He didn't answer, but I noticed that he seemed to be trembling less. That's when I had an idea. Chapter 22, Mutation Piece. Gasper was shaking in his room, his face hidden behind his hands. He didn't trust me yet, but I wouldn't give up so easily. So, with a slight grumble of effort, I stood up and said, Gasper, if you let me come closer and help you, I promise I can teach you how to control your powers. Gasper shrank back further. No. I'm a monster. There's no way. That's not true. I took a deep breath and took a step towards him. I know I'm just a stranger to you, but I've always wanted to meet you. I know how incredible you are, even if you don't realize it yet. And, to be honest, I think your style is really cool. At that moment, I could see the tips of Gasper's ears turn red, and his fingers spread apart as he peeked at me. Really? Gasper doesn't like to attract too much attention, but he appreciated your compliment. You received +1 relationship point with Gasper Vladi. The patrons approve of your approach. 147 patrons are watching. 159 patrons are watching. 170 patrons are watching. The damper was still trembling, but he no longer looked as afraid as before. Now, there was more uncertainty and insecurity. So I took the opportunity. I know you feel uncomfortable around people. Your power makes you feel like a threat, someone who only hurts others unintentionally. But my companions and I are strong, so you don't have to worry. Gasper clearly wanted to believe me, but fear still held him back and he remained silent. What if I told you there's a way to make things easier for you? How? He asked softly. I smiled and pulled something out of my pocket, a simple, folded supermarket paper bag. Unfolding it, I revealed 2 carefully cut eye holes. A simple solution for someone who struggled with being seen. I know you don't like people looking directly at you, so let's fix that with this. I turned my face away from Gasper and held out the paper bag to him with my left hand. A second later, I felt Gasper take the bag, and I heard the rustling sound as he put it over his head. When I turned back, I saw that it fit him perfectly, covering everything from his blonde hair to his thin neck. Gasper instantly stopped shaking. It was as if he had suddenly found a refuge. "This actually helps," he said, raising his hands to his chest. The patrons found this scene adorable. 100 credits were sponsored. Gasper loved your plan and now admires you. You received +3 relationship points with Gasper Vladi. See? Now you can relax. I crossed my arms and smiled. And with this, you'll feel a bit more comfortable while training your power. Through the holes in the paper bag, Gasper lifted his gaze slightly, his voice hesitant but curious. "Did you say train?" "Yeah, that's what I said. You'll need to train to learn how to use your powers, of course. Everyone does. I don't know. You don't have to start now. But how about we begin by just stepping outside this room? Rias Gremory is waiting outside with some other members of the Occult Research Club. Wouldn't you at least like to see them instead of just listening through the walls?" I can't try," he said in a low voice. I smiled. "Good. Let's go." I turned to the door and walked to it. At first, Gasper hesitated, but when I looked over my shoulder and held out a hand to him, he took a step forward. Then another, and another. When I reached the ajar door, I opened it a little wider and saw everyone still waiting for me at the end of the corridor. They all looked at me, waiting for me to say something. However, when Gasper came out right behind me, not a word needed to be said to explain that my plan had been a success. The damper was wearing a paper bag over his head, which surprised some and made others smile. Rias's eyes were wide, but she quickly smiled. "Gasper, did you really step out of the room?" Gasper pressed his fingers against his skirt. "Why yes. That's wonderful." Rias walked towards him but stopped when she saw Gasper wince a little. Her smile softened. "Sorry. Anyway, I'm very happy. Rias Gremory is pleasantly surprised by your achievement. You have received +2 relationship points with Rias Gremory, Konko Donikuki. You're wearing a paper bag," she said, coldly. "And I feel better this way." Gasper muttered. "That's better than just staying in the room." Konko is happy to finally see Gasper. "You've received +1 relationship point with Konko." Kiba smiled. "Well, if it helps, then why not? You look a lot better than before, Gasper." "Gasper-san, that's amazing. I knew you could do it with Milika's-san's help," Asia said with a broad smile. "Are really?" "Yes, I'm glad you're here with us." Makima looked at me and gave a slight smile. "Makima approves of your approach. You received +1 relationship point with Makima." Finally, Sai had his eyes locked on Gasper's slender legs and skirt, as if that were more surprising than the paper bag covering the damper's head. Wait. What's going on here? All this time, this Gasper guy was a girl? What? And no, I am you can't be. I was thinking you were a chubby guy who's addicted to computers, but you were a girl the whole time? And no, Sai-senpai. Gasper waved his hands in panic. Rias massaged her temple. Sai. President, you knew that, didn't you? Why didn't you say so? He's a boy. Huh? Sai blinked and turned his head towards Gasper again, looking at his legs. But the legs. And the skirt. He just feels more comfortable this way. Sai fell to his knees. Damn. My hopes have been dashed. That's your problem, perverted femboy. Konko commented and ate another piece of cookie. I looked over at Gasper, who was still a little freaked out by Sai's fuss. See? It wasn't so bad. So I knelt down to be more or less at his height and took the moment to ask the ultimate question. So, Gasper, tell me. What do you think about me being your master? The damper looked at me with those wide violet eyes, very surprised by the question. Then he pulled the paper bag down so that not even his eyes could be seen. I don't know. President Rias has always looked after me, but you can help me control my powers, right? Rias looked at the scene with a gentle smile. No pressure. I'll try to help you regardless of whether I'm your master. Please don't consider that a determining factor in your decision. Gasper lifted the bag and looked at me. We were very close to each other. I think I want Milika's-san as my master. But it's not just because of your help. I also want to repay you. You gave me this. He squeezed the paper bag. And it helped me with my fear of leaving the room. Now I can see my dear clubmates. If I'm your servant, I believe I'll keep evolving and evolving, until I can somehow protect you all one day. The entities are moved by Gasper's deep determination. I was also very surprised by how determined and eloquent he was. Sorry, President. Gasper looked at Rias. You've always looked after me so well. She shook her head. There's nothing to apologize for. You'll still be part of my family. After all, Milikas is my nephew. Anyway, we'll be together at all times. I sighed, relieved. Very well, Gasper. If that's your choice, I'm happy. But before I can help you, we need to transfer possession, don't we, Rias Nizan? The evil piece used by Rias to transform Gasper into one of her bishops was a mutation piece. This type of piece could store a greater amount of magical power than normal evil pieces, so just one bishop piece was enough for Gasper. In another case, more pieces or a single queen piece would be needed. To complete the transfer of servant possession, Rias took Gasper's mutation piece from his chest, transferred it to my possession via a lifetime contract, and I had to place the mutation piece back on Gasper. Of course, this cost me one of my bishop pieces, which was transferred to Rias. That way, I couldn't have any more bishop pieces, and Gasper officially became part of my royalty. You have fulfilled the main objective of the occasion mission, the most powerful vampire. You have earned 1,200 credits. The entity Sorceress of the Black Flame is pleased with your support duo. 100 credits have been sponsored. The patrons were excited to see your rating game against Diodora Struth. 200 credits have been sponsored. Chapter 23, Stopping Time. The day after I took Gasper out of his room for the first time after school, the Occult Research Club set up a volleyball court for a special training session instead of the training ground where Sai and I fought. On the right-hand side of the volleyball court were Kiba and Gasper. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, Sai was throwing balls to Konko, who was positioned on a ladder, serving directly to both of them. Next to Rias, I was watching the training. Originally, during this training session in the anime, Gasper was just trying to use his powers to stop a ball in the air to gain more control of his control. However, in my version of the training, Kiba was with him, which meant he had to focus more on not stopping Kiba while also developing social skills by being so close to another person. The development of Gasper's social skills was intrinsically linked to his ability to control his own powers. If he improved one, he would improve the other. So, training both at the same time was ideal. Alright, Gasper, let's try again. Kiba smiled at him. Alright. There goes another. Sai threw the ball upwards, and Konko struck it with thunderous force. The ball shot forward like a jet towards Gasper and Kiba. Gasper's eyes widened, but instead of focusing on the ball, his instinct activated his powers again. One moment, Gasper was in the volleyball straight, the next, he was cowering in another corner of the court, holding his head. Kiba blinked, surprised. Did you teleport? I think I just froze time a little. Gasper said, pulling the bag back on his head. Sai sighed, placing his hands on his hips. Man, if you keep running away from balls like that, you'll never learn. He's getting better. Before, he just stood there trembling. Konko-chan, please only serve to Kiba from now on, Rias ordered. Gasper, try to concentrate on protecting Kiba, I said. If you can control when you activate your power, it will be a huge step forward. Then, as the training continued, I heard footsteps nearby. I turned my head and saw Asia and Makima approaching. Ah, you're back. How was your first contract? Makima handed me a sheet of paper with the report, but I didn't have time to read it because Asia began talking. It was incredible. The gentleman we did the contract with was a doll collector. He just wanted some company while having tea with them. In fact, Makima-san even wore a doll's hat to match the occasion. Makima, who had maintained a neutral expression, grabbed the top of Asia's head and squeezed. You promised you wouldn't tell. Makima growled as a vein bulged on her forehead. Tata. I'm sorry. Makima took a deep breath and let go of Asia's head, who kept massaging the area. Alright, but you need to learn to keep secrets. Yes, Makima-san. Asia bowed her head slightly, and a bead of sweat ran down my face. Anyway, his original request was harmless. The bad part was afterwards. What do you mean? Rias asked. He said he wanted us to dance in bikinis for him. The paper Makima handed me, the signed contract, was instantly crushed in my hand. Who is this bastard? I'll rip his head off immediately. Makima let out a little laugh. I was joking. He just wanted his tea. My anger vanished instantly, replaced by relief and a little embarrassment. Asia laughed softly, and so did Rias. By the way, Asia said, looking at the people playing volleyball. I understand the importance of this training. But why is Akeno-san up there on top of the club building? Then she turned and pointed to the high roof of the old building. And Akeno was indeed there, sitting on the edge of the Occult Research Club's roof, swinging her feet in a relaxed manner. Whenever Gasper activates his ability to stop time, everyone within an undetermined radius is affected. This radius varies depending on his emotional state, but it doesn't exceed 12 meters. This makes us vulnerable in the event of an external attack when he's out of control. Asia's eyes widened in surprise. So, Akeno-san is up there because Gasper can't reach her with his powers. Exactly. That way, she can monitor the surroundings and protect us in case someone tries to attack us during the moments when Gasper accidentally paralyzes us, I said and continued looking at Akeno. Speaking of her, where was Akeno yesterday? I asked Rias. Rias crossed her arms under her pair of enormous breasts. I'm not sure I can talk. But why don't you ask her yourself? She looked at Akeno. Can I leave Gasper's training up to you? Asia and Makima can help me supervise. It's no problem, right? Asia shook her head vigorously. Don't worry, Milika's-san. Makima gave a small smile. I'll keep an eye out. All right, I'm counting on you. With that settled, I spread my wings and, with a rush, flew to the top of the Occult Research Club building. I landed next to Akeno, folding my wings as I sat on the ledge beside her. Hi, Akeno-san. Milika's-kun. What brings you here? She looked at me, briefly diverting her attention from her surroundings. I was curious about your absence yesterday. Raya said I should ask you directly. Akeno let out a chuckle. Ah. So you want to know where I was? Well, you've been gone all day. I was curious. I've been sorting out some personal business. She looked down. Although she always kept a smile on her face, I was slowly learning how to read her. I raised an eyebrow, as if asking her to continue. Do you really want to know that much? I'm just curious. She laughed again, but then sighed and looked at the horizon. I went to visit a Shinto shrine on the outskirts of the city. I was surprised. Sure, I already knew all about Akeno's past, both thanks to being a Gremory and having seen it all in the anime. However, it only got more detailed in the third season of the anime. Did you go to talk to your father? I asked, being direct. Akeno was silent for a few seconds, the wind blowing her long ponytail. Yes. I went to talk to him. He's still a leader of the fallen angels. I thought it would be important for him to know about everything that happened with Rainer and the other fallen angels. Besides, she looked away from me. I also talked about what you said that morning at the cafe. I understood immediately. You wanted to confirm that my assumption made sense. Exactly. Akeno shook her head slightly. But I still don't understand one thing, Milika's-kun. What is it? If members of the three factions really are working together, what would be the purpose? I mean, they were after Asia and Sai. In other words, two sacred gears. But why? War. My answer was direct and simple. Akeno's usual smile crumbled. War? Sacred gears are weapons. All of them are powerful enough to alter the balance of power between the three factions. Even those that aren't intended to hurt, like Asia's Twilight Healing, have immeasurable value in battles. Healing wounds during combat means keeping fighters on their feet for longer. In a war, this can make the difference between victory and annihilation. Akeno closed her eyes for a moment and tilted her head back, allowing herself to enjoy the cool wind. So, you think someone is trying to restart the conflict? Maybe. Or maybe it's already started, and we're just not seeing it yet. She opened her eyes and looked down at where the members of the Occult Research Club were training. It was strange to think that this life and simple moments, like this conversation, could be replaced by a great war. If that's true, then we can't afford to relax. She looked at me. I have no intention of doing that, I said and, looking into her eyes, placed one of my hands over hers, which was resting on the roof. Akeno's eyebrows arched, and her cheeks flushed. Akeno Heimjima felt her heart flutter. You've received +5 relationship points with Akeno Heimjima. Akeno looked away, clearly embarrassed. For the first time, I saw her without her characteristic seductive look. Instead, she looked cute. I didn't even know she could act like that. Akeno stood up quickly, still avoiding looking directly at me. She coughed slightly, trying to cover it up. Now that you're here, I think I'll go down and say hello to Gasper and the others. Maybe I can help with the training somehow. I watched as she spread her black wings and, with a graceful leap, slowly floated away. But before leaving completely, she looked back with a bigger smile than usual, still a little flushed. I'll leave the lookout to you, Milika's-kun. I trust you to keep everything under control. As soon as she left, the slight smile on my face disappeared, and I looked up at the sky. So, she's already warned Baraki-ila about the fallen angels. Does that worsen or improve our chances of not needing Vali to beat Gokubi-il? Chapter 24, Sacred Visit. Zenovia and Arena appear while I was moving and acting in this world. My future enemies weren't standing still either. I realized this when, unexpectedly, two hooded figures dressed in long white robes appeared in front of Kua Academy that morning. I was walking alongside Asia Argento, listening to her talk about how funny Kusagakure was. The moment I saw the two figures in front of the school, I stopped abruptly. Asia tilted her head, confused, and stopped too. Milikas? What's wrong? Did you forget something at home? I turned to her and forced a small smile. It's nothing. Then I took her hand, intertwined my fingers with hers, and walked toward the front gate. Asia's eyes widened as we held hands, and a slight pink tinge covered her cheeks. Ignoring her shyness, I kept walking. However, as I passed the two figures, my eyes briefly met theirs cold, serious eyes. And I wasn't surprised at all to recognize them as Zenovia Korda and Irina Shidu. I didn't stop walking, nor did I show any surprise or interest. I just carried on as if I hadn't noticed them. Of course, if they were here, it meant the church was already on the move. It meant trouble was near. But for now, I would let things flow. It was better that Asia didn't know the church was around yet. After all, they had abandoned her. However, it was impossible to avoid the conversation that awaited me at the end of the day when Rias Gremory, Sona Saitri, and I gathered in the Occult Research Club's meeting room to meet them. The dark mahogany table between us was the only physical barrier separating the two sides. Zenovia and Irina sat alone on a sofa, side by side, while I sat between Sona and Rias. It was Sona who started the meeting, using her usual professional tone. Let's get straight to the point. Your presence here means the church is interested in Kua. What exactly do you want? Zenovia sat with her arms crossed, leaning back against the sofa, while Irina maintained a friendlier, more animated demeanor. We're here on a mission, Zenovia said, not looking directly at us. As you may know, several fragments of Excalibur are missing. In recent weeks, intelligence has linked their disappearance to this city, which is why the church sent us. Excalibur. One of the most legendary holy swords, originally wielded by King Arthur Pendragon of Camelot. In the distant past, the original Excalibur was broken during an ancient war. The resulting fragments were reforged into 7 distinct swords, each embodying a unique ability. As far as I knew, these swords had been distributed among different branches of the Church: Catholic, Protestant, and Orthodox. So, you're asking for our cooperation? Rias asked. Not asking. Informing, Zenovia corrected. We're here to hunt down the Excalibur fragments and eliminate any related threats. That includes anyone who gets in our way. Noticing the unfriendly tone of the conversation, Irina tried to ease the tension. But of course, we don't want to create unnecessary conflicts with you, he. We're just here to do our duty. Rias sighed. I believe you understand that Kua City and its surrounding region fall under devil jurisdiction. If you cause any trouble without reason, we'll have to intervene. Zenovia snorted. Of course, we don't want to fight you. We know that attacking Serst Lucifer's family directly could lead to a war between angels and devils. We just want to ensure that sacred power doesn't fall into such, impure hands. Just because something is sacred doesn't mean it's exclusive to certain people. I finally spoke, and all eyes turned to me. Am I right? It's just a question of perspective. What matters is not who holds the weapon, but how it is used. The patrons found his words wise. 100 credits were sponsored. Fine words for a devil, Zenovia said. Ha, what a heavy atmosphere. Well. Irina broke the tension again. I think we at least understand each other to some extent, right? Suna adjusted her glasses. As long as your mission doesn't violate the treaties between the factions, I see no reason to interfere. Rias agreed, and so did I. Good. Zenovia stood up quickly. Wait a minute. I said. I leaned back in my chair and looked at the attentive faces in the room. Zenovia sat down again, and Irina looked at me anxiously. I have some information that could be valuable, I said in a tone as smooth as a serpent's hiss. Rias frowned. What do you know, Milikas? Sona, standing next to her, adjusted her glasses, as if she had already foreseen something, but she wasn't looking at me. If you have any information that can help us, we'll use it to get out of your territory as quickly as possible. Irina said, leaning forward. Valper Galilei. All the patrons rose from their chairs. 184 patrons are now watching this scene. The mere mention of the name made the entire atmosphere in the room change instantly. Zenovia, Irina, Sona, and Rias widened their eyes at almost the same time, while I let a smirk play at the corner of my lips. Valper Galilei was a name that sent shivers down the spine of many, especially among angels and devils. He was a man involved in one of the biggest recent scandals involving the church, as well as being one of the central figures in the experiments on the fragmented Excaliburs. Does everyone here know who this man is? Do you know Valper Galilei? Rias tried to keep her composure. Of course I do. I've studied a lot about many things, Nisan. Zenovia looked more uncomfortable than usual. Valper. That bastard? Galilei conducted several experiments with the Excalibur fragments. And I think there are strong indications that he's in Kua. He's in Kwa. How did you know that? Zenovia exclaimed, slamming her hands on the coffee table. Isn't it a logical deduction? The fragments disappear and, curiously, all clues lead to the Gremory clan's territory, where the only survivor of those fateful experiments resides. I glanced at Rias out of the corner of my eye. Kiba. For a moment, she looked at me in surprise and then smiled, as if the fact that I knew about Kiba's past was only natural, considering I had already told her I had been listening in on her conversations at the mansion. She knew that the experiments I was talking about were the experiments of the Holy Swords Project. You're saying that all of this is connected, am I right? Rias asked. It's just a deduction based on a series of coincidences, I said. Sona Saitri didn't remain silent. One thing I learned a long time ago is that too many coincidences are never just coincidences. She looked at me. Very well, Milikas. We don't have proof yet, but if Valper really is here, everything would make sense. The question is, what does he really want besides the Excaliburs? I don't think we can know until we find him, Rias said. From the way Zenovia had been looking at me for a few seconds, I could tell that her brain was working. She was smart. You're not revealing all of this for free in front of us, are you? She asked me, impatiently wiggling just the tip of the right foot she was lifting. I smiled. Of course not. The entities are confused about your motivations, so, what do you want? Zenovia narrowed her eyes. I leaned forward slightly, resting my elbows on my knees. I want to see the fragments of Excalibur you're carrying. The entity the Firmament Exile is laughing at your audacity. The entity the Seer of the Blue Fire clearly doesn't like your petulance. The entity Sorceress of the Black Flame remains deeply interested in you. Zenovia's eyes flashed. Irina blinked, looking surprised. What are you talking about, Milikas? The fragments have all been stolen, Rias said. How did you? Irina muttered, rebutting Rias's statement without meaning to. Do you want to see our swords? Zenovia asked. Exactly. For a moment, no one spoke. Why? Irina asked, innocently confused. You can't even touch them. They're sacred swords. Devils can't handle them without suffering serious consequences. I know that. It's not the use that interests me. It's the structure. I want to understand what the fragment of an Excalibur looks like so that I can identify another fragment. Of course, what I really wanted was not just to analyze the forging method that was used to forge these swords. I had something else in mind. Milikas-san has a point. We don't even know what an Excalibur looks like, and if one were to appear in front of us, we wouldn't be able to tell it apart from another holy sword. Besides, with the information he gives us, as long as he doesn't touch it, there's no risk to us or to you. I agree, Rias said. Zenovia let out a long sigh. All right. Please, Irina, show yours. I think yours is the perfect example of how different an Excalibur can be. Irina nodded, stood up, and pulled a loop on her left biceps. The loop swung normally in the air but grew exponentially in size in an instant and adopted the appearance of a katana. Oh. Rias and Sona were impressed. Irina placed the Excalibur mimic on the coffee table, and I looked at Zenovia. There you go, make yourself at home, Irina said, smiling with her eyes. Excuse me. I stretched out my hands. As I got closer, I saw my fingers trembling. Okay, it's definitely not a replica or anything. I was sure it wasn't, but I needed to check before I did what I'm about to do. The entity shop is open, Chapter 25, Da Vinci. What's he doing? Zenovia asked Rias. The two of them, along with Irina and Sona Saitri, were watching me analyze Excalibur destruction. Honestly, I don't know, said Rias, looking at me just as curious. Fortunately for me, they couldn't see the floating screen in front of me, and I could only move these screens with my eyes. It was more practical to move them with my hands, but I couldn't do that in front of other people. The entity store's flash sales were in full swing, just like the first time, and one thing I wanted to buy was an item that was on sale. When I looked up the name I remembered, I almost smiled when I saw that it was still on sale for the next 12 hours. Item, everything fits bag, type, cursed item, description, a small leather pouch that seems to fit nothing but half a dozen gold coins, but which leads to another dimension, a place with infinite space. Technically, this little pouch can hold anything and in any quantity, but it can be temperamental, effects, infinite inventory. This bag can be greedy with valuable items and refuse to give them back. Cool down, none, price, 900 credits. Do you want to buy the item everything fits bag? Yes or no? This was an inventory item, and I would have preferred an inventory skill. However, no inventory skill was that cheap, nor did it have infinite space, at least not the ones that didn't cost tens of thousands of credits. Okay. I got the item I wanted. Now I'll go for the skill I saw. As I stood in front of that Timo, tablet in hand, I saw so many skills on those lists that I would have liked to pick up but couldn't because of the limited amount of credits I had. One of them was a skill called Da Vinci's Gaze. Of course, this skill referred to Leonardo da Vinci, a man who was a scientist, mathematician, engineer, inventor, anatomist, painter, architect, and many other things. Da Vinci was a genius in the literal sense of the word. Not only because his way of seeing the world was unique and beautiful, but also because he could analyze, understand, and learn with his eyes. That's why I wanted so much to have this ability. Skill, Da Vinci's Gaze. Type, ocular. Description, to understand the beauty of things is also to understand what they are made of, how to make them, and how to replicate them in the most beautiful way possible. A picture of a lake is not beautiful just because someone painted the lake, but because of the paint used, the strokes, the brush strokes, and the inspiration. To see is to understand, and to understand is to know how to make effects. You will understand the structure of any item, song, or skill if you observe long enough. The more complicated the object of study, the longer it takes to understand it. Cool down. 1 day. Price, 2,300 credits. Do you want to buy the skill Da Vinci's Gaze? Yes or no? Despite costing only 2,300 credits, this was a skill that I considered to be extremely overpowered. Imagine understanding things just by observing them. Of course, for entities, this skill should be nothing more than a very rare human talent and therefore not as expensive as other very powerful skills. For me, it was very useful to have something like this because I was in a mystical and supernatural world. This way, I could learn things that neither my transmigrated part nor Milika's understood yet. Like holy swords, for example. You look at a holy sword, you know the name of this sword, Excalibur Mimic. Paying attention, you can feel that, even outside of battle, this sword emanates a holy aura. You have obtained the passive skill Knower of Holy Swords LV1. From now on, you'll be able to perceive holy swords like this much more easily. Yes, that's what I suspected this skill did. A skill that technically gave me other skills. As I said, to analyze, understand, and learn with my eyes. As much as the abilities I got through Da Vinci's Gaze wouldn't make me defeat Triza with a snap of my fingers, it was very important for me to get stronger every day without depending on the benevolence of the entities sponsoring me with credits. After all, I've already realized that some entities never approve of my actions. The entity The Firmament Exile laughs out loud, not understanding why you bought a skill like this. Entities that observe multiversal events as entertainment. To you, my normal ability to analyze things and the ability of a genius must not seem so different from up there. So do it. Keep underestimating me. When I'm finished, I'll be one of you, and I'll laugh. Come. Zenobia cleared her throat, snapping me out of my moment of pride. Milika's-san, have you finished? I looked at them and pulled my hands away from the Excalibur Mimic. Of course, I'd like to analyze this sword further, gain more skills, and so on, but just being able to perceive a holy sword was enough for now. Yes, please, you can take it back. I said to Irina. Irina took the Excalibur Mimic back from the table and had the sword transformed into a lasso, which was again tied to her left arm. When we were all outside the Occult Research Club building and the meeting was officially over, Zenobia stopped halfway up the stairs, looked at me, and asked, "What did you find out from analyzing Mimic?" The tone of her question was direct, blunt. I answered truthfully. I could only feel a stronger aura when I concentrated. It's like the feeling I get when I approach a church. Zenobia seemed to believe me. I think I've heard of something like that. But anyway, thank you for sharing your theories. And we also thank you for allowing us to continue our mission here. Irina said and she waved as she left. Uff. They've finally gone. The voice came from a nearby bush. When Rias, Sona, and I turned around, we saw Sai's head just above a bush, and then Asia and Gasper came out, with leaves stuck to their hair. "What were you doing there?" exclaimed Rias. I was just curious about what they would say. Sai tried to justify himself, raising his hands in surrender. Sorry, Rias-sama. Gasper muttered, avoiding eye contact. "I only came because Sai-san insisted." Asia added, looking at me. Rias sighed while I held back a laugh. It was then that we heard more rustling sounds, this time to our right. The moment we turned around, we saw Makima, Tsubaki Shinra, and Saji emerge, looking much more composed than Sai and the others, but still clearly caught in the act. When I saw a small twig in Makima's hair, that was too much for me. I laughed out loud. Sona Saitri, who was still standing next to me, simply sighed. "Tsubaki. Saji. Were you two spying on us too?" Tsubaki kept her expression calm, although she was slightly flushed by the situation, and Saji scratched the back of his head. "Well, technically, it wasn't my idea. Saji said, and Tsubaki's cheeks turned even redder. I see. You two, come with me. The student council president didn't look the least bit surprised, just slightly disappointed. You're both going to be punished today. Sona and the student council members walked away, and Makima came to my side. However, before they left, Sona looked back and made an unexpected comment to me. By the way, Milikas, we didn't even have time to talk today, even though we finally met again after months. I have to say, you're a lot more mature than the last time we met. Really? I put my hands in my pants pockets. Yes. It's a shame I couldn't make it to the last formal party at Gremory Manor, but I'll definitely come and watch your rating game against Diodora. I gave a faint smile and watched Sona leave with her friends. All that praise, yet I earn no relationship points with her. Something tells me that if I want to get the reward for winning her over through a confession of love, I'll have to climb a big mountain. Chapter 26, Kuwa City. Gasper has made a lot of progress in training. During those first 3 days, Gasper surprised everyone and himself. He managed to stop volleyballs in the air several times and, most of the time, he no longer needed to wear the paper bag over his head. For someone who had spent so long in isolation, that was quite an improvement. With the addition of Gasper to my peerage, I also started earning a bit more money. Of course, what he earned was split 3 ways, one part was mine, another belonged to Rias and, of course, Gasper received a fraction too. However, despite all Gasper's progress, he chose not to move into the apartment where I lived with Asia and Makima. Thanks, Milikas-sama. But I can't yet. I think that would be a big change. That's what he said. I knew that too many changes in a short period of time could be detrimental to Gasper, so I didn't insist. Despite this, I wasn't completely sure that leaving Gasper alone at Kuwa Academy was safe, and in the future, I would still try to invite him once again. Besides Gasper, I was also constantly worried about Asia and her well-being. Technically, I had changed a fate that was very good for her and, for that reason, I had an obligation to give her an even better future than she would have had with Sai. Such a burden wasn't easy to carry, but Asia was doing well. However, worrying so much about these two made me ignore someone who was always behind me. But don't worry, it wasn't someone who wanted to hurt me. And I only found out on the evening of the same day as that meeting with Zenovia and Arena. I was on the new balcony of my apartment. It was a wide space, but it didn't give me a panoramic view of Kuwa City. I could only see the other buildings across the street, a nearby park, and a slightly higher mountain in the distance. Nothing special. Even so, I had gotten into the habit over the past few nights of staying here to enjoy the breeze for a few seconds. Suddenly, I heard the balcony door swing open. I looked back and saw Makima. She was carrying 2 steaming mugs of tea and was wearing a lovely white sweater, with her salmon red hair blowing in the wind. Makima approached and handed me one of the cups. Thank you. I smiled slightly. She also smiled with her mouth closed and joined me in observing the grandiose sight of a normal street. What do you like to see here? Makima asked. You don't come out here to see something, but to feel it. In the underworld, almost everything is just a copy of what we have here on Earth. The sun has been artificially created, the moon too, the wind, the trees. Finally living on Earth is a pleasure, so I like feeling the wind on my skin. The underworld here is much more peaceful than where I come from. I was at a loss for words. Part of me wanted to ask what it was like there, but another part didn't. Well, the underworld is more peaceful. However, here there are not only devil hunters, the famous exorcists, but also angels, fallen angels, and various other species. Master, Milikas, are you sure you want to be a Mao? Sure is a strong word. Are you sure you want to call me master forever? You certainly love tonkatsu and say it's your favorite food, but would you still be so sure if someone told you that you could only eat tonkatsu for the rest of your life? When you put it that way. I will not become a Mao just because I want to, but because I have to. And, frankly, it's better to reign in hell than to be lost in paradise. I said, smiling and looking up at the sky. Makima looked at me in surprise and then shifted her eyes to her mug of tea. So we sat in silence for a few seconds. I took a sip of my tea, and now I was more sure than ever that Makima wanted to tell me something. I waited for a few more seconds, and then she finally plucked up the courage to say, I think I'm weak. I looked at her out of the corner of my eye. Weak? When I was about to kill my old master, I realized my goals were empty and I freed all those I had under my control, directly and indirectly. Without purpose, my former master adopted me as a servant. I imagined that this way I would finally learn what it was like to be under someone's thumb, only obeying and ordering nothing. Is that when he started trying to abuse you? Yes. And the rest you already know. When I woke up in this world with you, I thought I would be the perfect ally for you to fulfill your goal. However, watching Gasper's powers, Your fight with Sai, and seeing how vast everything is, I don't feel that I'll be a better queen than any ordinary devil. I confess that these words surprised me a little. Makima obviously had a lot of magical power inside her, because her existence from the other universe had adapted to this one. But it made sense that she wasn't confident about it. Ever since she'd arrived, she'd just observed everything and never acted. It was time to change that. I raised my right hand and made a leather pouch appear through a magic circle. The pouch landed in the palm of my hand, and Makima watched me curiously. What's that? A magical item that allows me to store almost anything. I brought my left hand close to the mouth of the bag, which opened quickly for me. I stuck my hand in and pulled out a change of clothes for Makima. They were the formal clothes she had arrived in this world wearing. So I threw them at her. Get dressed. We're going for a walk. Makima nodded silently and, with no hesitation, she pulled down the strap of her sweater, first exposing her shoulders and then quickly part of her breasts. The moment I realized she was actually going to change right there on the balcony, I turned around. I should have told you to go to your room. But you didn't. Makima said with a slight joking tone. For a few seconds, I heard the rustle of fabric falling and her slipping into her blouse. There. Now you can turn around. I turned around and saw her buttoning the last buttons on her white shirt. She looked at me expectantly, waiting for the next instruction. Activate your wings. I ordered. Makima raised her eyebrows slightly but obeyed. In an instant, a pair of huge, black bat wings appeared behind her. They were slightly translucent at the ends, like a thin membrane. Good. I activated my wings too. Unlike hers, my wings were slightly larger and thicker. Follow me. Without waiting for her answer, I flapped my wings and felt the wind cross my face as I flew upwards. Makima soon caught up with me, and I saw she was very skilled with these wings, even though she had never used them. It was a natural talent. From up there, the city of Koa was a sea of yellowish lights amidst the darkness of a valley. There was no other city for miles. However, Koa was a very large city, with many parks, districts, and places to visit. Makima hovered beside me, flapping her wings just enough to keep herself in place. So, where are we going? She asked. Instead of answering, I closed my eyes for a moment. She probably thought I was enjoying the strong breeze, but in reality, I was trying to concentrate on something. I had asked to analyze one of Zenovia and Irina's Excaliburs because I wanted to know what it would feel like to be in front of such a sword, as well as, of course, to take advantage of the moment to activate the entity shop during a scene. In the end, I received a skill that makes me feel sacred swords like this. Since earlier, I've been sensing this strange presence coming from somewhere near my house. Makima watched me in silence as I opened my eyes. Remember, I told you about the Excaliburs and what those church girls wanted with us? I asked. Yes, you said that devils should fear certain things. Since we're technically immortal, but weapons like holy swords and spears of light can hurt us. Exactly. It was the first time I'd seen a sacred sword up close, and it was Excalibur. From it, I learned what they feel like. It's not like radar, it's more like instinct. Makima was clever. So, tonight, we're going to fly around the city until we find the bearer of this sword? I looked at her and smiled. So perceptive. Chapter 27. Excalibur holy swords were weapons that became stronger in battle. It was as if the sword could sense the will of its bearer. Neither Rias Gremory nor Sunasaitri sensed Zenovia and Irina's Excaliburs because of this, and also because the Excalibur fragments were forged in such a way that they could camouflage themselves. So I knew that the feeling I was getting earlier on was from another Excalibur fragment. Valper Galilei was also too clever, so he was certainly using some kind of protection to mask the fragments he had in his possession. I knew that there was only one Excalibur fragment that wasn't with these three people. Friedselsen. I had accidentally let him escape last time, and I still regretted not killing him when I had the chance. He was the typical character who brings nothing but trouble. As there was no easy way to know where Friedselsen would be, I flew until I was just below the clouds. It seemed contradictory, but from above, I had a better idea of this feeling that the sacred sword gave off. This was because devils and fallen angels felt fear not only when they were near something sacred but also when they saw something with such an origin. So, from this high up, I might not have been able to feel it because it was close to me, but I certainly could if my eyes passed close by. For a few minutes, I scanned Koa City with my eyes, feeling the cool night breeze brushing against my skin from above as I analyzed every street, every avenue, every alleyway, every hiding place. And then, there it is. Optional scene started. The patrons are buzzing with excitement at this new surprise scene. In the middle of that early morning, with Koa City almost completely empty, many bizarre things were happening. That night, when the moon was almost full, Friedselsen was rushing through the dark alleys of a shopping district in the center of the city. The exorcist was laughing to himself as he ran, as if amused by some inside joke. On his left side was a sheathed sword. I landed silently in one of the adjacent alleys, a few meters from where he would pass, and waited patiently until the perfect opportunity arose. Fried turned the corner and continued running nonchalantly until he saw complete darkness in front of him. Fried stopped abruptly. He was experienced enough to know that complete darkness like this hid dangerous things for humans. When I took one step and then another out of the darkness, his crazy eyes widened for a moment before a sadistic smile formed on his face. Well. But if it isn't the little devil who gave me a hard time that night. Da ha ha. Came to play with me, little Gremory? Last time, you ran away. Now, where exactly are you running to? Oh, around. Someone gives me a job, I do it. But you don't have to worry about details, baby. He licked his lips. Now I'm wondering. Did you came to finish what you started? I sighed. Always so noisy. His smile widened. You're very pretentious, kid. He exclaimed and finally pulled out his sheathed sword. This was a silver sword with a very strong golden aura that made me instinctively want to back away. But let's sort this out quickly, shall we? Asked Fried. Without further ado, Fried dashed towards me and moved the blade horizontally, aiming for my neck. His movements were much faster, so much so that I was startled when the blade almost took my head off. So, this is Excalibur Rapidly's ability. Luckily, Fried's Excalibur cut through empty air as I tilted my body backwards in one fluid movement. Fried was ready to keep going, but he realized my eyes weren't on him but on something above him. That way, he saw that a shadow loomed above us. A shadow with two swirling yellow irises. The night breeze lifted the red threads of this figure, and its cold, sharp gaze descended on Fried. Makima raised an index finger and pointed it at Fried's cells and bang, she said. In the next instant, an invisible force dashed Fried to the ground. The impact opened cracks in the asphalt, and a muffled bang reverberated off the walls of the alley. Motherfucker. Fried's body sank further into the concrete. His arms shook, trying to get up, but the pressure kept crushing him down. The patrons are buzzing with excitement. 200 credits have been sponsored. The entity Sorceress of the Black Flame is frightened by Makima's power. 100 credits have been sponsored. The Sovereign of the Immortal Flame entity looks at Makima with deep interest. 100 credits have been sponsored. I strolled over to where Fried lay. Makima landed beside me with an elegant motion, her yellow eyes still fixed on the fallen exorcist. Fried gritted his teeth and let out a shaky laugh. Ha. That's fun. Pretty weak, isn't he? Makima commented to me, looking at Fried, who was still being crushed. I observed the cracks in the floor and listened to the sound of Fried's bones breaking. Makima was indeed weaker than usual. An attack like that should have killed Fried instantly, just as it did to Power. Yes. She's weaker than I thought. Makima looked away. But it's still powerful. If you were as strong as you once were, I wouldn't need any other parts to become Mao. I know you'll get there. The good news is that I really want this guy alive for now. The asphalt around Fried was cracking more, and small pools of blood were forming beneath his joints, pushed to their limit. I crouched down in front of him, watching his bloodied, pain-racked face. Now, Fried Selson, answer me one thing. Where are the other fragments of Excalibur? He laughed quietly, even though his face was pressed against the floor. So, those two little girls have already contacted you. He spat out some blood and smiled again. It's okay, we're already taking care of them. When you say we, do you mean you and Valper Galilei? Or Kokobi Eel? I tilted my head slightly, touching my chin with my finger. Or is it both? My answer made Fried's throat go dry, and I could clearly see that he was very surprised that I knew these names were connected to him. The patrons laugh at the expression on Fried's face and admire your use of the information advantage. 100 credits have been sponsored. So you know more than you should. Tell me who the traitor is. Unfortunately, there is no traitor. But there soon will be, if you cooperate with me now. Fried laughed again, a shaky, forced laugh. Ah, little worm, do you really think you can intimidate me? I never your... Before he could finish, the invisible pressure on his back suddenly increased. His eyes went wide, and he screamed as his bones creaked and his body sank further into the ground. I'm going to ask Makima to stop until I hear the answer I want. Fried gritted his teeth, struggling to breathe as Makima continued to crush him unhurriedly, meticulously. No. I'm not going to talk. Let's see how long you can last. However, I had underestimated this side character's willpower. He was still resisting, even after several minutes of agony. His breathing was ragged, his face covered in sweat and blood, but he was still smiling, even though he was breaking down inside. I sighed, losing patience. Yeah. You're not going to talk, Are you? I asked, but he no longer had the strength to answer. Makima. She just tilted her head slightly without changing her expression. And then, Freed was crushed in an instant. Squelch, the entities of the Chaos element approve of your attitude, 200 credits have been sponsored, the entities of the Harmony element disapprove of this bloodshed, they will be more attentive to your future battles and may stop watching your scenes. Freed's body became a shapeless mass of flesh and blood, as if an invisible press had crushed it. All that remained were his soaked clothes and the items he was carrying. I stood still for a moment, observing the scene with no apparent emotion. I thought I would be happy to finally see this guy dead, but I was disappointed that I hadn't overcome his dogmas. So I crouched down, covering my mouth and nose with my hand to avoid the horrible smell that spread. At least Excalibur was intact. Milika-san? A voice behind me and Makima asked. I turned my face slowly and saw Kibayoto standing at the alleyway, his eyes wide as he stared at the scene in front of him. What are you doing?